Hello, everybody. It's going to take me just a couple minutes here because for about 2 weeks now, I've been trying to find this buzzing, humming noise that Jason Thierry from the Gig Economy podcast pointed out to me. And I just figured it out. So I got to move a couple things around and not get that humming. So stay tuned. I will be right here, just kind of fixing something. So hang tight with me.
Well, midnight headlight, blinding on a rainy night, steep grade up ahead, slow me down and making no time. I gotta keep on rolling. Those are windshield wipers slapping out the tempo, breaking from the rhythm with the song on the radio. I gotta keep on rolling. I'm driving my life away.
All right. I am still just messing around with things, guys. Hold on here a second. And let me see if I can play this for you. I don't know if it'll have, I hope it has sound, but I'm getting this thing down. This humming is gone. You don't know how much this is making me happy. I've not been able to figure this out in a long time. So let me see if this brings up volume. Okay. Let me see if I can do that. Where did I just put it? Testing. Okay. Well, after this stream, I'll be fixing that for good now. I've got it kind of jimmy rigged, I hope, but it's sitting on a boom. So I hope that stays. We'll see. All right, guys, I'm going to try and share this while I get this boom at least a little more rigged. It's not going to be perfection for me today, but it'll work. Hold on. See if I can share this.
Well, midnight headlight, blinding on a rainy night, steep grade up ahead, slow me down and making no time. I gotta keep on rolling. Those are windshield wipers slapping out the tempo, breaking from the rhythm with the song on the radio. I gotta keep on rolling. I'm driving my life away.
All right, guys, I'm pretty close. I'm pretty stoked here. This has been a while that I've not. I don't think this is going to work. I mean, I can set up something more permanent, but I'm so stoked because this will help me out so much down the road. Even with the audio podcast, there was some major feedback, and I literally have tore this place apart. And I just found the issue, and it's actually gone, but I don't know if it's going to sit up here. Yeah, I might have to fix this before we go forward, but for right now, it seems to be holding a little. I'm afraid to leave this mic on this thing, but anyway, the humming is gone. That's a big deal. Um, I'm playing in the settings right now, you guys, so I cannot see any comments. I'm sorry. I probably should have fooled around with this, but Gary's joining me at 11, and so I'm here, but I'm kind of working on the side. So if you can just bear with me for a little bit, I don't know. We'll get to it. We'll get to some fun Sunday. Uh, but I got to figure this out because it was driving me nuts, and it finally came to fruition what it was. But yeah, I've even been working on I mean, I can already hear the difference. This is amazing. The audio quality for the audio podcast should go up like dramatically now, or back to where it was. I mean, because it's always been amazing, but it had gotten really bad. And I see now what happened. So this is great. This is great. This is great. Um, yeah, I'll leave you guys with a picture for a minute. Mm-mm. So I was trying to play the song for you while I was screwing around with this a little, seeing if I can get everything right. That Joe did on Thursday night's roundtable. If you didn't hear him sing that, I highly recommend. First of all, go back and watch the roundtable, but check out the song he did at the end. It was he did a really good job. It's a pretty cool thing that he did, just writing a song out of nowhere in an afternoon, performing it live that same day in front of an audience, and then performing it on Thursday night live. So, all right. Well, that's as good as I can get it for today. If it falls, I'm going to be pissed off. So, yeah. All right, you guys. That's as good as I can get it for the day. Well, I know to you guys it looks like it's all good, but it's to me it literally looks like it's going to collapse at any second. So if this mic would go this way, it's collapsing. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to just throw a quick forearm if it goes down and at least hit the stand so that it doesn't crash into everything. So not liking this at all. I wish this stream started in 12 minutes and I could restart this. I could just shut everything down and move this a little back, but okay. Well, this is what I'm stuck with today. Maybe when Gary gets here, I can bounce out for a minute and then I can fix this for real, so I'm not so worried about it. But yeah, what's up, everybody? Happy Sunday. Let me put this up here. I want you guys to go check out something. I had Mike Karubi on the podcast. If you didn't hear it when I had him on, at least go and check this out. So newjobsamerica.com. That is well, go check out the website. And I would recommend to all of you, even if you're not a big email person or whatever, your name is not being shared with anybody. This is in no way any kind of data thing. This is to stop PROACT, stop AB5, stop all that kind of junk from coming down the pipe in any state and letting us remain independent contractors. Mike Harubi's been at this for about 40 years. He's up there with the Kim Cavins and some of the others I have on the panels sometimes. So I highly recommend that you guys go check out this website. Even sign up, put your email in. I mean, I can't remember what it is. That's all he asks for, just so he can keep you updated. Just your email address, I think. So go to the website and sign up, because if you guys like having the freedom of working in the gig economy, There's a lot of stuff coming down the pipe that could stop that. And there's a lot of stuff as well coming down that could permanently seal the deal to continue to let us be the independent contractors that we are entitled, deserved, and have the right in this country to be. So, and yes, I used the word entitled there, but I didn't mean it in the way that, like, these days, I didn't mean it in the woke way. I meant it, I didn't mean it like all the entitled people now, but I meant it like we're entitled to freedom in this country. And it's so weird that I have to say words in different ways now. You know, like, oh, I didn't mean it in the post pandemic world. I meant it in the pre pandemic term, but whatever. Hopefully some of you can at least appreciate what I'm saying there, but we'll see. Okay, but yeah, I wanted you guys to check that out as well. I was hoping that I had somebody that was gonna come on this morning that has been doing a lot of solo, but they couldn't at the last minute. So I'm gonna have them back. I'm gonna try and have them back on Tuesday, right before Kim's stream, and we're gonna talk about their experiences and how the payout works. They're maybe even, you know, they like it. They have nothing but good things to say about the overall product. You know, the same things that we all do though. Kind of, you know, like just a down spot, or hey, like when DoorDash was down, it wasn't, well, yeah, it can't. How is Solo going to perform any sorting algorithm if DoorDash the platform's down? You can't earn on it anyway. So at the times like that, when it hiccups in your area, it's not going to work clearly. But we'll discuss that when I have this person on. I don't want to give away their name because I might find one other, or I'm hoping to find one other that has as much experience with the app that they do, or at least a good amount. I've met a couple of people who are starting to use it, and I know people who are using it in cities where it's not active yet, and as well that you can see it in the cities that you're not active. You can see what the pay is supposed to be, but you can't see, or you can't get into the pay guarantee program. So you can see what the pay guarantee would be if it was there, but really until there's a bunch of users in the area, it doesn't really balance it out. So it kind of puts out like a cookie cutter $30 or $35 if you're in an area that doesn't have a lot of users yet. So it tries, but it can't really sort any algorithms until there's some users on it. So in the cities that it is active, because when they launch, they go in big, they advertise, they make sure that the people are really coming on board. But as they grow in each city, yeah, it goes way live, and then instantly it is doing the real time guarantee payout. So that's good stuff. I also wanted to tell you guys to check out Moves. Check out movesfinancial.com. You guys, these guys really are a bank for gig workers, you know. So you know, I'm not supposed to get into like, I don't want to even get into any of the banking terms, because I write for their blog, as well as I promote Moves itself because I know Matt spoke. I know the team. They are doing good things. Is it like so out of range? Like, I mean, they're constantly adding things that they can do, but they have 17 gig platforms directly tied into Moves now. So yeah, they're a big deal. And they're the only bank that I know of who truly is out there for the gig worker. And in fact, I have an offer for anybody who is using Moves, good experience or bad experience. My connection at Moves, Alwyn. Matt Spoke is the CEO. I've interviewed him a couple times. I know him well. But my connection for my working part of Moves is Alwyn. And he has allowed me to say that if you have Moves, if you're using it, he would pay you for an hour or two of your time to pick your brain on what's good, what's not. And when I said pay you, I don't want to throw out the number, but it was more than you're making on the gig apps. So it sounded like he'll pay you for an hour or two if you're using Moves, just to kind of break it down for him, what you like, what you don't like. And all you got to do is get in touch with me, and I can put you in touch with him. And I can kind of act as your as your agent there to when introducing you, to say, hey, this person's interested, make sure they get paid for an hour or two of their time, and I'll let you take it from there. But all you got to do is reach out to me, steve@ridesharerodeo.com, and I can take care of that from that. Other than that, yeah, the Be My Own Boss, New Jobs America, you guys, that is, I'm gonna have Kim Cavan on in about 3 weeks. Uh, we were gonna have her on a little sooner, but it's a really sad story. Kim's a genius in this stuff. She knows all of this stuff. She lives in New Jersey. She she knows more about AB5 than any of us. She knows more about every legislation in New Jersey, all the legislation in New Hampshire, all this stuff. She is the one everybody in this field goes to. So they had Kim on a couple times before, but um, Kim Kim has two dogs, and she lost one of her dogs. I'm a big dog person, so I know how tough this was for her and stuff. But she lost one of her dogs of like 14 years, had to put it down. Um, Kind of out of nowhere a little bit. I mean, I guess it was older, but it wasn't like a long term she knew thing. And she has two dogs, and the other one is like 13. And since she put the other dog down, the other one isn't eating. So it's like this really sad story. Um, and yeah, I don't want to get into it any more than that. But she was going to come on in about a week, and I just told her, "Hey, take some time. This can wait, obviously." But um, yeah, so some prayers out to Kim there, and Kim, if you're watching, looking forward to having you on, but also looking forward to you taking the time you need um, to uh, to just, I don't know, I don't want to call it grieving or whatever, but whatever you need to get through it first. Obviously, that's way more important. So, okay, guys. So this, let me see. Okay, so let me run this one for a minute. Let me take the Be America Boss down. Let me come to the comments. What's up, guys? So, I didn't mean to click that. Sorry, Bruce. Or, hey, Bruce. Okay. Hi, Pink. Hi, Marissa. Hi, Crispy. Hey, Bruce. Good to see you, Bruce. What's up, Jim Jones? Hi, Freestyle. I haven't seen you. I've been seeing you. I saw that you were on my thing on my 13 minutes yesterday, and I saw you were in John's, but I hadn't seen you in a little bit. So good to see you around. Or maybe that was me that was gone. I don't know. Um, uh, Hi, Kim. Oh, it's the other Kim. Well, the other Kim. The Kim Cavan's the other Kim, I guess. You're the only Kim. And hey, Driven Mom. How are you, Lisa? Um, oh, I got more. Okay. What's up, Thomas? What's up, Josh? What's up, Brian? Yeah, that's rough, huh? Yeah. It's I mean, I've had dogs my whole life. I've had multiple dogs. I've had to put one down, still have the other one and stuff. And I was kind of, I was it's just I've never dealt with that. I've never had one of the dogs, you put one down. Obviously, if you've had multiple dogs, you put one down, the others get sad. I mean, in different ways too. I've never seen them not eat and just kind of stop at life. And that's how she was kind of wording it. He won't do anything, kind of thing. He won't eat. He won't move. Um, yeah, it's super sad. I saw that. Was it? Somebody asked. Oh, Crispy. So okay, Crispy. I'm glad you asked that question because I don't give him enough credit for that song. That is my friend Tori Pater, who lives here in Denver. He plays in like 5 different bands. Actually, right now he lives in New Orleans. He was living in Atlanta, and then he moved to New Orleans. But I think he's on his way back here because ever since I've known him, when I used to run the bars, he was in there all the time. We had them play. There he's in like a bunch of different bands, but he's also a really good friend of mine. All the bands he's in are amazing, but he did that specifically for me. I asked him, "Hey, can you record this song?" Because it's a older song. It's just him covering it. But I said, "Can you give me like an acoustic version of that for my podcast, for the audio podcast?" And he did like 2 years ago, or a year and a half. I don't know, maybe about 2 years ago, I guess. And so that's been the intro to the audio podcast for 149 episodes, which Tuesday will be the 150th Rideshare Rodeo podcast. So that's kind of a big deal too, I guess. But yeah, so that's Tori Pater. The bands that he's in: Dirty Birds, 2 Ton Moxie, Polytoxic. Oh my God, I don't even Last Waltz Revisited, collaboratives with every uh, musician in this town. Yeah, he can be found basically anywhere in Denver on any given night, playing with anybody, and he's got one of the best voices in this town. So, um, let me see what else is going on here. Oh, I see. Oh, I thought maybe it was me freestyle because I was at the conference and I like fell behind, but I put out a ton of content, and then I was trying to shake through because it was like broke my algorithm. I was making content along the way, doing things I normally don't do because I was in the car, and it broke all of my algorithms. So, um, hey Brandon, good morning. Thank you. That's yeah. Uh, oh my gosh. Well, then you're lucky. You're lucky, Lisa. But at the same time, if you've ever, I don't know if in your childhood you had dogs, but I've had them my whole life, so I've gotten used to that kind of because I'm not a cat guy. I know like a lot of you people are. I'm not, but I have huge allergies to cats, like almost like I'm pretty sure they're out to kill me too because when I've had to crash at people's houses, um in the past, like they get on my chest if I like I'm sleeping on the couch or something in the past, and I wake up and they're going and I'm allergic, so I'm already like choking, I can't breathe, and I'm looking at this thing and I can tell it's just trying to suck the life out of me. So I don't know what their deal is, man, but luckily if there's a dog around, oddly if there's a dog and a cat who live happily in a house, the dog somehow, even not my I'm not talking about my own dogs who obviously would pick up on that some part of their pack, but that um even other people's dogs, as long as they had a dog, would usually even break their own code and like, like back off that dude, like would get the cat off me knowing that I'm allergic. Somehow they all would sense this. So I knew that when the dogs would do that, okay, the cats really are at me because if the dogs are sensing I'm gonna get this off this guy, then cats are out to get me. Did you hear that?
What? No, I was trying to mute you on the other stream.
Well, I said the cats are out to get me, man. That's the bottom line.
Cats are evil creatures.
Seriously, man, I was talking about this. Like when I've spent the night at friends' houses, I wake up, I have a huge allergy to cats. I've had dogs my whole life, but I have a huge allergy to cats. And they get on my chest when I've had to stay at other people's houses and they go, and they do that thing where they claw at your chest a little bit and make that groaning noise. And I'll wake up going, like just choking. And they're doing that on me. And I'm like, you really are, you're trying to kill me. It's like watching a movie where they're sucking the life out of you. They're trying to do that out of me.
I don't think I've ever had that problem. Just saying.
I don't think most people do. I don't think it's common. Oh my God. But yeah, I've also said if as long as the people whose house I'm at, if they have a cat and they have a dog, and even if the protocol between the cat and the dog is the cat kind of owns an area, which they usually do, and the dog lets it be, the dog will break protocol and get the cat off me if I'm sleeping because it recognizes you're trying to kill him.
So does that mean that if you do die, that on your headstone we can put death from pussy?
Kill that pussy. I would hope not. I would hope not.
Marissa, you hear that? If he dies from a cat, definitely we're putting that on his tombstone.
Cat, the other white meat. You know what? We probably shouldn't say this because I was saying before there's a lot of cat lovers in here. Like I know for a fact there is. I know a couple of these people have cats.
Yeah, Brian said he has 3.
Right. Yeah. Well, to the cat people, I appreciate it when you have a dog because the dog saves my life. So, I've done a lot of work with Elton John, or I did before the pandemic. I was just going through all the work I'd done, and as he sings in a song, someone saved my life tonight. So that goes out to all those dogs that told those cats to beat it off my chest and not suck the life out of me anymore. Gary's like, what the hell are you talking about? I was talking about Solo, by the way, you guys. And I gave Solo and
how did you get from Solo to cats?
not only that, to cats killing me.
See what happens wherever I'm not here. He goes from one topic to a completely different topic. And
well, I also figured out this thing after I started the stream, and it seems to be holding. But I was saying that when you got here, I was gonna bounce off and fix it, but it seems to be holding for now. I find Jason Thierry 2 weeks ago. This is how good his ear is. He was like, "Man, something's buzzing on your podcast." And he listens to the audio one. He doesn't watch these. He listens to my audio. He helped me get my audio started back in the day. You know, like he's just been a huge help to me. And he's like, dude, something's buzzing in your, and I'm like, no, it's not. I'm like, everything's fine. I'm like, but I hear you, something's been a little off, but I don't know what it is. And he's like he calls himself even, he's an audiophile. He says like he'll pick up anything. He's like, dude, something's buzzing. And today I found it. I finally found it. It's gone. I've moved it off the desk. It had to do with the mic stand, not the mic itself. And I got it and I moved it off and I was like, I put it back on, moved it off. I was like, I was like, how the hell have I been doing this for 2 weeks? Like he noticed it right away and was like, something screwed up with your stuff, man.
So what was it, like magnet or?
No, I'm using like a drum mic stand now because, you know, I used to use the podcast one, the reach boom.
Right. Yeah, that's what I have is reach boom.
Yeah, but but for the audio podcast, it bounces a little too much, even if I'm not touching it, or if I touch the desk at all, it's like, so, and it's okay, but there sometimes can be like if I'm getting worked up, especially you guys don't see me when I'm doing the audio podcast before this summer, because after August, I'm not doing guests and I'm going to go back to it. But when I do that, I hit record and I record an hour of the podcast and I have it in bullet points all laid out in front of me. And it's just me and the mic. So sometimes I get worked up and I've grabbed the mic or the boom and I've talked loud because nobody's watching me. And I know that. So I'll be like, damn it, mother. Like, so maybe now I'm going to start bringing those on here. I don't know. I was thinking about taking this camera that I'm using, the iPhone, and like putting it behind me so it's the back of my head.
Yeah, because
like
that's what everybody wants to look at is your back of your head.
Well, because if it's in front of me, dude, I'm gonna get unfocused. I need to get back focused to the audio podcast.
Oh, are you talking about just during the podcast? But you stream the podcast now on YouTube as well.
Right, but I might go to recording it and then streaming the audio file one. Because that's the other thing, man. The audio, I know that some people don't get it, but they might over time, is that the audio one sounds way better. Way better. I mean, way better. So if I'm gonna lay down especially, you know, like I mean, it's just a way for me to do the news correctly. It's a way for me to talk about what's going on correctly. And then it gives talking points for the whole week. So really, if people aren't going to hear it on the audio podcast, it's better that I bring it over here. But I don't know if I need it to be live, because when I do it, I'm doing 45 minutes to an hour where it's just me going straight and I have everything laid out in front of me. I don't need questions or comments. I could do like a Q&A after it kind of thing, you know, like premiere it and then be there to do a Q&A to anybody that wanted to talk about it, or even while it was premiering, I could be in the live.
I don't know. I don't think you should record the back of your head.
Yeah, I might just not weird. Even do. I'm saying I might just go to the audio, and I might bring it over, and then I'll be in the live premiere, because then I can actually answer questions or talk about the points.
Well, that's I noticed that on one of your podcasts. Like since you've been streaming it to YouTube as well, you'll try and address comments on YouTube.
Yeah,
and you really should just ignore them.
I know.
You know,
but then why am I doing it?
Because you're looking at it.
I mean, but why am I streaming live though?
What do you mean? Why are you so everybody can listen?
Right. I think I'm saying that it sounds better, and I think I do a better job when I'm not live streaming. Or when
typically, though, a podcast isn't interactive with people. So I mean, even like when you watch, you know, Joe Rogan, all them, they do their lives. They don't interact with nobody.
Well, the guests.
Well, yeah, in the studio, I'm saying, but they don't interact with anybody in chat or anything like that.
No, they don't
Anything.
even have a chat.
Well, I just used him for example. There's tons of people that do it,
Right.
but they don't interact with the chat. It's kind of like when we was doing the radio show on Friday. We were interacting with the chat, but the listeners can't see the chat. So,
Right. Right.
and I'm not saying that we can't interact with them, but you have to explain what you're interacting with when you do that type of stuff. Because if
Yeah,
not,
I think
you're
I
going to
think I
lose
might,
people.
and when I do it live, I might just turn off the comments to where I don't see them, and then just let everybody handle the comments because there's enough mods in there
Well, that's what I'm
all the
saying. Like
time.
like on StreamYard, just go to your private chat and you won't see any of the comments.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean you'll see the comment number up there once people start
Well,
commenting,
I
but
can
just
click
ignore
on
that.
comment. I can just have comments and then click it again, and it just goes away and makes the screen bigger too for me.
Oh, it does, doesn't it?
And that's kind of
Yeah,
I like
there
that
you
view a
go.
little bit too. It's more centered.
Yeah. Now and I don't have to see anything you
Right.
people
And with
say.
that, because when you're looking at, that's a clean view, right?
It
That's
is pretty clean view. Yeah. Yeah, I
yeah.
like
I
this
think
view.
this is a
And
nice
actually,
setup.
if you hover over the video, there's a full screen view there too that you can do, and that really blows it up.
Oh wow. I
Yeah,
never
that's
saw
that's
that.
probably actually a better view if you're going to be doing like radio
Oh
or
wow, dude, this is
podcasting.
awesome.
Yeah, and you don't want to interact with the
Sorry
chat.
guys, I'll never be reading the comments again.
That's all right, guys. I'm here for you. No, you can actually at the bottom of it. At the bottom of it, if you move your mouse, it'll
Oh,
have
to
hide
hide
chat,
chat.
show chat,
Yeah.
and let me see. I don't know what actually shows up, but
Mine didn't
like
show.
yeah, mine's not showing anything. Here, show chat. See, what's it say? In full screen photo, new private chat messages will appear.
Oh,
Okay, that's just for private chat.
right.
So no, to actually see the chat, you have to exit out and go back to your comment section. And
Wait,
what
so
I, what I like what I like doing though.
it'll still show a private chat though, right?
Yeah,
Or
you'll show
no?
your private chat, but
Okay.
see what I do on mine because I'm on my Mac here is I tile one window right and I tile one window left.
Yeah.
And then of course I hide the comments and full screen it, and then that way I can see the comments directly on YouTube.
Right.
Like I don't know if my camera will show it, but see, like this is
Okay.
like I got our stream here and then the YouTube
Yeah.
over here.
Yep.
So
Yeah, I can do that now. It was weird, man. I guess I knew this was a feature, but here's how little sometimes I go through the features. I had my iPad. I usually have it right here, to the left of this on like a little stand. So it's like another screen. And I moved my mouse to the left and it went over to the iPad. And I was like, cool, dude. I was like, that's awesome.
what?
So
I don't have an iPad, so
I've got
what?
this,
So
I've got
you're on
I've
your
got an Apple,
so you're
I've
on your
got an
Mac,
Apple mouse, right?
right?
I've got one of these. And so when I was just I had it on and I just moved it too far to the left and it went right off the screen onto the iPad. I was like, dope, dude.
You're like sweet,
And it works over there. It does everything.
I need to get an iPad.
Dude, it's so you can dude, I pulled my old one out and put it to the right. I could go that way to that one. And I didn't even do any setup. It's just the iPad having my account tied to all of them was like, yep, this is all him. And it was like, here's your screens. I was like, awesome, dude. I can move the iPad over here and then go off to the right. It knew where it was.
Well, that's one thing I will commend Apple for, though. They make their products work pretty well together.
Yeah.
That's one thing they are very good at. Now, I still hate Apple. Don't get me wrong, people. I still hate it. As a programmer, I hate Apple. If I had to choose to give a 5-year-old an Android phone or an iPhone, I would give them an iPhone because it's simplistic. They can't screw it up.
But it's more expensive.
No,
Is it? Not?
no. My Android was $1,000.
Well, an iPhone 13 Pro is like
$1,000.
Well, maybe no. The one gigs were super pricey when they came out.
Now the Pro Max might be.
Yeah. Yep. That's the one. That's where I'm running the
Yeah,
camera from.
$999 right now.
See, that's way down. I
Yeah.
know it was like $13.99.
Yeah. Well, if you buy it directly from Apple, they're $14.99.
Right.
But if
No,
you
I don't
buy
know. I
buy it
got
from a
and
carrier,
I traded my phone in. I got it for $6.99 when it was
right?
$13.99, and I
You
did it
know,
through my carrier.
that is another program I like with Apple too. Is every time like I buy directly from Apple because I have business account with Apple. But every time I trade something in, they give me the credit back. You know, it's typically about half what I paid for it, but towards my new purchase. So that's good.
Right. I have an Apple. I buy my stuff through Apple too, except for the phones. But even then, don't the phones still list there?
What do
I
you
feel
mean?
like all of my phones,
You
like
can
even my
buy.
son,
Here's
are
the
all in
thing.
my Apple account. So if I want to tie
Right.
Apple products to them, I can click on that device in my Apple app, in my Apple Store app, and it will say, "Oh, Max's iPhone. Here's the devices that can go with it, so you can buy it right from there."
Right. Well, this is one thing I learned that whenever I got my iPhone, if you want one that's not tethered to a company, you have to buy it directly from Apple.
Right. Oh yeah.
And,
Right.
and that's the only way
Only
you
here in the
can.
United States, though.
Well, and that's the only way you can actually buy it outright is if you buy it from Apple. You can't like I went into AT&T, I went in T-Mobile and Sprint, and I said, "Hey, I just want to buy the Apple phone." They're like, "We can't sell you one. You have to get a plan." I'm like, "Well, I don't want a plan because I just
Right.
want the phone because I just want a hotspot to it."
Yeah.
And none of them would sell me one because I guess it's in their contract with Apple that they can't do that.
Right.
And so I had to go to Apple and actually buy the phone.
Well, isn't that something to do with the brake casing too? Like, can't you pull that actual stamping marker out, but still, nonetheless, you don't want to that it's AT&T or that it's Verizon or I've heard of people doing this. I don't think it's good.
I don't know.
I think you can break the phone open and actually remove it, but
Remove what? Oh, you're
that
talking about
it's
the
that it's got
one that ties it to the company.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm sure you can, and you could probably jailbreak it too,
that's
and
what it was. That's what I'd heard.
yeah, without even like breaking open the case. But
Okay, that's what I'd heard. Is that
no
somehow you
fire,
can
I couldn't find it anywhere. I couldn't find anywhere that would let me buy an iPhone without getting a phone plan, except for Apple itself.
Apple itself. Yeah, I
Yeah.
was gonna say. But see here, okay, now let's look at the United Kingdom. They actually don't even have what we have. You cannot go to Verizon or AT&T. You have to go, and here's the coolest part. You have to go buy a phone and then you take it to one of the carriers and get a sweet plan for it. So you actually go in and you buy your phone from like a phone store first, and then you go to the carriers and say, okay, and that makes the carriers super competitive.
Right.
Like their deals are just steals against ours because ours wrap in our phone, so it makes it feel like a deal, but really we're getting ripped off, all of us. Like, I mean, we're being way over. Once they're selling you the service and the product, you're being ripped off.
I don't know. I
'Cause
prefer
they
to
got you.
own. I prefer to own mine outright. I mean,
Right.
that's just me. Like the best thing
Like I
phone
own
companies
mine
ever
out
did.
right now, but I always tie it into like they're always like, do you want to just here the trade in? It'll be this, and it's never more, but it'll be like okay, so my last one was $6.99, so it was like 18 months. It was gonna be $20 more on my bill or whatever it was gonna be. I can't, like
Right.
whatever it was gonna be, and I was like, sure, that's fine. So it is mine in 18 months, which now it is mine. I've paid it off, and then my bill went back down $20 but.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the best thing the phone companies ever did was let people charge phones to their accounts.
Yeah.
Because everybody's like every year, some people get a phone every single year. I'm like,
So I just pulled up the chat. I'm trying to over here on the side, and I see that Fire asked, "Does Best Buy let you buy unlocked?"
I just answered that
Because
like
Best
a few
Buy is
seconds
actually
ago.
getting it from Apple, right?
Yeah, but they still won't let you get it without having a contract with the phone carrier.
So who do you have to? I mean, is it? Oh, at Best Buy
Apple.
you have the availability to go any direction. You can say I'm going to have Verizon.
Yeah. You go in there and they got multiple carriers, but they would not let me buy just the phone itself. They said it had to be tied to a carrier because that's what their contract states.
I thought maybe they were just going. They were like getting it directly from Apple for you, and you were just getting the Apple stamp price and nothing better.
Nope. You have to get a phone carrier.
Or
So-
you get, or like Gary said, just get it from Apple. If it's
I
not
got
important
mine
to you, just
directly
get it
from Apple.
You
Yeah,
want to just buy it from Apple.
yeah.
I don't know if Apple does like a refurbished. That'd be cool to know.
I don't know. Let's see.
You know, like if they actually would sell Apple refurbished, still Apple product with no stamping on them of any kind.
Well, when you buy directly from Apple, they're not tied to a carrier.
Right.
Let's see, iPhone. I don't think they have refurbished, but yeah. See right here, iPhone 13 Pro directly from Apple is only $999 right now. The regular iPhone 13 $699.
Okay.
Oh, and the thing is you can actually, if you have decent credit, you can actually get the Apple Card and pay monthly just like you would with a carrier as well. Fire says Apple has a refurbished area on their website. That's what I'm trying to find right now.
What's up, Hannibal? What's up, Nova?
Ways to save, maybe. Let me see. No.
Hey, Nova, we're live at 6 tomorrow. Or wait, 6 my time. Sorry, we're live at 8 tomorrow your time. Just what out to remember, and everybody know I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 4 weeks left of the co-hosting podcast summer that I've been doing, and Nova is my guest tomorrow night, so join us. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Yeah, their site's not telling me where it's at.
Well, it doesn't let you do it through. I'm sure I have the same app that you say you use. The Apple Store app thing.
I don't know. I'm on apple.com on the website.
I figured, yeah.
Okay, yeah. You just go to Apple, go to the search bar, type in refurbished, and it brings up the refurbished section, or apple.com/shop/refurbished. Let me see. A refurbished iPhone 12, $849. For $100 more, you can get the 13 Pro.
Go for the 9, people. Ask Omer, what would Omer do? What would Omer do?
I'm just saying.
I bet you Omer's in here. Omer, what would you do? I bet you he is. He's in Seattle. It's 10:23 in Seattle. He always works on Sundays. I bet you he's listening. Omer, what would you do? I know you're out there. I know you're lurking. Put a comment in.
I think I'm going to buy me a new Mac next month, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah.
God, know, that gets really scary when I hear Gary say that, because the one time I got on the website, I don't know if you guys have ever done this for fun, but it is pretty fun. Go on Apple's website and build a computer and put the top and highest thing in everything, and it comes out to like 64 grand. I'm not kidding. Maybe like 7. Like, everybody can compete on this. Go build the most expensive thing you can on Apple and look at how much it is. I mean, it's a lot of money, man. You can off the website, you can in 5 minutes put together a $70,000 computer that will be sent to you.
Yeah, it can get expensive very quickly.
I mean, you're talking 1 to 3 grand. Okay, that's the computer investment, but you're talking 70 grand.
Get rid of that.
Think how much a StreamYard glitch would bother you on that computer. You blame the computer. You should be able to fix that. 70 grand. I'd probably even call it 70
if I ever
grand.
spent 70 grand on a computer,
shoot you.
Like, somebody should shoot me. Like, or I'd just become a millionaire.
I'm guessing your wife would.
Yeah. Not if I was a millionaire, she wouldn't.
But right now, if you just said, "Hey, I just got a 70 grand computer,"
no, she wouldn't do that.
She'd probably think there was a reason. But
yeah, because I would have to explain
a reason.
Yeah,
that's
like,
probably what she'd say.
Business expense. I really needed it for the company. You got to play that stuff off.
Actually, all jokes aside, your wife doesn't strike me as the type that just doesn't trust in you, and obviously, I don't think she would care at all.
She wouldn't. She'd be like, okay.
Yeah. Sweet. Is it cool? That's what she'd say.
Yeah, she probably like, okay. I mean, she's not very tech. She's not a tech person. So I mean, she doesn't get into everything that I get into, but I mean, if I bought one and I just thought, hey, I bought me a new computer, she'd be like, okay. She wouldn't even ask the price.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Well, she probably would think it's not 70 grand though.
she won't know. We have two separate bank accounts.
So yeah. Nova said that he still has his Mac from 2013. It's funny you say that because I still have a Mac from 2008, a PowerBook that works great. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm using my MacBook Air here, which is
Well,
a really
see,
small
that's
one.
good for regular users though. But as a programmer, you can't do that.
Right. And I wouldn't even use it, to be honest. It really is a lot. It's gotten slow, but I will say that like even before the pandemic, not too long, like maybe 2017, 18, it was still a power machine. But the last few years it really is, it's fallen too far behind. The computer hasn't gotten
Right.
any worse. It's just fallen too far behind.
Well, and that's like I actually bought my Mac because I had one customer that had an iOS app with me. That's the only reason why I bought it. And I took some of the funds from them and I spent, I don't know, what is it, $700 on this Mac. And I mean, it was, it sat in my closet forever. And I'd pull it out once a year, update their app, and then put it back in the closet.
Agreed. I like Gary's wife a lot.
Come on, stupid thing.
That's a really random way for Hannibal to come in here.
Hey. But recently this year, I switched all my apps over to doing it on the Mac because I mean, first off, if I need to move my Mac, it's a lot easier than moving my Windows PC. I mean, like
Are you guys really hearing the behind the scenes words being used here? Though Gary's looking at getting a Mac. Gary's been talking about doing this DUH iOS thing. Like, put the pieces together, guys. Think.
No, I still don't
inside
use
the
my
box.
iPhone. I still don't use my iPhone. No, I mean that's one thing I do commend Apple on is whenever you're doing it for programming or anything like that, like I don't have as many lockups or freezes on Apple as I do my PC. I just don't.
Right.
And it's a good product. Now, I don't know. I still will never use an iPhone for my main phone. I won't. I'm an Android all the way.
Right. Right. Until you're not.
No, I'm not gonna be. You have a better chance of me visiting you in Colorado than me using an iPhone. That's my main phone.
I thought there was actually a chance of you visiting me in Colorado. Really?
Only during the summer.
Why, man? Winter's great.
No, I told you my wife can't handle the cold.
We go get a cabin up in the woods.
We can leave her inside.
We can all hang inside, dude. It's just awesome to be here year round. It's awesome.
I know. We was talking about today. We're trying to figure out where we want to go for Christmas. Kids are out of the house, so we don't have anybody in the house for Christmas or anything like that. And me and her both know Santa's not real. So
what?
Yeah, I know. Break your hearts, Steve. I know. Sorry,
Spoiler,
Marissa.
guys.
Spoiler. Sorry, Marissa. I just let him know. Sorry.
Wait a minute. What about the tracker and stuff?
Yeah.
Like I've tracked Santa every year.
Yeah, you want me to build
He's
you one
real,
of those?
dude. Oh no, he is real. He's running for Congress up in Alaska. Gary's wrong, guys. Santa is real because how can he be running against Sarah Palin if he's not real?
If he's not real.
I mean, come on.
But yeah, we're trying to actually figure out where we want to go for Christmas and things like that. And we brought up Colorado, and I was like, I don't know about that.
like
Steve's gonna try and get me to go hiking. There's snow, and he's gonna be like, "Let's go do a 14er." I'm like, "Let's go do a tour."
In the winter? No. I'd say let's go do some dog sledding or snowmobiling.
Oh, snowmobiling would be fun.
Oh, all of a sudden Gary's into it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I'll do snowmobiling.
now he's like, wait a minute. Maybe I don't want to shut that door. All right, man, I'm gonna see
I
how
mean,
won't be alone.
snowmobile is a little bit better than walking up a mountain.
See, I knew I'd have something where if I said it, you'd be like, wait a minute. Actually, that sounds pretty
Yeah.
cool.
You just
Okay,
got. You
man.
see, you got to bring out the. That's how you got to lure people, man. You got to tell them the
Lure.
fun things. Don't be like, yeah, we're gonna go climb a mountain. No, we're not, Steve. Nope, not at all.
Well, I mean,
I'll
to
get
the people that come
binoculars
out
and
here, I
watch
would never ask the people that if people come out to visit, I would never ask them to do the things I do. Trust me. I would never say, hey, you want to go to the backcountry? And I'm like, I actually have been trained back there. I don't like it when people are back there who aren't trained. I'm not going to take somebody who's not trained, and like a friend, like, and have them die. No, like, in my opinion, there's already too many people in the backcountry that don't know what to do if an avalanche hits anyway. That's my problem. So I already don't respect a lot of the people out there. And I watch them because I know they don't know what they're doing. They don't.
Now I know what to do when an avalanche hits. I've seen Triple X, man. I've seen that movie. You just grab a snowboard and snow down.
Right, or just put your magic ring on and beam up or something.
Yeah,
you'll figure it out. You
I've seen enough
you have a couple
movies.
seconds to figure it out as the mountain explodes on you.
Yeah.
So I actually am trained. I do know what to do. And not only that, I know what to do to get out of danger. I know what to do to then mark the mountain and find anywhere that somebody went down and how to track their position from where I last saw them to where they might be. Because I won't tell you guys how the math is. I won't tell you the exact math, but here's the thing, guys. If you don't have one of the HVBAC packs, one of the pull cords on your backpack that has the inflatable that brings you to the top of the avalanche, those are about $1,000 packs, and the pull chute is about 799 of that 1,000. So once you can only pull it once, and then and then you have to go buy a new one. It's like packing a backpack, or like when jumping out of a plane. It's like when you pull the cord, you only get it once. But in an avalanche, you pull it, it will pop. It will lift you to the top of the avalanche.
Let me see. Driven Mom says she's lived in Colorado most of her life and never gone hiking in the winter.
Really? You don't have you've never had clamp-ons for your boots? You've never what do you consider hiking? Have you ever gone up to Loveland Pass and like walked the pass there a little bit or anything? Or do you just mean you don't touch snow like with your boots? Or...
Bear Grylls. I mean, wouldn't you want to go in the snow though? Wouldn't it be cooler? Because I imagine hiking.
It's a lot more work, man.
Well, see, I would imagine though that hiking is hot during the summer to do, like very hot.
Yeah, but that's why, again, man, there's a lifestyle out here. That some people, Lisa gets it. I don't know how much she participates in what, but she gets it. She knows that she's lived here longer than me. I grew up in Michigan, but I've been out here for long enough now. I've spent half and half, I guess. That's about right. So, but I mean, like, when we go hiking in the summer, we go up into the mountains where it gets cooler. Last couple of years, not as much, but it gets cooler. But you still start at like 4 a.m. with headlamps when we're doing 14ers. But that's because of storms and stuff. But we're usually down by 2. We're back at the car by 2 because you don't want to be up on the peaks at like noon or like 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. That's when a storm can roll in out of nowhere. And at 14,000 feet, you are the storm. And too many people have gotten electrocuted up there who don't know what they're doing. So those who come out and hike the 14ers, I will say to you, don't just come out and say you're going to do it without talking to somebody, because there's 100 people on that trail that morning. Maybe not every, close. At least 50 people on every 14er every morning in the summer, waking up and doing the trail. Talk to one of them first. Make sure you have the right stuff and enough water and that you are going up at the right time. Do not. I see people sometimes when I'm getting down to the car on the shorter ones at 1 p.m. I see them leaving, and I'm like, "You're dead." If a storm comes in, like,
Oh, at
there's
1
just no
p.m.
reason to start at noon.
You told me you get up at like 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. or something and start hiking.
Dude, we oh, there's the driven mom.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I dropped the link.
Hi, Lisa.
Hey, Lisa.
Hi. I'm out dashing, so it's not responding slowly in chat.
The dashing mom.
The dashing mom.
Actually, I'm about to review a bunch of
That
Spark.
doesn't look like are you in the Tesla?
I am.
Oh, okay. It just, I don't know.
What's
the
wrong
angle.
with the stealing?
Yeah, the angle looked weird.
It's probably where I have the phone at in the phone mount.
Well, I'm just saying, like, usually I see through it. It looks
Right.
like
That's why I was wondering if there was a Tesla.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's what it was, the
like a whole
angle.
stealing move.
Yeah.
It's just,
Oh, there it
it's
is.
just
I
like
saw it.
have
Yeah,
in
okay.
the phone
Yeah.
I
mount.
got you.
When we're recording, we usually have it in. We're using our GoPro, and the angle for the GoPro is different from the phone mount. So this is just where like my visor is and everything that you're seeing.
Hey,
anyway,
can somebody drop a link in the show notes for Lisa's channel, the Driven Mom?
Does she have one?
I do have a. I just started it.
Driven
She
Mom.
does,
Let me
and she
see.
put out a great video the other day. By the way,
Oh, I got it
Well,
right.
I
here.
liked it with your. I watched it with your daughter.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. I appreciate it.
Yeah, somebody drop a link for that because she's been doing
I
this
got it.
on Tony's channel for a while, but let's get her channel going.
Yeah, I just dropped it.
Let's get Tony's channel to 1,000 subscribers.
Oh, of course. Here's my point. I think most of the people in here are subscribed to Tony. If you're not subscribed to Tony,
Right,
subscribe to Tony.
Most of the people in our chat have a wrench, so they've been around for a while.
Right. If they have a wrench, you should be subscribed to Tony already.
Yeah.
I wish I could tell. I'm gonna remove your wrenches if you're not subscribed to Tony.
Yeah, if you don't get 5 people to subscribe to Tony, then he's going to unsubscribe you all.
I saw that on your video. And then Gary pushes me out of the way. Get
Yeah.
out of here.
Yeah. We gotta get Steve to 1K too. I know we're slowly creeping there, but he's getting closer and closer.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. The other day I had one of those days that just was like, are you kidding me? I had like 4 new subscribers and 2 unsubscribe. Just like, and I know because I never know if that's the algorithm, like questioning the new user subscribing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that happens sometimes. I'll be like, oh, you gained 5 and you lost 2. I'm like, Jesus Christ. This is an uphill battle, bro.
Did you send Sergio the link, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So back to this
he'll
mountain
be at the
hiking
game.
thing, Lisa. So why don't you go during the winter?
Because I don't like being outside when it's cold. It's too many layers you got to put on to be able to go outside. I just don't. It's too much. I don't know. Maybe it's because I have 5 kids, so I have to do that for each child and myself. And that's
I get that. I have 1 kid, and I remember how much it annoyed me when he was learning how to snowboard. Like, dude, and I'd get everything on. We'd get out there, and he'd be like, "I gotta pee."
Yeah.
I'd be like, "You're kidding me? You gotta be kidding me, dude." I was almost like, "Just go, just go,
right in your pants. Just go.
You're gonna get wet anyway in about a minute, man. Just let's go."
It's like Dumb and Dumber when he's like, just go.
Especially when you put on that much gear onto a little kid. I've been doing.
Yeah.
He's been riding since he was 5.
That's impressive.
So Lisa, whenever it snows up there and your kids want to play outside, you're like, no, just go watch TV.
If they want to go outside and play in the snow, I make them get themselves dressed to go out in this.
What about road or what is it behind Overland Park?
She's freezing on us.
You're either inside or you're outside. There's no back and forth. So once you're outside, you're outside. And if you're outside, locking the door.
Well, what about sledding?
Her
at, like,
kids are at the
Rosehead?
window going.
You ever go there?
She's like, no, you just went outside 5 minutes ago. You can wait.
I'm gonna change my camera. I'm gonna go to the bad cam. No.
I
Yeah,
can't
I'm a
tell a
mean
difference
mom.
in them. One's a little brighter, but it's the
I like the other one better. Especially right now, you guys. I'm getting great light through here, even though it's a cloudy day, because my room has like a whole window that overlooks the backyard. So I get great light. But like come night, this camera turns in. Come wrong lighting, this camera's junk.
we lost Lisa.
I don't, Tony's learned. If Lisa, if you just lost the feed, Tony's learned over time that he just when he's driving, especially down where you guys are and the plan that you guys must be on, he's learned just to kill the video and leave the audio on because it's just too much. And he gets a solid audio feed, but he will not ever get a good video feed. Just heads up.
One thing I did notice since I have this in full screen mode is it doesn't tell me when somebody joins.
Oh, okay. Well, you didn't.
So,
well, she had just joined. Maybe it was about to. I grabbed it really quick.
No
yeah,
worries,
that's what we were saying, Lisa. So your
let
service is
me-
bad there. Tony's tried this a bunch, and I think you have to kill the video and do just audio when you come on. It's not the preference, but on Sunday we're pretty open. So, but so it's fine on Sunday. But it's pretty much the only way because you guys down there in Highlands Ranch area, it seems to be pretty bad.
Did you see Roy? He said, "Did y'all see my new idea for merch?" And I'm on his community tab here. Here, let me see. Let me share it. Share screen.
Is it shareable? Is it child friendly?
Yeah. He blurred out the cuss words. So
could a 9-year-old look at this?
I gotta redo my Chrome. I guess it says that I've lost permissions to capture my screen. Let me see.
No.
Lock it. Let's see.
But yeah, it was thank you, Lisa, for dropping by, and also you guys. Gary dropped Lisa's link up there.
I already did.
Right, I'm saying Gary already dropped it, so make sure you check out the Driven Mom. I see he put the Driven Dad too, but make sure you check the one above the Driven Dad link that doesn't say channel the Driven Mom, but just has the
she had named her channel
alphanumeric string.
Yeah.
That one is it says the Driven Mom. Hit that one and subscribe. She's just getting the channel started, even though she's been around the community for a while. So
let me see. I'm gonna click this link, see what it does. If it kicks me out, I'll be right back. Okay.
oh my god, I can't believe Jason Terry was right. Luckily, he doesn't ever listen to our live Sunday because telling Jason Terry he's right is not a good thing to do ever.
Well, he might be listening because I posted it in my group that we was live and he tapped like.
Probably because in the beginning, before you were here, he was like, "Oh, there! I knew I was right. I knew it because I was talking." He's like, "I knew it. I knew you couldn't hear it."
Hold on one sec. I got to restart my screen.
Sounds good. Really, it's not. It is. It's cloudy here. It looks like it's gonna. We got hail yesterday, Marissa. Yeah, it's crazy. Like out of nowhere, it was sunny, and then it got cloudy, and it just dumped hail for a while. Yeah. So Brandon, the Driven Dad, messaged me that him and his lady friend are looking at coming out here. They're like, we're probably gonna go to Durango. I'm like, that is my favorite place in Colorado. That's like where I wish I lived. I'm like, let me know when you're going. I got friends down there. I love reasons to go there. Send me there. So
Okay, can you see that?
Lazy PPL, yeah.
Lazy people bitch equals giggle. This is Roy's channel, by the way.
But I don't know that. See, lazy people needs to.
Well, no, because everybody
be multiple
complains.
parts. Lazy people.
Everybody complains, though.
Right, exactly. So it needs to be more. Like,
I can tell you right now, I know people that make over $200,000 a year and they still complain.
oh, we talk about this all the time, dude.
Yeah.
I guarantee you I mean, like, um, I won't say like Bezos. Okay, the Bezos has more money than God. Okay, and
He complains all the time.
yeah, he complains left and right, and I guarantee you, as stupid as it sounds, like he wishes he made more money.
Well, he's always complaining about Elon.
Oh my god, I wish
Like SpaceX took our contract. SpaceX took this. SpaceX that. He's complaining all the time. So here's the next one. There's only two: gig life, 712, freedom and flexibility. Basically, what this is saying, I remember him talking about it on his channel, is gig workers work 7 days a week, 12 hours a day.
Okay.
I don't work 7 days a week. Do you?
No.
I know you don't. It was a rhetorical question.
No, I mean, I take that back, dude. Between all the stuff I do,
well,
yes,
no, I'm saying
days a week.
just gig apps though. Gig apps.
No. I work 3 to 4.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Like 3 to 4 heavy, where I don't have any. I'm not like, they're not short things. They're like, okay, I'm going out for a while. So, but I give up. I put in 3 hours a day every day minimum. I work 3 to 4 hours every single day.
Well, yeah, gig work. Well, I mean, like I don't work every day because Sundays I don't leave my house on Sundays unless we go out to eat or go see my dad or something.
But I'm in a position where I can say, okay, I'm going to take 3 days off with my son.
Right.
But it takes a lot of prep work because of sponsors, because of other things. I got to get a lot of stuff done.
See, I think people confuse it when we talk about, flexibility. I think a lot of people get confused on this subject. Flexibility means that if I don't want to work tomorrow, I don't have to. If I want to go on vacation tomorrow, I don't have to check with a boss. I don't have to do anything like that. As long as I've made enough money to pay my bills, I can take off. That is the flexibility part of it. The freedom part is you don't really have to answer to anybody. Whenever I accept an order, I decline an order. I don't have to get permission first. If I'm on an order and I don't want to do it, I just unassign it. I don't have to check with anybody. But just like any other contract position, you're going to have certain stipulations that you have to follow. Like I've done a lot of contract work, even like coding. If I accept a job on coding, and I start working on these people's apps and I keep saying, oh, well, I don't really have time for this. I'm just going to refund you your money. Eventually that's going to impact my business. And that's not even a gig app. That's a real business. People aren't going to use me because I'm going to get, pretty much blacklisted from customers. So, I think people just need a better outlook on when we say freedom and flexibility. I just think people got it wrong.
I think your freedom and flexibility shirt, Roy, should just have an American flag with a girl doing the splits and aerobics in the middle. Freedom and flexibility. And it sounds up your alley too, Roy. Conceptually, I'm putting this together in my head. It actually works.
And actually, that would actually follow Roy's,
That's what I mean. Without being a total ass. Yeah. Like it works. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, and I just say, if you guys don't like anything we're saying here, feel free to send Steve a cat.
Yep. I love it because we got a big slingshot in the back here and I got a shotgun from the roof. So I would love free cats.
You ain't gonna shoot no cat.
Kittens.
Kittens.
Yeah, I don't want a full grown cat. I want a kitten. I'm just kidding, guys. I don't wish death upon cats, even though they are taking over the world.
Steve's being violent towards cats.
Oh my God. Next thing you know, Pete is going to unsubscribe from my channel. And there goes a subscriber. I thought 712 was a bowling reference.
It's
a 7-12 split.
Oh.
That's when you got the two corners. That's actually even more funny. There should be a bowling ball going right down towards the American flag at the girl who's in the splits, right for the 7-12 split.
That's
Right.
pretty
We
funny.
just made your t-shirt, bro. We just made it way better. It's like in Forrest Gump when the dirty guy takes, or when Forrest takes takes the guy's yellow shirt and then makes the happy face. Have a nice day.
Hey, you know what, Roy? You can actually in the next gig conference, you can sell those shirts
In the parking lot.
in the parking lot. Yeah.
Sketchy style out of a trunk or something. Yo, we want some bootleg gig conference shirts. Come here. I got all your needs.
That would be funny.
I think the
I know.
7-10
I think that's probably why
of a
I like Roy so
bowling
much.
ball going down towards an aerobics woman with her legs split, sitting on the American flag in the background is Roy's t-shirt. I think that alone speaks volumes. And on the back, it says freedom and flexibility, baby. There it is. Because that just now you can sell 1 million because it doesn't apply to the gig economy. It applies to the world.
Well, United States.
Well,
It has American flag on it. I mean,
American. Okay. Yeah. American.
I don't see anybody in Russia buying it. Just saying.
Maybe to burn it.
Hey, still a sell. A sell is a sell.
Right. But that'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool, man.
Oh, that's funny. I think that's why I like
you got
Roy.
the aerobics crowd. You got the.
He's not
you
afraid to
got
say
the-
that.
You got the Republicans. You got you'll even get some Democrats who want to play on that. You got the every truck stop in America would sell that thing without even asking what it means. That's dope. Just because the girl's in the splits, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, we'll sell that." You just got to make it hot, and I assume, knowing Roy, he
Hot.
would make it hot. So, well, hot-ish. I mean,
Roy gonna have to interview the models.
Well, I was thinking it's just gonna be drawn, so I don't think you need a model. like
Roy's
art, like-
Roy's still gonna want to interview the models.
What will I be modeling for? You won't.
You
I'm just
won't.
trying to
I
get
just
the
want to
vision down
interview.
in my head.
Yeah.
So when I find the right girl, I'm gonna, I'll hire you, and we're gonna do some business, and then I'm gonna make some business. Roy's got me going, what the?
I bet you he's laughing. Roy takes jokes very well.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, how could you not? If you're gonna dish it like that, dude, you better be able to take it. Oh. Bud Soda needs. Why would he need? Hey, Josh, Bud Soda
7
would
days, 20
need
hours.
720. He needs 724, 365. Or I am not human. I am bot soda.
I mean, like, there's a lot of people though that. I mean, some people just like to work. I mean, I like to work. I really do.
I checked out his channel. Only a couple people are subscribed. I really don't. I mean, like under 10 even. But we met him at the conference. Dash or Die.
Dash or Die. Let me see.
He was the one that had the dog with the butthole.
The one of you was trying to show John. Well, I mean, all dogs have. Steve says it like the dog doesn't have a butthole. He's like the dog that has a butthole.
Well, you knew what I was talking about.
Well, you could just said the one with the dog, but
Well, I didn't know if you'd know. I mean, I don't know if you right
like,
away you just.
there was only
But then
one.
he came
dog
over to the
there.
house anyway too. Did you notice that?
He did come over to the house.
Yeah, he was the guy with the tie and the shirt, like the collared shirt and the tie, but with shorts on. Long hair, older dude.
Oh, in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's Dash or Die. Because I thought Dash or Pass signed the poster for Holly. And on the other side of the poster, exactly positioned, like and almost written exactly alike,
Dash or die,
it said
dash or
dash or die. And
pass.
I was like, it said dash or pass, dash or die. I thought she did them both. And I was joking, and he was still there. And he's like, no, that's me. I was like, oh, and I started talking to him, and he just travels the country doing dash.
He don't have
Like him
any
and his dog
videos.
live in their car. They live in the car, and he just travels. He goes and sees people he knows and lives in his car. He's
Yeah,
a nomad.
Yeah. Yeah. He didn't have any videos. I'm looking at it now.
He does.
No, maybe.
I think he's just getting it started.
Oh no! I clicked on the wrong. Well, I hit YouTube and then it like a big dash or die sign popped up, but it wasn't him. It was like, okay, here.
You found him, right?
Yeah, I found him.
Like how many subscribers does he
14.
have? Okay, I see. But the guy's super cool.
Yeah, very cool.
You know, he made a nice short about Pedro the other day too. I don't know. And, you know, he was a super nice guy. You know, unfortunately, hopefully, dash or die if you're listening. Hopefully, you weren't around when I made the butthole reference, because I'm sorry about that. It had nothing to do with your dog and you. It was more.
What do you mean it had nothing to do with his dog?
It was more about John. I was trying to interest the
Well,
audience.
you was still trying to get in his dog's butthole.
You know how Hannibal does quick cuts in his video, and he's even told me, he's like, because that, and even Dash Experience Lou does the same thing. He's like, man, the reason we put those quick cuts in is it keeps attention on the longer videos. And with live streaming, it's different, but I get it. With the uploaded videos, when they're kind of long, you keep those in there to keep attention going. I felt like that's what John's stream needed, was a kickstart at the time. And I looked around, and all I had to work with was a dog's butthole. And I was like, that'll work. So
So
you use the props you have. I look around, I got a tree, I got
a dog with a butthole.
I got the things we've seen all day, and I got a dog with a butthole. I was like, oh, butthole dog. That's probably the best way to go. I've noticed since the word butthole came out that the comments stopped. Oh, thank you, Nova. He made a comment.
Yeah, so what's up with the dog's butthole? I don't know, Steve. I think Steve walked over there, but then I think he was afraid that if he went to the dog's
he
butthole,
growled at me,
that the dog was going to seriously mess him up.
I'm great with dogs, and I had already met that dog, and I had already petted that dog. Like, him and I were cool, but I went over there, and I thought, because he had his back to me, I was like, I'll just do it real quick, because I'm good with dogs. But then he turned around, I'm like, I know him, we're cool. And he was like, "Arr!" Like, I think he sensed what I was doing. I'm like,
first, I don't care who you're cool with. He's trying to get in their butthole. You can be happy, man.
I wasn't going to touch it.
I don't care.
You're right. I was wrong, guys. I was wrong. I was just trying to. We were near the end of the night, or it was like 5 or 6. I don't know. It might have even been later. We were getting near the end of wrapping it all up there.
Yeah.
And a lot of streaming had been done all day, and nobody had shown a dog's butthole. I'll tell you that.
He wanted to be the first at the gig conference to show a dog's butthole.
Yeah.
Such goals.
You know, Joe from our new buddy in Detroit, Joe from Let's Play DoorDash. You know, he writes a song. I look for the butthole. The dog's butthole. No, it was just happenstance, guys. Like, I think that's when we were all playing ring toss or whatever. That's when I chucked a beanbag, that first one too, guys. I like, Marissa knows this, and I don't know who else in here might know this, but I played baseball for a long time. I hadn't played in a while, and I took one. I literally like wound up, took the pitch. Gary wasn't looking. I chucked a beanbag at him, hit him right in the nuts, man.
Listen to that. I wasn't looking. That's how mean Steve is. Like, he tries to sneak up on a dog's butthole when the dog's not looking. He's throwing stuff at me while I'm not looking.
But I was a mound's distance out.
I don't care.
I didn't think I was going to hit it right in the.
If I'm 300 yards out and I shoot you in the ass just because you're not looking, is that okay?
No.
Like, but you wasn't looking, Steve. You was turning around.
I know that even makes it worse. Oh, you're back to me? I'll just shoot you.
Yeah, right.
Oh God, no.
Howard Stern reference.
Isn't it?
No, this is Sunday Funny. We can talk about anything. You want to
See,
talk
Ma-
about something? I'll
Marissa,
drop
you
the
weren't
link.
there, and I don't think anybody caught it on the stream. But I literally was like, nobody was watching me either. I like had the, I was like, I was on the mountain. I was like, okay. I went back to my days. I was like, I didn't fully pitch heat or anything, and it was just a beanbag. So
Okay. Now, when I see him next
sorry,
and he
Gary.
comes in crying, I'm going to remind you guys, I only shot him with a beanbag. That's it.
Right, or you could get the 710 split and bowl me over from behind. Just see me.
That sounds terrible, man.
Oh. Oh God.
That sounded terrible.
So you guys, we are hoping for Sergio. It would be any time now, I guess. He really didn't know. It kind of is based around, it's like a progression thing, I think. Like if they win, they play another. So there were a couple factors, but he actually asked Gary and I to come on today. And so he said, it would be anytime after and initially he said, I know 10, but then I texted him the StreamYard link and he said that,
Ellen.
he said anytime after probably what would be 12 my time is when he could probably jump on. But he actually brought some good information to us that maybe we should share with everybody, because I don't think everybody knows this. Is that Sergio was talking about how Uber is now moving away from the acceptance rate. And in most markets, we know that it already was. And again, I know this is, I'm doing a little bit of rideshare talk here, but the cool thing is it will be applicable to all of you delivery workers too, because it's opening up complete transparency, or a lot of transparency. So Uber is going to show the destination on the ride. It's going to show the upfront pricing model. So you're going to see how much you're going to make to pick up somebody and drive them to B. And if me being a rideshare driver since 2014, about the same as Sergio, actually. Sergio came out about the same time. But about, so 2014, we've, even then when we were paid well and not shortly after that, we wanted complete transparency. That's been the fight all along. And we all agree that if complete transparency were here, that then you can't complain anymore. There's no more complaining you can do at these platforms, because they can price things how they want. But if they're showing you, hey, this is how much we'll pay you, here's where you're going to go, here's how long it's going to take, like everything you need to know, all of the details, nothing hidden. And if you decline it, there's no backlash on you. That's all they can do. At that point, you can't complain. You can't say, hey, wait a minute, we're still being underpaid. You can't, because move on then, because if they're showing you everything, that's what they need to make a profit. So they're saying, hey, this is what we're going to pay you, but here's the job. That's what they've needed to do all along. Every one of these gig apps are notoriously famous for not being transparent, and some of them in unique different ways. And they're always working. They have teams working around the clock to make it untransparent, and have for years. But now we see a different fold coming. And Sergio was talking about a double algorithm. I don't know if that's exactly the term, but I think what he's talking about is weeding out the drivers who will take junk and the ones who won't, and kind of finding two pools and how to get it out quicker. Because like Gary and I have always said, dude, there's not an order or a ride out there that somebody won't take. So why not show them all the details? I mean, somebody's oddly, you guys might look at a lot of things and go order or ride and go, no way. But there's somebody that would take it, even with full transparency. Even if they saw how bad it was, the full ticket, they'd still take it.
Well, I mean, just look at like I always bring up Grubhub. They show full transparency. They show the payout. What you get is what you get. For St. Louis. Full info on what?
Yeah, I'm curious too.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I think he's talking about Lyft and Uber, but that wouldn't be right. Like you don't see everything. You never have seen everything anywhere. So there's no.
Well, he's talking about Uber rideshare. I'm guessing because Uber Eats does not show everything.
Right, but Uber Rideshare doesn't either.
I'm trying to. I get a lot of info. I get cross streets.
Yeah, I mean, like even the model they're moving to, Sergio, is like it's going to show you kind of where it is. It's not going to tell you the address. It's going to show you where it is, like a zone.
Yeah. I get a map that shows me where they're going, where they're dropping off, and I get cross streets. I actually just started like I don't know a few months ago. I actually get the upfront pricing.
That's the other thing too is the upfront pricing. So add where the person is, where they're going, and now it's going to be, and so here's where they are, here's where they're going. So you'll know the miles, but it's more when you're a rideshare driver, it's even different. Pedro, you probably know this because I know you've done a handful of rideshare too, is that you got to take, even though you might see the distance on their clock, don't take that into account. I always look at where's it going? Do I want to be there at that time? Right. You know, is that a zone I want to be in? Is that a good zone to be? Because rideshare takes you a lot farther than food. So, you doing the math at that time of day. Is that where I want to go? Is that wise at this time? Is that a good move for me? But then you'll see the pay, and that's what's really going to be the determiner because it's not always the miles. So now you can go, okay, well that's an hour, and then I got to get to this zone. So it is worth it if it's this much. So then in there, if it's not that much, it's simple math. You just bounce out.
Okay, let me see. Pedro, this is everything that I see.
Right.
I know it's hard to see there, but and I'm sure Pedro's market's probably exactly the same as mine.
I'm sure my market's the same as yours.
It might be, and that's why I said it's Uber. Uber has never been like I don't know Uber rideshare. I don't think they've ever really hid much from me in my markets. I know some markets they do, like California. I think you have to accept like 3 of 10 or 5 of 10.
Yeah, and if you don't you don't do 5 of the 10, then you have to do what is it, 7 of 10? You have to do 7 in a row to get back unless you turn off the app and turn it back on. There's a glitch in that too.
Pedro, if you have a minute, there's a link for you.
Yeah.
But like I said, I don't think rideshare part of it's ever hidden anything from me. That's why when Sergio was telling me what they're going to be rolling out with, I'm like, well, I already have all that. I've had all that for a long time.
It's come and gone. You know, Sergio and I have seen a lot more than probably some because we've been doing this for a hell of a long time.
Yeah.
So, for real. But you know, it's gone through so many stages that like look at when it was when I started in 2014 and it was a 90-10 split or whatever I had. I didn't even get to, oddly, it's like, oh, cool, a 90-10 split. And guess what, guys? It was 90 my way.
Yeah.
But guess what? I never got to see a breakdown. But also, I never had to because I made much money.
Like I didn't even look at the request when they came in. Like it was 90-10. I was like, click. I didn't look at anything. I remember because it was terrible. Like, and Steve probably remembers this. Like the Uber app we have now is nothing like the one we had back then. Because back then it was a pop-up and it was a little circle and it flashed at you at nighttime. Yeah, you pretty much get a seizure at night. You know, and so that's why, like, whenever it pop up, I just tap it. Like, I didn't look at it, didn't care where it was going because I got so much money of it. I was like, yeah, I'll go. You know.
Yeah, I guess I've just seen it go through so many stages, and then you know when the 90-10 split went away, which most people here won't even remember. Okay, because that's way early days. That's beyond when most of you even entered the gig economy. Because it was over by the end, you know, it was over by 2017.
Right.
It was over. Like the heyday fun was over of them overpopulating and oversaturating markets. Yes. That had ended. The pay like crazy had ended. And they moved people off the split and then started moving to the per mile, per minute charge. And all of us that were
that was in 2016.
Like, wait a minute.
That was in 2016.
Who just renegotiated our contract into the toilet? What just happened? Like
Yeah,
that's all of us felt that had been doing rideshare. We were like, wait a minute, what? And I'll tell you what, in this market, it was like 30, 40 cents higher a mile than it is now when they made that switch. And I was still livid. I was like, this sucks. I mean, so that's how much it sucked. It sucked that it was like, are you kidding me? Like you're gonna pay me this much a mile, and now it's 40 cents less. But also with that, after that switch came in surging. Surging didn't used to really exist before that. I mean, it did, but it wasn't even a multiplier or a flat surge. It would just surge, and you'd make more money.
Right.
Again, guys, I will say this. I don't know, Gary, how you feel, but from 2014 to 2016, there was no math I did. I didn't look at the screen and go, well, I just took everything, literally. My acceptance rate was great because in the end, everything paid me amazing. So I didn't care.
Yeah. I probably had, 100% acceptance rating on Uber back then. Because if it pop up, I just tap. And I didn't even multi-app. That's the thing. I didn't even run Uber and Lyft. I just ran Uber. That was it. And then 2016, it had to be 2016, end of 2016, first 2017, that they changed everything. Because that's whenever I came out with Maximo and I started doing Lyft at the same time. So, and even then it wasn't terrible. I'd say it wasn't terrible in 2016, 2017. Because you did have the multiplier, the X, and whenever that first came out, it could go all the way up to 10 times. And it was great because bar surges would go up to 8 to 10 times and you just make bank. But then, like New Year's Eve, always 10X, 10X, 10X rides for the last 3 hours of the night, 10X, 10X, 10X. But then, people started complaining, all that stuff. Then I think the highest I've ever seen it now, like before they came out with this new one that they got, I think it was 4X, it's like, really?
Right. Yeah. Well, and I've talked about this before, and Gary, I'm sure but I bet there's a lot of people who don't know. Marissa knows this too, is that, I mean, like a lot of you, I'm sure already do know this. I love to snowboard. I've been doing it for 30 years now. I do a lot of backcountry crazy stuff, and but I also go to the resorts and whatnot. So, I have my yearly pass at Copper or I'll get it at other places, whatever. But I would go up in the winter and so Copper Mountain sits at the end of Summit County, and in Summit County is Keystone Resort, A Basin, and Breckenridge. And what I would do is every day I would go snowboard from, first lift at 8 a.m. till about 1, 2 p.m. I'd have lunch. I'd drive into Breckenridge at 3. I'd work till 10 and I'd make about $500 a night because it would 8 times multiply to 10 times multiply from downtown Breckenridge up Ski Hill Road. And it would be 2-mile $50, $55 rides all night long. All I was doing too is taking families back to their $1 million rental homes.
This is how great it was for me. I would pick up downtown and I would take somebody, 30 miles away. I would shut off my app and deadhead back just because I know the next ride I was going to get was going to be a couple $100 too.
Right.
And I would do that for the next 2, 3, 4 hours, all night long. It was great.
I forget. So I'm looking back on Pedro's comments, and I forget that one of the key things here is that he's saying I started in 2020. So the pandemic, here's rideshare. Lisa's not, she started a couple years after me, but she started also very early. And see, this is another thing that did happen that probably most of you guys don't even know about. They even put out a thing on the app about it. You cannot discriminate areas you go. And that's why they were saying that we didn't need full transit. They always had different things like this. There's been 100 things like this. We discriminate. We do this. You can't do this. So we're going to do this. But really, it was just constantly removing independent contractor rights that we have. But they'd always have a reason. They'd always have this or that.
But the rides always got picked up. And
in the end, every ride will be picked up. But and here's, you and I have talked about this, dude. There's people that the rides where I'm like, no way am I going there. It's not because no way am I going there. I've been to the worst of shady areas. Again, I wouldn't choose to do it. So if I get the choice, I don't want to go to the shadiest area. But I do my best to not. I'm not discriminating on any level. I'm just not going to go where I'm going to get killed, but like, I'll take most of the rides, but it really just comes out to, okay, when I get to B, it's not like if the area is not real safe, I still feel pretty cool. So it's more about, am I going to be able to, like, from there, where's the nearest major cross intersection? And from there, can I get a good ride? That's what I really cared about. And so it really wasn't about where it went. And there's areas of Denver I don't want to go, but it was more about, is that taking me too far out? Am I not going to be able to get back? Am I going to end up deadheading anywhere? Because I don't want to do that. It was
my thing is whenever it takes you out to those shady areas, you don't get tipped as well back then,
right.
And that's my thing. I wanted to stay around downtown area because that's where all the people were partying. That's where they were tipping, things like that. And back then we had cash tips. It wasn't in the app. So everything was cash. So it's like even better,
Right. Yeah. Hey, Roy, I saw your comment. I know that you're somewhat kidding, but I know that you also recognize that there is the true independent contractor thing, and that the world of forever before gigs, and that the gig stuff's being figured out. But I do ask you to go to this and put your email in. Just do that for me and follow it. This is Mike Karubi, the guy I've had on here before a couple times. Mike's pretty much a genius. This is his website. This is his initiative. This is his national policy to fight AB5 type legislation in the country. So,
see, that's a blanket statement, though. Independent contractors have no rights. Right. There's tons of independent contractors in the world, and they have rights.
Right. That's the thing, is that a true independent contractor absolutely has rights. That's what it is you have the right to be that. So the definition
maybe you should say gig,
you have rights.
Gig contractors might not have no rights.
It should be gig contractors' rights are in limbo.
Right.
Because really, like, each state is going a different direction next year. There's some national policies being tried to shove down. If the right amount of people take the House back to the Republican side, and I'm not saying I'm Republican. I'm just saying if that happens, there is good likelihood that a national thing of sorts, I can't remember what the new act is called. I don't have it in front of me, but the Flexibility Act or whatever that we were talking about, that will likely get pushed through, because it was so, none of you really realized, but it was so scary how close the PRO Act was. And most people are like, what's the PRO Act? I'm like, well, good thing you don't know, at least, because, it almost ruined all of us. And I mean, like, and it would have done what Prop 20 or what AB5 did to the people who now aren't even in the gig economy. That was a perfect example of what would happen to all independent contractors. So the PRO Act would have killed it, but this new Flexibility Act would actually destroy that attack for life. It actually would take away AB5, because it would supersede the state of California. That was even in the Hills article, that it was the first thing it said, is it would destroy the ABC test, therefore nullifying AB5.
Yeah, where's John? He was supposed to join us today. I had some questions.
Oh, yeah. I asked John if he wanted to join us in the beginning, but then I told him I wasn't sure how long we'd be, and Sergio was going to join, but I think he's usually out working on Sunday or something, because he seems to usually miss the Sunday stream oddly, and he catches a lot of streams.
Let me see. Well, he's not live. Well, why did he take a day off on Saturday? He should take day offs on Sundays. Actually, you should really take it on.
Well, he probably knows his market better than us.
Yeah. No, I mean every market's busy on Saturday. Come on.
Maybe, but okay, maybe it's the backward effect. Maybe, we all have bad traffic, but we all know one thing that LA people can say. When they say that they have bad traffic, I can literally attest that there is a difference between their traffic and what all of us know to be horrible traffic. And I'm not even saying bad. All of us do experience horrible traffic, but they have some legit horrible traffic out there. Like I mean, it's hot. It's hot here too, but it's like, you're not going anywhere and you're on a 7-lane freeway. It's like, what is going on? Like, I don't know if you guys did you guys ever see the movie Office Space from back in the day? Did you ever see it?
Yeah, where he's beating up the printer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the whole movie is pretty funny. In the very beginning, I don't know if you remember it, but he's sitting there in traffic and there's a guy with a walker going by, passing him. And he's looking out the window and he's just watching this guy with a walker go past him. Like, I don't know. It's just that's LA. That really is LA.
So
maybe
how's
John
it-
doesn't go out because that many people are
Right.
on the road, is my point. Anyway.
how's this Tremaine thing going? Like I was streaming him and I'd come in and chat a lot,
Emily.
but then I guess he started switching his stream up to like 2 a day or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
And so like I don't know, I always forget to come in and
I was gonna actually join today
Bring
because
up-
I've just been so busy this week, and then when I haven't, I'm like with my son or I've been asleep. I've just been playing catch up since I got back, basically every minute.
yeah, well, I just thought about it because Emily was in here and we've seen her from him. And
Right.
so
Yeah, I don't know. I do know that I know Lisa's been in there a lot. I know that Tommy, a bunch of others. Like, I'm really happy that when we did that premiere or the re-premiere of Tremaine's movie, because I've known Tremaine a long time. So I'm really glad that this community supports his community because he didn't know a lot of you guys, and it's so awesome that I've seen, like, I haven't had the time to jump in.
yeah, I've seen
I have-
Tommy over there. I've seen Flex over there.
But I
Nova
have
over there.
watched the
Yeah.
stream. I like, if it was just Tremaine, I would have jumped in. But I'm like, gosh, there's a lot of people I know in there. I don't need to jump in because I've been so busy or I've been
Right.
driving or whatever. But I have listened. I've done this and that here and there. One of the things I really do like about Tremaine's stream is when they do the I think it's
Improv.
might have a
Improv's
specific,
the
right,
best.
but it might have a specific day as the improv. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Mondays is improv, but yeah, that's the oh yeah, that was
Like I caught
that
that
was
twice.
hilarious,
That
yeah.
was awesome.
yeah, I caught it twice too.
Like that kind of stuff is what he really needs to like
Right.
put a community
yeah,
post out.
that's typically what I
especially,
do.
like,
Is,
hey, tonight at 8,
Yeah.
or start the new stream right then.
well, that's like I typically go to his channel and I look, see first if he's on screen, and if he's sitting in front of his computer working, I don't really stay around. But if he's doing something interesting, then I definitely watch it
See,
and
like,
chat and everything.
look at this. Lisa's watching just to watch some guy have a breakdown on the internet. She's like, damn it. Crack.
She's waiting.
Oh, Emily, that's why you're watching too? No. I know you're not. I know that was probably related to what I just said. But, yeah, Tremaine's awesome people, you guys. And I'm so happy because I think that night brought a lot of people. I know that it got Joe and Tremaine together, and I was telling you, Gary, that I saw Joe on one of his streams.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah, I
Okay,
caught that one as
okay.
well. That's what I said. Sometimes I'm not in the chat because I don't want to engage with people because I'm either listening or watching while I'm programming or something like that, and I don't want to have to distract myself even further. You
Yeah.
know.
I have a new theory. I'm going to test it out right now. Let me see if it works. Dark road run. Dark road run. Dark road run. I think if you say it 3 times, he comes in as the YouTube thing that he has. So Joe, if you're lurking, it's time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why like Tremaine's in a position. I think he's in a great position as a movie producer that he could show us a lot of cool things.
Yep.
Sitting behind your desk is not one of them. You
Well,
know?
So I said
me and Steve said that too, whenever he showed us the walking around.
that was
like
awesome.
yeah,
In the
I mean
studio?
like that's what people really want to see. We want to see like behind the scenes type stuff, or like the improv, things like that.
You know what?
Interesting.
You know what? I
stuff.
did hear somebody say to him though, and it was kind of in a background. Might have even been I was on a phone call with him. Oddly, shortly after you and I said that about the studio, I heard somebody say something about the insurance of the building. Like maybe he was like, I don't know, like maybe he wasn't supposed to be everywhere at any time. You know what I mean?
I mean,
I heard I don't know. I couldn't really make it out, but it was like around the conversation of him doing that. Somebody was like, well, the insurance of this building.
I mean, if you're renting the building or renting part of the building, you should
He
be
has
allowed
the
anywhere
office
in
in the building. I don't know how much access he's really supposed to have.
Well, no, he told us on that video he can use that areas and things like that.
Okay.
I mean, like first off, every day I would eat, I would be in that cool cafe that he showed.
Yeah, by the way, Nova's been I should have when
Yeah.
I was saying all the names of people who have been in there, I've seen Nova very active with Tremaine
Right.
too. So again, another person that would have not known about Tremaine, I don't think, had it not been for the crossover. Even if you learned about it from Lisa or Flex or something like that, they learned about it from us bringing Tremaine together. So that was, I don't know, that was really cool. I think we helped Tremaine's community a lot. Did we
Yeah.
get him up to the millions views he wanted on the Rideshare
No.
movie? No, but I think we got him some active YouTubers
Yeah,
who will help him.
Lisa, I'm not saying he hadn't done anything on his channel except for be behind his camera. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, whenever I go to watch him, I make sure he's doing something besides just sitting behind his computer.
Or Gary and I didn't we even suggest that? I know I suggested for me today, and we were like, that was stupid, the camera behind me. But we suggested for Tremaine the camera behind him.
Well,
so that
see,
we can see what he's doing.
he can't do that because he's editing a movie. I understand
Right.
that. Like,
Yeah.
if not, it would just be spoilers for anybody that was watching me. I 100% get that. But I mean, like, if this is the view you have of me every day for 12 hours,
Right.
it's not very interesting. I tell you, whenever I code, like, I'm looking just like this,
Right.
and it's not very interesting. So,
right, I get what he's trying to do, though.
Right, I 100% get what he's
the
trying to do.
Tremaine, the Tremaine, the Truman Show.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it didn't turn off when he was being boring in the show or in the movie.
No,
it still
it
was on
didn't.
him.
Yeah.
He could be as boring as he wants. It still was on him. So it's like him having the camera going when he's sleeping.
But viewers went down in the Truman Show when he was boring too.
Yeah, yep.
That's why they kept making other people go over and knock on his door.
They didn't have a solution for it either, because obviously he didn't know. But
right.
that would have been the real.
Well, no, they
Tremaine
had
movie.
solutions.
All of us combined it and said, let's just videotape Tremaine all the time, put some hidden cameras in and stuff. Tell him.
In the Truman Show, though, they did have a solution for it. Like, they sent friends over to get him out of the house to go drinking or go fishing or whatever they did on that little pier thing. And like, yeah, they had things. And I get the man has to work. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, I seen that pool party too. That was pretty fun. And then he passed out drunk in the bedroom.
Isn't the pool party where somebody's like, "What the hell are you doing here with that camera?" Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that he actually left because of having the camera, because his people were like, "Get the hell out of here."
No, I seen him sleep. Like, I checked in whenever he first got there.
Right,
and
but I'm saying
then later on that night he was passed out in a bedroom drunk.
They weren't happy with the live stream. I do know that for a fact.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of people aren't going to be happy when you do that.
I wouldn't be happy, especially if you didn't call me first. If I'm having a pool party and you don't let me know, hey, I'm doing a live stream for 30 days, so I'm going to have to bring that with me, I'm going to be mad. Not because of me, but because I don't know how my guests feel about it. And I don't want it looking like something of mine. So I would be like, no.
Or if somebody does something crazy, stupid, or whatever, you don't want it captured as well. I 100% get that.
But I think that something like that did happen. Yeah, I know. I saw Nova that you did. Yeah, and I saw that you actually were giving Tremaine ideas. I mean, that was like, again, guys, I see more of our community in there than I do of Tremaine's movie community because he let his channel go stagnant for too long. So now they're not really active, but it's people like you that will bring it back to active, and we'll get some community going again.
I was talking about the other day whenever he was around some of his movie people, and I was like, why are they not watching his channel? Like, they should be supporting it too.
Okay. So I think that maybe it was other people at the party. I don't know. And I guess
maybe it's just the way that they asked it.
I don't know. If Tremaine asked the guy up front, then more power to him. I thought that it maybe wasn't done, but
Lisa, I told Tony to send me a video on the Tesla, what he has to do for the navigation, but he hadn't sent me a video yet.
Here, Lisa's saying that, and I saw a couple of these things. Actually, I've seen more of Tremaine's stuff than I thought. I just haven't been able to be as active as I normally am with Tremaine's stuff because I've been so busy. I am going to try and get on there today because he's coming near the end. I want to give him.
Well, he's at church right now.
He should be thinking he's going to hit 10 grand in 30 days, and he's at 1.
Better pray. I mean, well, I mean, like if and 10 grand should have been possible if all his followers watched the channel. If it wasn't a stale channel for so long, that would have been no problem at all.
Well,
But I mean,
Tremaine, you know,
now you got
Tremaine also
that
has
back
had
up.
people like when he brought the channel back up, he had one guy. This is before the 30 days. He had one guy come in that he's like, "Oh, I haven't seen you in forever." That noticed his channel was live, came on, and the guy gave him $1,000.
Right.
So like that's what he needed was more, just 10 of those.
Right.
He needed just 10 of those to see he was active, and boom, you know. But I mean, I think it's like the algorithm. You just got to, he's got to keep being live. But is he spending too much time sleeping? Or like, how is he collecting he needs to have a moderator when he's sleeping, or somebody always needs to be in charge of if he's not paying attention, because he might miss somebody who's popping by that's important.
Well, yeah, but nobody else is going to stay up all night while he's sleeping.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man.
Yeah.
You know, I get this. I just, you know, I get it. I preferred like this. Like if he's going to bed, I liked it before the 24/7 live stream when he was playing the old movies and stuff through the night. I don't know if you remember that, but when he was bringing the channel back, I suggested to him that, like, dude, from midnight to 8 a.m., run all of your movies on your channel. And he did it for like a week. I thought that was cool, man. I was catching it and like he replay many times, and I'd miss something, and then I'd go, "Oh, I missed Leprechaun 2." Well, I can go to YouTube, his YouTube channel, and watch Leprechaun 2. But the next night or next morning I'd see it on and be like, "I'll just catch it now." Oh, I missed it again, and then I catch it the next. It's like I could have gone and looked it up, but I knew the live stream was running and tried to figure out what time to catch it. And, I don't know. It's like when he's sleeping, play your videos.
That is actually a good thought, really.
You know, it's, I mean, like hey guys,
like have something engagement. I mean, you could put down at the bottom, you know, sleeping,
yeah,
preview this movie or whatever.
Or I don't know his software because he doesn't use StreamYard, but I'm sure there's a way to have the screen be big and have yourself be in the little corner.
I know Emily's a big supporter of his channel. She's been there like forever.
Huge. She's known him since he filmed Rideshare. So she's known him longer than me for sure. I don't know how much longer than that, but she knew him through one of the actors in Rideshare. The guy that was a couple, that was really annoying in the beginning, I think.
Right.
That's the guy that she knew who was in Rideshare. And then she met Tremaine through all of that, obviously. I believe. Emily, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, Emily's his MVP for sure. I mean, not even Tremaine's the MVP. Emily's the MVP. Tremaine's the MVP when there's a finished product for the movie and we watch it. Then he's the MVP. Till then, it's Emily.
Hey, Holly.
God. And it must not be on real time. Oh, there it is.
Well, I noticed that this is why I do my screens like I do now, is because I noticed that YouTube chat moves faster than the StreamYard chat.
Huh.
And so that's why I have it set up split screen like I do, because that way I get them quicker than you.
Huh. I guess that makes sense. It's on YouTube.
Yeah.
Has to be sent this way.
Yeah, it doesn't have to come through the API and all that stuff. So has anybody asked him what he's going to do if he doesn't hit the 10K? Is he going to do another 30 days, or what's his plan?
I think he should do the rest of the year, personally.
Just every day the rest of the year?
But get it a little more dialed. Get it so that people aren't watching you sleep. So that from every night, even if like you got, unless you want to like alter it on the weekend and have it go a little late, that every night at midnight to 8 a.m. is like shutdown time. But all of his movies play every night, the same stream of the same movies. But it's better than watching him sleep. And you could still have him sleeping in the corner.
Well, the thing is,
Emily, tell him that, because I think that we're onto something.
Yeah, well, I doubt people are watching him sleep. I mean, I just really doubt that. Like, that's just, unless you just have some fetish with watching somebody sleep, you probably click on it and see sleep and be like, okay, I'll check back in later.
Let's see. Oh, I'm a mod on his page. Okay. He was in Rideshare. Yes. Okay. Oh, and told you about it. So you've known Tremaine for a year. Okay, so I've known Tremaine the longest. I've known Tremaine for 2 years now.
Creepy people and children are the only ones who like to watch people sleep.
Right. And that's the thing, man. He's sitting there and he's just sleeping. Like, to me, I feel I agree, Lisa. I feel like, why would I'm not gonna watch this.
Yeah.
That's weird, man. Like,
Yeah.
I would rather have him go, I'm going to bed, gotta kill it tomorrow, and like have the movies start.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
you might grab late night people too who just come across the channel live and see the movies playing
And watch a
you got
movie,
banner
yeah.
going saying, hey, I'm doing my life 24/7, but at nighttime I'm running my movies. I'm trying to build a movie studio because it gets a little rhythm behind the movie studio thing. Like, hey, here's what I've already done. I need a movie studio. Like, you know, because Rideshare is a legit movie, dude. If you played Rideshare every night at midnight, if that's what started it, and then you went into your shorters and stuff that got you through, you'd pick up people. They'd be like, oh, wait, this guy's like for real. I've been watching him and he says he wants to build a movie studio. I don't know this guy. But wait a minute, this movie's legit.
But that's why I was asking, what is he going to do? Because I know he said he has about 2 months.
That's what we do, Emily. We solve problems.
He said he has about 2 months of his own money. So does that mean in 3 months, since he didn't hit the 10K, he's gonna have to move out?
He's gonna make his feature film that was supposed to come after Simp called Homeless. A first-hand documentary. Riding the rails. That would be cool. Hobo.
No, you can't call it that.
Tremaine with a stick. No, hobo.
Oh, I think he said.
Hobo. Like a stick and a little like bandana cloth with your stuff tied up in it. And he's running after a train all the time.
Yeah, look, see, a lot of people don't even know that there's a Rideshare movie.
Pedro, weren't you? I think he
was not
stopped
there.
by the re-premiere thing we
I
did.
don't think it was.
Yeah, there's actually a couple. If you, Pedro, if you on here on YouTube, Gary can put it. There's the 4K version, which is where he wants the views, and it's a legit movie. I mean, like, it's really a real production. It's on It's on Amazon Prime as well for free and some other things. But watch it on YouTube. That's
you
where
said
he wants the views.
4K one. Well, hell, I clicked on it, and
so
there it is. Okay, hold on. Okay.
But yeah, Tremaine's like a real movie maker, man. He's done a couple little things, but Rideshare was a $50,000-$60,000 production. And honestly, like, you know, when you watch Rideshare, you got to remember that it was a $50,000-$60,000 production. And then remember that every one of these other movies is like millions of dollars. And I'm talking about the little ones, not the blockbusters. Those are way many millions.
Multi-millions, yeah.
Right. But I mean, like, it's still in the millions for any movie to get made, really. So for Tremaine to do this for 50 grand, when you watch Rideshare, the movie, to tell me, if you can come back and tell me, I don't know, I didn't see 50 grand worth of production. I want you to compare it against other movies and tell me that you don't think it's legit. I think that even without knowing the number, it's legit, but knowing that he spent 1/20th of what most people would spend to get the same product, it's pretty impressive.
I don't know. I think the ending was probably the weirdest part of that movie.
No, Tremaine Hayho. Pedro. I'm putting his name here now.
I'll drop his channel. Give me a sec.
Hayho.
It's Hayho Studios.
I just put it. Tremaine Hayho Studios. Gary's going to drop the link, but I just want you guys to see his name written out, how it's spelled correctly. And yeah, if you look up Hayho Studios. I don't know. I think the ending's good, though, man.
No, Tremaine's not the driver of the movie. In fact, Tremaine's not even in the movie.
Wait, are you sure? Isn't he in the drive-through scene? He's the homeless guy.
Is he?
Yeah. He's always he's a huge. If you guys don't know this, he's a huge Hitchcock fan.
Maybe
Huge. So he's
he-
not.
he's not. I know he's not the driver.
He's
I know
not
that.
blood. He's not blood and gore at all.
Yeah.
He's not, he doesn't even like blood and gore horror movies. He thinks they're stupid. He's about the thriller horror movie, like the old Hitchcock movies. So just like Hitchcock, he likes to try and get himself into every movie in a scene, whatever, something short. So I think he's the homeless guy in the drive-through that asks for the quarter.
I know. I'm trying to find that scene real quick.
Yeah, he is.
Maybe
it's
maybe
totally
it's so
creepy
quick.
Tremaine
Yeah.
too. He's like just
Maybe it's just so quick I didn't realize it.
yeah, it's very cameo. He doesn't even have a line. He just gets change from the guy at the drive-through.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's why. Let's see. I'm trying to find it. I don't know how far into the movie it is.
It's pretty far.
I'm at the part where let's see. No, this is where he's adding.
Emily, you're in here. Do you happen to know, since you run the group, happen to know where Tremaine is the cameo appearance in the Rideshare movie or in Rideshare the movie? Need to call it right. By the way, guys, usually Rideshare, even the word Rideshare alone, if you type that into YouTube and then hit enter and start scrolling down, you'll see Rideshare guy, Rideshare professor, like you do at the top. But then if you go down just a little more, you'll see Rideshare movie. But there was another person that made the Rideshare movie, and it's horrible. It's like 25 minutes. It's very low budget. You can tell. I actually had a couple people tell me I watched it. It was like 25-minute movie. It sucked. I'm like, that's not it. That's not the right one. And that's called the Rideshare movie. Tremaine's is called Rideshare. And then as the subtitle, it's the movie.
Oh, I just typed in the Rideshare movie into YouTube and it brought it up first one. So
yeah, there's another like not so good one that's out there. No, it's right. It's not scary. It's thriller. It's a horror thriller. I don't know what you like. A drama comedy is a drawcom or what is it? Whatever. I don't know what a horror thriller is called, but it's if that's a genre, which I'm sure it is. But it'll get you too. Like what I really like about Rideshare. I want to talk about this for a second. Is there's a scene in there that probably every one of you who watch it.
Okay, yeah, I've seen him here right now. He's at 1 hour 20 minutes into the movie.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where he's at. 1 hour 20 minutes.
He doesn't have a line though, right?
I don't know. I gotta watch it. I think he does have a line, but actually 1 hour 19 minutes. I think. I gotta unmute it.
I thought he just like shook his hand or a cup or something.
I don't know. I see it now. I see the guy. Let me see. I don't know. Here, I can share
Tremaine
it.
trivia,
Here,
maybe.
Here, I'll share it. I got the Chrome tab open. Let me see. Yeah,
but don't give me wait. Don't because he took me off the list.
Oh, okay.
That movie actually will get me a strike. Yeah.
Then I won't share it.
Yeah. Because he had the guy, I think he talked about it on the release. He had the guy who ripped him off in Russia.
Yeah.
Who put the guy in Russia who put the movie out got like 600,000 views on his movie by putting it in Russian. Which is just crap, dude. And he wasn't able to fight in any kind of productive manner to get the rights back. Somehow, however it was done or whatnot, I don't know, but it wasn't worth the battle kind of thing. But it sucks because those were 600,000 views that should have gone his way. So, I don't know. To me, like everybody should have done anybody with a channel should have done a voiceover in any language that they wanted and then offered the film to him and he gives them some kind of perk or something for doing it. But here it is in Spanish. Here it is in...
Driven Mom says, my 24/7 live stream, that's a lot of screaming.
Mine would be.
Yeah,
But it'd be
mine would be terribly boring as well, Pedro. It'd be like you watch me do a few deliveries, then you watch me in front of my computer.
the
That'd be it.
24/7 thing would be horrible for me. There are,
Yeah.
I mean, there's absolutely parts of my day that I could go 2-3 hours of super cool, even hike stuff I do and whatever. But there's just sometimes like you're talking about where I'm working at home and that's not what.
It's very boring. Yeah,
But
like
I will,
yeah.
I mean, I guess I will say, Dark Road Run, that's what he used to do on his channel. He would be just streaming all the time, fixing cameras, and then occasionally look over and say, "What's up, man?"
Yeah, but he was very entertaining though. He wasn't just like
Sometimes Joe was just fixing cameras and putting all his parts out and cleaning them for 12 hours. like often too. I'm not talking about once a month. Like this is a lot of his streams were, I mean, like unless you were a professional photographer, it wouldn't have interested you at all.
right.
Like
I don't know. That's probably why I don't have
Dark
YouTube
Road Run,
channel
Dark Road
either.
Run, Dark Road Run.
Yeah, that's failed already. That doesn't
Damn
work.
Well, it worked. The last, I guess it was even just once. The last few
Try
times it
Joe
works.
Joe.
Wait, Dark Road Run Joe. Or wait, sorry. My YouTube channel, Dark Road Run Joe,
What did Lisa send me?
because that's what he called the new channel, or not the Lightroom, but the one that he comes into our chat
What
with.
the hell is Hey Ho Horror?
Hey Ho Horror?
Yeah, Lisa sent me a link for Hey Ho Horror.
Hoarder or horror?
Horror. Like the scary movies?
I thought you meant like trick.
No, she
Like
sent me a
horror.
link for it,
Like
and I'm like, what is
prostitute.
this?
You whore.
I mean, first, I don't watch scary movies because I don't like scary movies. Oh, that's his other channel, I guess. Okay, well, it only has 8 subs.
Right. He also has Tremaine Hayho, which has like no subs either. I don't know. Hayho is what he needs to stick with.
Yeah, he needs to stick with the one that has the 4,000 subs because one, it's already monetized.
Right.
As
Plus, it's
long as
called
he gets his watch
Plus,
hours
as
up.
Arturo pointed out, he would kill for that name. Hey ho.
Yeah.
Oh.
So why don't he just take all those and put it on his Hey Ho story, Hey Ho channel? Yeah,
He's got short story movies on
like
the other one
keep
too.
it one channel. When you start breaking up into multiple channels,
somebody hears your live streaming, they find the one with 14 subs, and they're like, he ain't doing nothing.
Right.
I would actually move those over with only 14 subs and shut that one down.
Yeah, exactly. Get it out of there. Just put everything under one channel. Now, I mean, I could see breaking up the channel if you had like 1 million subs, then break it up between 2 channels, and then you get, double the viewer count, because most likely a lot of people from that one channel is going to come over to the second channel, and then you get double, monetized.
In his scenario, I don't see there being a reason to have 2 channels though.
No, I don't think you need 2 channels until, you're pretty much making a living off YouTube. When you're doing that, then there's reason for 2 channels, because then you can double up your income by having 2 channels.
Sure. Yeah. Fair enough.
But what do I know? I don't even use my YouTube channel, so.
Seems to be a lot of this going around, Gigaholic Rex, yelling at teenagers. They deserve it though, guys. And to all of you parents, we've all been through it. We've all had to do it. We've all had to step outside of our shell and go, rah! But they all had it coming. Every one of them. And it's good that you show them the real world. Don't let them woke into this world. Now, I'm not saying scream at them for no reason, but when you need to, lay down the law. I actually am speaking from the terms that I've been a single dad for, since he was born almost, and I've had him most of the time. I know he'll respect me more for shooting him down sometimes in these teenage years than if I just get weak on him or something. Like he might not like it at the time, but in the long run, I know it's good. Doing the right thing.
Yeah, I was definitely free as a kid. Like I could leave as soon as sun was up and come home as soon as it was coming down. My parents didn't care.
I'm okay with my son doing that, and some days he does it, but some days he works double shifts. Now that he's working this summer, he's pulls a lot of doubles. He goes 7 to 7, 12
can
hours.
you blame him though?
Huh?
Can you blame him?
Well,
I mean,
no.
that's like one of the best jobs to have as a teenager.
Yeah.
Because I mean, let's be real. Girls like a lifeguard. Come on.
Yep. And he bought himself some weights. He's getting ripped, man. He's been getting ripped all summer. Yeah. So he's all buff now. He wears this chain with a cross on it.
I was gonna say he's got the whistle going around.
No,
his
all
neck
of his
with the
buddies wear
whistle.
this like silver cross on a chain. It's pretty cool. So
He's trying to get look at him.
and he's like wearing it down like almost to his like belly button, like that kind of style.
He just wants the girls to look down, see what he's packing.
That's what I thought, man. I'm like, it's like an arrow.
Yeah, like hey, look down.
And then there's a cross to let you know it's cool. But keep looking.
Keep looking.
Now follow the bottom of the cross down.
Yeah, it's an arrow. It's just an arrow. That's what it is.
Plus, for those of you that haven't caught this detail about my son working this summer, he makes $17.50 an hour. That ain't bad for a 15-year-old.
$100. Where did he get $100 from? Steve's kid, he makes what, $17 an hour?
$17.50.
Yeah, $17.50 an hour.
Yeah.
So he's making more than $100.
Yeah, he makes more than $100 a day.
Steve's gonna charge him rent.
I mean, his goal, you guys, this summer was to save. He's not going to quite hit it, but I'm really proud of him because his goal was to save $5,000.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Brandon. I mean, it is a lot of money because you ain't got no expenses. I mean, unless you have a car and then you got probably gas. Because I know once I started driving, my parents was like, "Well, we'll give you gas to go back and forth to school. If you go run around extra, and you run out of gas, you're riding the bus to school." So, and then I had to go make my own money for gas or tell my friends chip in.
Yeah. I will tell you this was kind of funny, is that he did when I got back from St. Louis, he's like, "Hey, can I buy you dinner?" And we have this like cool little street 2 blocks from us that has like everything on it in a block. It's a really great thing to have in our neighborhood. And we have this place we go, Illegal Pete's, great tacos, and he's like, "Can I buy you dinner over at Legal Pete's?" I'm like, "Yeah, man." He's never bought me dinner in my life. And I'm like, "Cool." And as we're walking out the door, he's like, "Should I get my money?" I'm like, "No, I got it."
What? No, Steve, you should let him pay, man. You should. Well, I mean, it's funny you say that though, because I went over and see my son yesterday, and he did the same thing too. I get there, I'm talking to him. He's like, "Hey, you want to go to lunch?" I'm like, "Do you mean do I want to take you to lunch?" He goes, "Same thing."
Right. That's normally my son's way of doing it. But this time it was, "Hey, you want me to buy you?" He was very specific. "You want me to buy you dinner?" I was like, "Sure."
Should have made him buy it then.
Then he's looking at me. And then we're walking out the door. He's like, "Should I get my money?"
You should have been like, yes, get your money.
I was like, "You should have had it.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to ask me this, but I'll buy. Let's go."
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least
he's like, "I'll buy." He was serious. He was like, "I'll buy. I'm like, no, I got it."
At least he asked before you left the house instead of getting there, ordering, and be like, "Oh, I forgot my wallet at that."
Well, that's how smart he is. He knew that was the good play. The other play looks stupid.
Right.
Oh my god, I forgot my... Whatever. Like this play looked legit.
So did you set him up a bank account?
Yeah, he has a bank account.
Yeah. Okay.
It's funny you say that because something really messed up happened right as I got back from St. Louis, or the second day I was back. He had an alert on his phone that $980 had been removed, and he actually got his account got
hacked.
Yeah, and so it's a thing going on right now. It's going to take like 90 days or 30 to 90 days to get him back the money. But he caught it quick enough. He canceled the card, and it was all Orlando charges. There was like a hotel and 2 other things on it that were like
Disney.
$300.
Yeah.
And it just like, even that hasn't happened to me, dude. He had his ID stolen like within
Right.
6 months of opening a bank. I was like, what the
Well, he probably used his card somewhere, and then they captured it from there.
yeah.
That's probably what happened. I mean, a lot of gas stations are like that.
He
If
doesn't
you
have a
pay at the
car
pump.
yet.
Well, no, I'm just saying in general, gas
Yeah.
stations a lot of time. Like I've actually seen people, not in person, but YouTube videos. You know, they go in there and they just walk up to the counter and then they pull that thing off. They're like, "Hey, what's up? You didn't notice somebody put this on here?"
Yeah.
You know,
He handled it pretty like calmly though. He was
Right.
He's like, man, he's like, am I gonna get this back? I'm like, we're gonna get it back for you. Yeah. I mean, did you go to Florida? No. We're gonna
Right.
get it back.
Like did you take a weekend vacation I'm not aware of?
Right. All I did was look at them and go, did you make these charges? Are these anything related to you? Do you recognize them in any way? I said no. And I said, then yeah, we're getting it back.
Yeah. Yeah. Your bank should side. Who's your bank?
First Bank, it's huge
First
here in
Bank,
Colorado.
Yeah. Because I know Chase. I have Chase, and they're pretty good about that too.
Well, I mean, it's FDIC insured. If you didn't do it, you didn't do it.
That doesn't mean that's not what that means.
Well, but I mean, like but he can prove this case.
Well, and you realize FDIC insured doesn't mean anything with fraud, right?
Okay,
it means that if the bank goes under,
yeah, your money's protected.
Your money's protected, not
kind
that
of.
you got fraud against
but
you.
But kind of though. I actually let's not actually dive into that too hard because I don't know that I actually believe it.
Well, I
believe
just saying,
there's there's a line with that.
A lot of people misuse that term. Oh, it's FDIC. That
okay,
well, that's
whatever.
the
bank has his back for the fraud
Right.
department or whatever. I don't know quite how it works, but I don't think they leave a kid hanging out to dry that didn't go to Florida.
Well, no, they're not going to hang anybody out to dry as long as you can prove the charges weren't there. I mean, because what'll happen is, the bank will contact the vendor, and then the vendor is going to be like, "Oh, yeah, we can't prove that he was here," and
Right.
so,
yeah, that always makes me like, how'd that even get put through then?
Well, you can do a lot of things over the internet.
Right. But I mean, like, you don't have if you're saying they captured the card, how'd they capture the, how do you capture the 3 digits on the back? How do you capture, you know what I mean?
Well, you don't always need the 3 digits on the back either. Not always.
Yeah.
Like whenever I pay at the pump, it never asked me that. If I go to a hotel, they never ask me that.
Right. Well, at a hotel, you're handing them the card.
No, I've booked hotels over the phone.
Without that number?
Yep.
Sure. They always seem to ask me.
They no.
But anyway.
And like, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, it could have been, did he order anything online, video games or anything like that? Yeah. I mean, like unless you know exactly where it happened, it's hard to say what happened.
Well, all of them were Orlando or Tampa.
No. I mean, saying unless you know exactly the last place to use his card before there.
Oh.
Because I mean, like
the most common place for him is probably, oddly, PetSmart because he goes there to get crickets for his bearded dragon.
Yeah. So it might have happened there, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know because like I know with me, I do so many charges on my card. It would be hard to tell you exactly, but if you only do one every now and then, it should be pretty easy.
Right. Yeah.
Picky Pink says she was a lifeguard at 15.
That's so weird. Like in Michigan, you could, I mean, my son and I gave him his swim background. So like I was on the swim team in high school and stuff. You couldn't, I guess I couldn't work at 15 though, when I was growing up. You couldn't legally work in Michigan. Like it wasn't until I was 16 that I could go get a job.
No, I think Oklahoma I was working at 15.
I mean, I can't remember what I was doing. Like maybe I was helping out like a lawn care service, I believe, this summer. I was 15, but it was for some cash pay, and it was like somebody that I got it. It was a friend of it was doing it too, and he was like, "Hey, you can help out this lawn care company, and we'll get paid cash." And so my first job was probably an illegal job.
Imagine that.
Hey, we'll just pay you cash. Fine, man. That's good. I like that. But yeah, I was like the next summer, like I was working full time. So
Could you imagine being like a lifeguard at the Olympics? Like, why do they even have lifeguards? Like everyone there can swim. Like,
because none of them would help. They'd be like, I'm not the lifeguard. Somebody help that guy.
no. Hey, there's John. We was just talking about you earlier. You were supposed to be joining us. Oh, by the way, if anybody
No, I
wants-
said he probably couldn't.
Oh.
He'd already told me because I asked him.
Oh.
I had this. I was using this for my camera, and I forgot I had it on airplane mode. And I'm just checking to make sure that.
Sergio says 15 minutes. He'll be able to join us. Yeah, we'll drag it out. We're pretty good at that.
We'll drag it out. Yeah, we'll elongate this topic about Tremaine or pick a new one. Or...
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna go grab a drink, so I'll be right back. So drag it out for 15, Steve.
All right. Here's dragging it out. I will talk super slow. Yeah, we'll see you in a bit, Sergio. So whatever's good for you. Who's talking bad about John McCallion? He's laughing out loud. Everybody's talking about him. Or do you mean like you're all the buzz? What link do you want me to not ignore? Consumerfinance.gov? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, as far as I know, John, like, as far as I know, if you're talking about my son, this process is pretty well the process is pretty well underway from First Bank, and I trust First Bank. Most people here in Colorado that have First Bank, it's not, they're fully legit. So they seem to say they have it. I don't know if that's a path I need to pursue, but I'll take a look at it. In fact, I can pull it up on this computer right now. But I don't know what information they'd need. I don't know if it like conflicts with what they're doing, because they seem to say we've got this. We've got this, and so John, if you think that I still need to pursue it, let me know. But my bank seems to be telling us that, or telling him that it's all good. And I trust them. But if you think there's something else I should be doing, I'll do it. Let's see. Is it .com or .org? .gov. Okay. Well, I'll leave this up until I talk to him later, and I'll show it to him and say, hey. But I think that, again, I think we're good. I think that oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so filing the report isn't like a slap on our own bank, though. Like, hey, you're not doing your job, so we're gonna do this. I mean, I understand it's a thing that you can do and should do, but like, they said they had it. I don't know. I literally have been with them for many, many years. I don't have any reason to doubt them at all. And I've been with bad banks before, so I understand the waiting game and stuff. Sometimes when it gets like too much too, but I don't know. Okay, maybe I'll do it. No, it's just to bring awareness and get okay. All right. Well, I don't know what information we'll need, but when he gets up, we'll look at it and see because I don't even know. I don't think we have like a report number or anything, but I don't know if you need that. Obviously what we have is the transaction amounts, the date that they were done. They were all done on the same date. And he gets alerts on his phone. So it was like it all happened, and he got alerted that day that 3 transactions had happened, totaling $990. So it was well, thank you, John, for dropping that. You guys, it's up above. It's this one. This consumerfinance.gov is what John's saying to go file it under as well. So once Max is up and this is over later, we'll probably go to the site and look and see, like, when you do file something, so I guess submit a complaint is what it is. It's right up in the upper right hand corner on the landing page, and we'll go through that and see what they need. But it's thank you, John. I'm glad to know that this is a legit site too, because .gov should always be, but you never know, man. You never know these days. So if this is the legit site, I'm glad. And if anybody else needs it, there it is. That is for, it looks like it doesn't have a general description here. On your side through life's financial moments. We're the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, a U.S. government agency dedicated to making sure you are treated fairly by banks, lenders, and other financial institutions. So that's their statement on the homepage. That sounds good, and it's got submit a complaint up in the corner, and then a bunch of links. But looks good. Okay. See, that's what would scare me. You found it on Reddit, but it all looks legit from here. I'm still a little, ever since the Power Days from last year, I just Reddit and me. But I'll troll Reddit. I'll troll it, and I'll pull good stuff out of it. But there's so much crap on Reddit. It's unbelievable. Let's see, what else do we got? I was going to play the video of Joe, but I can't bring up the volume. I got it cut down to just the song. But
why can't you bring up the volume?
I don't know. I've got the video like on my desktop, and this has always been an issue sometimes. And like it's like coming in and coming out of the stream to fix it sometimes. Like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It'll play the video.
What if you upload it though? Isn't there don't you have to upload it?
Yeah, but anything longer, you mean into StreamYard?
Yeah.
Anything longer than a minute usually won't go.
Well, what about if you upload it to YouTube and then open it in a private, upload it as a private video and then open it in a tab?
Yeah, I can do that. Let's see if I can bring it in. Maybe it will. Here we go. Hopefully this has volume, you guys. It was
do you still have the wrap?
Event.
Yeah, man. I'm actually I kind of got home and rewrote it just a hair to make it flow a little better, and I'm gonna try to get a video out by this weekend.
What is this rap?
I was thinking Gary was going to ask you to do it right now.
I was going to ask him to do it right now.
Oh shit! I can give it a shot, but
yeah,
if you guys don't mind.
If you
no
would,
DJ,
cool.
We won't DJ over you.
Don't put no beats in there, please. Oh my god! All right, that sucks.
Here
but
it
all
is,
right,
guys. The
guys
second. This is the internet. Well, this is it's the second premiere, I guess.
This is the world
acapella.
All right, we'll give it a shot. Sitting here feeling neglected. I'm dashing, but it's hectic. I need some money and I know just what to do. I'll listen to all my favorite tubers, Ed Grubhub and the Ubers. Multi-apping makes money, it's true. Now I must admit, I'm so much happier working for me. Accept, decline, the decision's mine, and man, that feels so free. I may not know where I'm going or what this order may be, but I must admit, I'm so much happier working for me. Now nothing quite affects me like the no tips that I can't see. Come on, pair, I hope you win the fight. Cause DoorDash is so shady, they sure as hell won't pay me for all the work that I've done tonight. But I must admit, I'm so much happier working for me. When times are hard, I just jump in the car and make that sweet money. I may not know where I'm going or what this order may be, but I must admit I'm so much happier working for me. If I can say just one more thing, hear these words with truth they ring. Try the apps, you'll never be the same. Motivation can be hard to find, but it's out there if you look online. Baby, that's why I play this game. Now I must admit, I'm so much happier working for me. I've learned a lot, now I've got a future clear to see. I may not know where I'm going or what this order may be, but I must admit, I'm so damn happy I bet on me.
Good
yeah.
job.
Even at
Yeah.
home, you guys better be giving that up. Come on. He wrote that thing at the conference.
That's amazing.
That's awesome.
The
And then
only
went
thing we
up and
need
told
is
the
that.
DJ
The only thing we
during
need is a
karaoke, I'm
guitar.
going to sing this song. What song?
Yeah, that was good.
There we go.
Yeah.
That was really good. I put up, so I made that short, and then I put it up on other platforms too. So,
Well, did you clip out us talking beforehand?
no, that's the clip. No.
Oh, you should have just clipped it to him.
Well, but he's gonna. You know what? He's putting out a video that's just that. So I wanted it. I was doing it as like if you didn't see the beginning of it, it said this is what you miss on Thursday nights. I'm trying to do like a little clip of each Thursday.
Right.
Put it out on Friday on social. Like a 2 to 5 minute clip that people can go, oh man, that looks really. Or I just want them to be like laughing or having fun by the end of it, and it abruptly ends. It's like, oh man, I should have watched that. I guess that's the idea anyway. Oh, I think it's awesome. You guys, he wrote that.
He wrote that while he was at the gig conference. Like that's pretty good, actually.
And he wasn't just sitting down and he wasn't a wallflower in a corner writing it. He was very active, meeting people, walking around like all of us, and he still wrote this song. I happen to think it was by meeting us that he wrote the song.
Look at Steve trying to take credit.
No, I mean, because he mentions David, he kind of alludes at like apps like yours that help people. And he's just, I mean, all of it seemed to be like about that.
He for sure did better not get done in the time frame.
Well, it was pretty interesting too. Like if you didn't watch the whole stream, Joe, I thought this was pretty interesting. Was that Joe grew up in a polka family? Was it polka?
Yes.
And immediately I thought of is it Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, or is it Home Alone where John Candy is the polka king?
Not I don't remember Planes, Trains, Automobiles.
Oh no, it wouldn't have been that. It's Home Alone because it's when the mom is at the airport and needs a ride. She rides in John Candy's van, and they're a traveling polka band.
Yeah,
and that immediately came to my head. Those guys in that band. I was like, "Yep, that's how Joe came up." Okay, but it was just interesting. I don't think I've ever met somebody who grew up in a polka band, like, or in the circus, or you just don't know that. You just don't meet people like that. I don't know. It's Home Alone. Yeah. Okay.
Tanner's in like a circus, isn't he?
Tanner Markley?
Yeah.
He
does some type of circus.
He's a stunt man.
Same thing.
Is it?
I would assume so.
I mean, actually stuntmen are treated a little bit different. They're kind of like they're like true independent contractors. We'll pay a lot of money if we can light you on fire. Okay. Sounds good. Well, but we need you to jump off a 100-story building into a pool while you're on fire.
They have acrobats in the circus too.
What's that? Oh,
he said he's an acrobat.
Well, he's a big like two-wheeler guy too. Like he likes a lot of that dirt biking, and like he's just, I don't know. He lives like that. He lives like the Colorado lifestyle. I don't know how hardcore he goes or what exactly his realms are, but it's just a different version of like how we live out here, kind of. Other than the driven mom who is afraid of the snow, but
No, she says she's not afraid of the snow. She just doesn't want to get all her kids ready to go to the snow.
later, John.
Mumford and Sons.
Hey, Marion, how are you? Oh, you were here the other night when he did it though live, right? Yeah, I think she was watching.
Yeah. Marion's always around. She's a great supporter.
He was really, I mean, I was impressed that he was just able to do it like that too. Like I wonder because he truly acted like, oh, I didn't expect this.
But yeah, he had his notepad in front of him with it.
Right. But he really did. I mean, it did seem legit like he didn't expect it. Or at least like maybe by that time in the show, like he was getting off the hook.
Oh yeah. No. I don't know. I wasn't gonna let
it was
him
like
off the
you
hook.
could tell when I was like, I thought Gary was gonna ask him. He's like, I was gonna ask him. You could see he was like, oh, and then I'm like, well, I don't know. You want to do it? He's like, okay.
Oh, I knew before the show I was gonna ask you. Like,
oh yeah, I did too.
Yeah, that's.
But the funny thing about it
first,
is,
like you can't write something that good in that short of a time and then not expect people to ask you. You just.
Well, I love it when you said, "Do you still have it?"
Yeah.
I was thinking, what's he gonna do? Throw it away?
Like, he might have. He might have. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, this is crap." I don't know. I don't know what he would have had. I mean, he wrote it while he was at a conference in 5 minutes. I mean, he might have just been like, "Yeah, whatever," you know.
Yeah. So it's he was, I don't know, he was really good. One thing that I thought was really funny though was that you heard crickets if you watched Thursdays. And Roy made a comment. If you go back and look, Roy's like, what is he's like, is that crickets I hear? What was it? People waiting for DoorDash orders? Like, it's like, am I hearing this? Because I was like going, I am hearing crickets. Where the hell are they? And then, and like, I thought it was maybe an effect or something that I wasn't aware of. Because I was like, no, why are there crickets? Like legit like it sounded like quiet with crickets.
I don't know. Like,
which is the term for quiet. Like it's crickets in here means it's quiet, but
it didn't even faze me that there were actually crickets sound. Like I didn't.
But then he was like, "Oh, they're
until
here in my basement." Like,
yeah.
like,
well, yeah.
I guess we have crickets in our house because we feed them to the bearded dragon.
Well, I mean, it's not like we're all in professional studios here. I mean, we do this from home.
Right. I guess I was just wondering why crickets were in his basement, but
no, he was in his garage and they were outside.
Okay.
Like real.
Oh, that was his garage.
Jumping around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was his basement.
Not everybody's in a basement, Steve. I mean, not everybody's trying to put lotion on themselves from the basket.
Most of them are. Hey, we appreciate you too, Marion.
Yeah, Marion's great.
He was in his bunker.
In
his Detroit bomb shelter. Man, that would be the worst because everybody in Detroit would be like, move, I'm going in.
He's in, hiding
shut that door. I'm going in there. I mean, I know Michigan all too well. A bunker would not work because people would be like, sweet, if things go down, that guy's got a bunker. Even if you hit it, they'd learn.
Yeah, that's the one thing I hated about having a tornado shelter. Like my neighbors knew about it, and every time there was a tornado, they was knocking on them. I'm like, what are y'all doing? I didn't even like you. I don't care if the tornado hits your house.
Right. Plus, like when I built this, I learned the mindset of I ain't opening that door.
Yeah. Nuh-uh.
Like it doesn't matter.
Once you're
like,
in it, you
hey,
lock
Mom.
it. Yeah.
Door shut. I told you when it shuts, it's shut.
Timer. It's on a timer.
It's actually not, but I'm not opening it.
That's what I say. It's on a timer. Sorry.
Right. It was hooked up to the electric, but the grid went down. So
go wait on fire department.
Oh, good luck.
Hide behind it.
See, and that's another thing. Like, couldn't Tremaine take a break on Sunday to say, like, okay, I'm going to go to church. I'm going to let you see Sunday Funday.
Yeah, instead of an empty stream.
He could have just asked him. I would let him restream this and pull a flex.
Let's see.
Flex is like crossing all the streams all the time. I don't know if
Yeah,
you guys know, but
he
before
cross
Flex
streams.
got in trouble and before we did the free Flex week, I got to tell you guys that I don't know if you know, but there were times in Flex's room when I was sitting in there and we'd have 7 streams going. We'd be watching them all, and he'd be switching volume. He'd be like, let's watch Dark Road Run for a while. Like, but we're watching all of them. And yeah, Emily, the thing is, he just needs to make sure he has the permission of the live streamer. Tremaine actually knows how this works better than me because he gave me permission to he like whitelisted me or something, is what you call whiteboarded. I can't remember, but that made it so that
way
he's not
trigger,
breaking anything with anything with YouTube, and they shouldn't be alerted to anything. We've allowed this. So he would actually need to tell me how to do it though.
See, like, we're giving Lisa ideas of how to keep her kids from running in and out.
I need to put it time. You ever seen the Bill Burr does a really good job of talking about this, about like there was because this is true. It was an Energizer or a Duracell commercial. And I remember this dude, and he did a joke about it, and I never even thought about it when the commercial was out. But there was a lady, this was like around maybe the first year of the pandemic. There was a lady out there, and she's in a park, and it's nighttime. And I don't know why her kids are running around at night, but it's like nighttime, and she's like, Timmy, or whatever his name is, and she can't find him. And like the park is surrounded by woods and stuff, and she pushes a button on some device, and Timmy comes running out of the woods, and she's like, don't do that. And it says Duracell. And then it just faded away. And Bill Burr's like, I don't care where Timmy, what is in that device? What made Timmy come out of the woods when she pushed that? What was that? What's the button? I don't care about the batteries. Like, because she did. She was just like, Timmy. And she's like, she pulls something out of her purse. You don't know what it is. And she goes, and all of a sudden, Timmy comes running out of the woods. And it's like, Duracell, you got to count on your battery to work. And I'm like, and he's like, I don't care. Like, I give a crap what's running that thing. I want to know what that thing is. like that. But you could low jack your kids, Lisa. So
low jack.
It's a new app from Gary. It's called
Low Jack.
It's Child Low Jack. It's Kid Jack. Kid jacked. Child jacked.
Simplifying parenting. Future of mind control. Yeah, I like Bill Burr as well.
It should be the future of parenting is mind control. Yeah, Bill Burr is awesome. He's absolutely one of my favorites. You know, what I really like about Bill Burr was that in his early career, he was so good. And I watched comedians my whole life. So I'm very much on top of all of them, even the unknowns too well. But Bill Burr was becoming huge on his own, and Dave Chappelle gave him an offer, and he had another huge offer in front of him that was much bigger to go do something of his own. And for 2 years, he said, no, I'm gonna go with Dave and be the opener. But it was at the time when his career was peaking, and they said, no, you need to be your own headliner. Don't go with Dave. And he's like, are you kidding me? I'm going with Dave. He's like, no way. And it was a great crossover. Like, I don't know if you guys remember the Chappelle. I know you remember the Chappelle show, but do you remember the episode where there was like 3 episodes that Dave had Bill on? One of them was the slave trading or the people trading. Did you ever see that one where it's all the different races? He's like, here come the whites. He's like, we're looking at number 22. That's going to be a first pick round pick. It's like they had the whites, the blacks, the Asians. They like brought them all out in groups, and they were trading them. Like one of the white team like traded for one of the guys from the black team, and the black team was like losing it. They're like, no, you can't go to the whites. Very funny episode. You have to appreciate Chappelle's humor to appreciate that. If you don't watch it. If you do and you haven't seen it, go watch it. I think it's called Draft or the Draft Pick or something. So it's Chappelle Show, the draft pick episode or something. Or the people draft pick, the race draft pick or something. I don't remember. It's something hilarious, but it's so funny. And anyway, that's probably one of the first times you ever will see, or it was the first time you'll see Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle on the same screen together. That was the first time they ever like truly interacted like that. And it was shortly after that when he said, "I want you to be my opener." And Bill Burr was too big to be an opener, but still he said, "I'm going to do it."
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's hilarious. It's I don't know. I miss the Chappelle Show. I know some people were like, "It's just a little too out there for me. It was a little too goofy," but I'm like, "Oh, dude, it was awesome."
Real quick, honey, are you gonna get out of the pool and come make lunch? She's watching us from the pool.
Maybe you should have just put a thing up on a banner that said "Make me lunch."
No, because she's listening. She's not watching. She's listening.
Oh.
She was out cleaning it, and then she was out tanning, and then like I went out there a second ago. She said she was hungry and she was gonna be coming in, but I haven't heard her come out.
That's it. The race trading Olympics.
Well, they got one called the racial draft.
That's right. The Wu-Tang Clan was Asian.
See, now I heard the back door open. She's coming inside. See, it worked.
See, if you had mind control, you could have just done all that without saying anything. I guess she'd have it too, though.
Yeah, that wouldn't work out too
well. How would mind control work? I mean, if you both have it, it's like, do this. And they're like, no, you do this.
so it'd be just like we are right now.
Right. That's a lot. That's a wasted time. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that was one of my things I really loved about Chappelle Show too, Gigaholic Rex, was that he always ended with the coolest musicians that like some of their stuff I loved or whatever, but other stuff or whatever, but he always put them into this great light when he would bring them on. So it was like he'd have like Tribe Called Quest or like, this or that or the other. He'd have these just he'd pull the most awesome things, but they didn't have to be the here and now. They could have been the old schoolers or whatever. But yeah, I think they're on, by the way, I think that all of the, correct me if I'm wrong, if somebody knows, Gigaholic Rex, if you know, I think all the Chappelle shows are on Netflix now, I think. So if they are, that's commercial free too. And so they're like, what are they, like 19 minutes per episode? So usually it's 11 minutes of commercials.
Oh, there's Sergio.
I made it.
Yay. What's up? How are you?
Tired.
Did he win?
Yeah, they won.
Nice.
They won, but it was a great game. We ended up driving 85 miles each way for a 1 hour game. Sacrifice.
Yeah, that's having kids for you.
Yeah, I mean, he plays for the LAFC Academy, which is like the local pro team, and so we're giving it a go. Let's see where it goes. I don't know.
Are they? They don't have like a. I mean, I know you wanted to make it too, but they don't have like a team bus or anything that.
No, not at the moment. But when they get to 14, then they start traveling nationwide.
Okay.
Right now it's like Temecula, San Diego, Oceanside, San Bernardino. When they get to that level, at 14, they have team bus, and the stuff is paid for. Right now, I'm paying for it until he turns 14, and if he's still there, then he will enjoy the perks, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then, the problem with that is, like, if he really develops the way they think he will, he signs a contract at 14. So they could literally sell him to Portland or New York or whatever, And then, I don't know how that works, but we'll see. We'll get there. We cross that bridge when we get there. So what's happening with you guys?
Oh, we've been covering a multitude of different topics, so we're glad to hop onto one that for a minute might be focused on our careers. So I don't know. I would like to go through again this. Let's maybe start this way. Pedro was on here for a minute talking about how, and he used 2020 as the reference. So I was like, okay, well, since 2020, that's different because I started driving in 2014. I know you were way back, so it's like we've seen a lot of these changes. But he was saying that he's since 2020, he's seen all of what we want to see anyway, like Final Destination. Basically all the things that you were talking about the other night that I was like, well, this is all new to me. I didn't know that had been since 2020. I think this is some changes being made, right?
Well, we had, the last election is 2020, right? So
yeah,
Prop 22 passed with those elections. So
yeah, I meant but he's talking about St. Louis.
Oh, no. What happened is that I'm not sure if it's that far back. Uber ran the pilot program for 20 to 25 cities. He could have been one of those cities, to be honest with you.
Okay.
And like Atlanta was one, and some major cities, some smaller mid-sized markets.
Right.
They ran the program for 20 weeks. This upfront fare and upfront destination program. Minneapolis was one. I'm trying to think. Tampa was one. So obviously they liked what they saw, and they gave up something they didn't want to give up for 12 years out of the blue. I don't think it's out of the blue. I mean, we will discuss this on Tuesday as well, but we all have to think a little deeper, right? I mean, I know it's not rocket science, but it's just delivery or rideshare, right? But why is Uber doing this now? It is not transparency. It is not ease of earnings. It is not whatever they sell it as, right? It's not flexibility. They created this amazing algorithm that it's working, and it's going to squeeze more out of the driver without the driver noticing it. Because at the same time, all over the country, we had a miles and minute rates, just like cabs, right? We had in LA, the rates have been the same since 2019, 60 cents a mile, 21 cents a minute, believe it or not, which is under the IRS deduction at the moment. So those rates did not change. What changed, right? The only thing that changes with this new system now is they're getting rid of the rate card. So before, if a driver accepted a trip of, let's say, 10 miles and 30 minutes, well, he knew exactly what he was going to get paid if there was no surge, right? So 10 miles at 60 cents a mile is $6, and 30 minutes at 21 cents a minute is $6.20. He knew he was going to get paid $12.20. Now the algorithm is going to throw him a number. It may say 10. It may say 18. The other thing that's going to happen with this is that they can play more games with the surge now. So if you, let's say, the upfront price that's going to come into the driver includes surge. So he may be in a flat rate surge area of $10, but the algorithm may throw him for the same trip $16. So, everything basically is getting bundled into that price, which they could play a ton of games. I mean, Gary knows more about IT than probably me and you put together, but I have this theory, Gary. Let me run this by you. I mean, on Wall Street, they call it front running or arbitrage or Dutch auction. Okay. So my theory is, which I am proving it at the moment, it doesn't take much. You can get, like 10 drivers in a parking lot with a couple of passengers with their apps on. It's easily proven. So let me hear your response to this. So Uber sends an upfront price to a passenger, right? Doesn't matter what trip it is. Let's say 10 miles and 30 minutes. So it sends an upfront price to the passenger of $25. Okay. Once the passenger accepts that, as a passenger, I'm a passenger. So you click accept. Now the system is looking for a driver to match, right? Which happens within milliseconds. So let's say it sends it to a driver at $10 with the upfront pay scheme now, right? That driver says, buzz off, not good enough. The second driver gets it at, he says no good, she says no good. The third driver gets it at 11 and a half. Do you see what's happening here? It's like a Dutch auction, okay? So the algorithms are so sophisticated and so fast now that they can lock in the passenger at an upfront fare, and they will find somebody to do the job at the lowest possible number. And there goes your take rate. Take rate goes through the roof. Guaranteed profit, pretty much. So how does that sound to you, Gary? Does this sound as something is doable?
Yeah, it's definitely doable.
Well, that's what's happening.
Yeah. I think that's kind of how the trip radar works as well.
Trip radar is a little different. Trip radar, I mean, I wrote the article, but trip radar, I think is I mean, in California anyway, I don't know how it works anywhere else. Number one, it's annoying. Number two, it's dangerous. Number three, it's all the garbage. Like I am in a place called Granada Hills in California, in LA, in the San Fernando Valley. There's a place called Santa Clarita where Magic Mountain is, which is literally 15 miles away from me, right? So one day I'm writing the article, I got to prove, I got to take some screenshots. I'm sitting in my house, no joke. I turn my app on. I got probably, it's all in the article. I probably must have gotten 10 requests from Santa Clarita asking me to go pick somebody up 15 miles away for a $4 trip.
Mm-hmm.
So there's your trip radar. So it's all the rejects, or there's a shortage of drivers up in Santa Clarita and they're sending me all this garbage, right? So with this new upfront scheme now with the destination, there's going to be a lot of rejected rides. I mean, I guarantee it, because if you're telling the driver cherry pick, sit here and cherry pick pretty much, right? So
Well, see that's what we was talking about the other day. Like, in fact, me and Sergio was talking, or not Sergio, me and Pedro was talking about that today. I've had upfront pricing in my market for a very long time.
With the range or with just one number?
Yeah. Hold on, I'll show you the screenshot I got. Let's see.
Like, how does the ping come in? That's what I want to see.
Like this.
Yep, exactly what we had.
Yeah, I've had this for probably, I don't want to say a year and a half.
Year and a half?
Yeah, I've had it for a long time.
So they may have been testing it actually way before those 20 weeks where they tested in those 20 mid-sized to large markets.
Yeah, and I mean, like, both of my markets that I drive in are test markets for Uber, so that might be why I've had it, But I mean, like, it's been there for as long as I can remember. And I was talking to Steve about this. I said, and I sent Steve the screenshot whenever it started for Lyft in my market too.
Yeah, Lyft is testing it too.
Yeah, I was like, and see, here's my Lyft one. And what people are gonna have to realize on Lyft is these bottom numbers here.
Yeah.
That's how long the trip is and how far the trip is.
Oh, it doesn't include pickup?
No, the pickup's up on the map there at the top. Can you see it where it says 14 minutes away?
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, all the bottom numbers are your upfront fare.
Okay. So
336. What is that? 338.
$3.36 for 14 minutes away from me.
And then the drive.
Yeah, and then the drive. Yeah.
Well, it's a 20-minute drive total for $3.36. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've had upfront pricing for a while now, for both Uber and Lyft. So, but the thing is about Uber is it still signs me completely out of the app after 3 declines. I can't sit there and just decline it all day.
Yeah, under the new scheme, when they said we're going to roll this nationwide, you're not supposed to have that restriction or timeout or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
We have a contributor on RSG who's in Minneapolis. He's had it for 20 weeks, and he used to be an ant. He used to accept pretty much everything and go. Now his acceptance rate's down to like 40% or 46%, whatever, and he hasn't had any of these turn the app off or quiet timeout or any of that stuff. So they're basically letting it go, like do what you want kind of a thing.
Like, I first seen it whenever I was in Florida, because I go between Oklahoma and Florida, and that's whenever I first seen it down there. It popped up. I was like, wait, this isn't the Uber Eats, because it's always shown up on Uber Eats.
Yeah. Well, I think I think, well, I hope it makes drivers a little smarter than what they have been, right?
Well,
Because
I'm like you though. I still say go off the per mile amount. I mean, that's
oh,
the best way to
absolutely,
do
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Like if you show like the, you know, we'll talk
Like
about
that
it
one
on
didn't
YouTube.
work at all.
Well,
Which
even
one?
the Uber one that they sent me was $134.37,
Mm-hmm.
but it was going 218 miles.
Yeah,
Like,
50 cents a mile. So
But then you're 218 miles from home
yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
on
But
top
then
of
you
it.
know with the with the new algorithm though, so according to Dara, it prices rides. Um, you know, it factors in where you're dropping off, how busy it is in the drop off zone, and all these good things, right? So they also said, you know, as I said, I think it was on Friday when I talked to you guys for a short little bit. It's like it says, uh, it says that's factored in. You know, they call it rebalancing. So longer trips are going to pay less than shorter trips. So is everybody gone for shorter trips now? But I'm 100% certain that the quests that sometimes were generous are going to be cut big time. Well, they are being cut anyway. I mean, from my quests, I know that from last year to this year, it's down to like 70%, to be honest with you. It used to be like 50 trips for like $300. Now it's 50 trips for like 80. I'm like, I'm not doing it. But that's what they're doing. They're cutting costs. I mean, you know, and raising fares and cutting costs. And that's why they had the massive quarter that they did.
Right.
And stock went up 50%. So,
See, I will say though that the upfront pricing model that they are coming out with,
mm-hmm.
I believe is better for drivers. And the reason why I say that is because if I go off my rate card, I get 56 cents a mile, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's terrible. But if I go off of what they're sending me, like sometimes it's $1.25 plus a mile,
Yeah.
you know. And like
Well,
I'm looking at one right here. It actually comes out to 88 cents a mile, and then this one is $1.02 a mile. You know, this one's
so
90 something cents a
Steve, I don't
mile.
know what percentage of your audience is rideshare, what percentage is delivery or Instacart or whatever. But so my advice to anybody watching is would be train your eyes like on two separate areas. Like Gary, if you can show me that, if you have a screenshot of it, like the same trip, let's say, or another trip that you have, like shorter one.
Yeah, here I'll find a short.
I'll help people out a little bit here to tell them where
Um,
to look, what to look for. But Maximo obviously is going to come into play big time with this now, just for the
yes.
fact that you just filter him in now, you know. Right.
Yeah. Here's probably the shortest one I got that's close. It's
All right.
uh
So yeah,
three
keep it there for a second. So
yeah,
it says so where I train my eyes now, as opposed to the 1150 in the middle, the big numbers, you have to look at 3.2 miles to pick up, 12 miles to drop off. Let's say it's 15 miles, and you're getting paid 1150. You have 6 seconds to make that, to do the math. You know, that's 15 miles, 1150. 1150 divided by 15 is about 80 cents, 83 cents, whatever. Do you want to do that trip? Also, you have 8 minutes to pick up and 16 minutes after that. That's 24 minutes for 1150. Do you want to do it? Yeah, we're good. Yeah.
okay.
So that's what you have to train your eyes on, and accept or not accept. 6 seconds, you have to do that math.
Right.
It's easy when you're sitting, but when you're in the middle of a trip and they stack you with it, that's tough.
Yeah.
Because you got to take your eye off of it. You got to take your brain off of driving, and then you have to do all that stuff. So,
And that's what I've been testing this week with Maximo is making sure that the filters work correctly and everything like that. You can do
is
it
it working?
Well, yeah, I mean the per mile and the all that stuff. That's been working for a while. I just added in the upfront pricing too to it, you know, to make it easier on people. But yeah, it all works.
So can you tell Maximo to do what I just did? Like look at the fare divided by the pickup miles, add the pickup miles and destination miles, and divided by the fare. Can you do something like that?
Well, what you'll do is in Maximo, you can filter it. Currently, you can filter it by upfront earnings, surge amount, passenger rating, pickup time, distance, or trip time. And I'm adding in the per mile rate as well.
Yeah, that would be awesome, because then you know, it just filter in whatever you want as opposed to anything else. Because
Right.
honestly, it's tough on the drivers, but the Dutch auction is going to work. I mean, you know, there are so many drivers out there. They're going to find somebody to do the trip, but not give up much more than a nickel or dime at a time. And whatever they made extra is theirs to keep. So, so when people are complaining about take rates, oh, Uber takes 50%, 60%, I'm like, yeah, well, they're in the business of making money. They're no dummies, man. They have 26,000 people working there. I mean, honestly, they're brilliant people over there. You know, you got to give them credit when credit is due. I understand the shitstorm I get and Harry gets, and he's saying that you're this, you're that, but it's not that. I mean, you have to put yourself in their shoes. If you were Uber, what would you do?
Yeah, I
Throw
always say
money
that
around?
too. Yeah, you got to look at it from both perspectives. I mean, as a rideshare or delivery driver, you're always going to be looking out for your bottom line,
Yeah,
and that's what the company's going to do for their bottom line as well.
yeah. So, but yeah,
But if
delivery.
they're
Oh,
upfront, about it, then I'm happy. Show me,
yeah, yeah,
show me all the details. I'm happy because if I
yeah,
pass, then I'm just choosing not to do that job for that amount of money.
yeah. 100. I mean, you know what? It's like they're giving you what you wanted. Now you
Yeah,
have to be a businessman. Before, if you were an idiot, take accepting every trip. Maybe it's time to change. Maybe it's because, you know, they're not going to, I'm telling you, I guarantee it, they're going to cut the quest or eliminate the quests altogether slowly. It's going to be all into this upfront fare, the surge, the you know, what quest or whatever. They're going to go here's this is your job, just like a plumber, just like a
well, that's
electrician.
I like
This
that
is,
though. That's how it
yeah,
should be.
so do I, so do I.
Show
This is the
show it to
job.
me all up front. Let me just look at it and go, no way, or okay, I'll do that.
Yeah. So on that part, it's a good thing. But the explanation of the CEO of why they're doing this was garbage, total, absolute garbage. You know, and he keeps saying, you know, the reason we're doing it is, you know, I mean, I don't know how many of your viewers read the TOS, the terms of service that Uber pushes every time there is a
Just
change.
Gary.
Just me, and then
Oh no,
then
no, that's me and you together. Yeah,
see
I,
every time TOS come out, I always release a blog statement about what they updated, so that way people can find it quicker.
so you notice like 2 years ago, which I think it coincided with Prop 22. Um, So the TOS, if you read the TOS, existing TOS, the first 26 pages did not change. The bottom always changes because it's you know, adjustments or whatever. So 2 years ago, Uber said, it says clearly day and night in the first 3 pages of the TOS that the passenger is not Uber's client. The driver is Uber's client. The passenger is our client. Okay, so we're in that case when Dara comes on and says, well, maybe we need to price things a little bit better. Well, first of all, price it for who? The passenger, because the passenger, your algorithm is pricing the trip for the passenger, not me. So if I'm your client and the passenger is my client, why am I not pricing the ride? So that's like hypocrisy right there. So to me, it's like, I'm the independent contractor. Okay, you're playing the middleman here, right? You're like the agent, sports agent, or whatever kind of agent you are. You're aggregating the rides for me, the trips for me. You're finding me the customers, but ultimately you're naming the price. Well, that doesn't work out in true independent contractor world. If you're in trucking or plumbing or electrician, you know, you go to a job and you call your price, and the passenger or the customer likes it, doesn't like it, doesn't like it. But
See,
ultimately, what his excuse was that we're pricing rides incorrectly. If there is a lot of declines, we're pricing this. Why are you even here? Why are you in the middle? If I'm your client and the passenger is my client, why are you even involved with my client? So something doesn't match here, right? The TOS
well, see,
doesn't.
I remember whenever people would argue with me, especially about long trips. They're like, "Well, we can't negotiate those rates." I'm like, "Why can't you?"
Why can't
TOS
you?
says it's my client. I can do what
Yeah,
I want. So,
absolutely.
if you accept the long trip, there's nothing that says you can't call that customer or whatever and say, hey, I can do this, but I'm going to need this much to get back to my market.
Well, that's the thing, right? So to me, it's like I that's what cabbies do. When cabbie is going to go somewhere, they adjust the pricing accordingly. Although they are regulated, they have mile and minute rates, which are quadruple of what Ubers are. Okay, so if the passenger is my client and I'm your client, you're just the middleman. Why can't I name my price for my client as opposed to you getting involved in the pricing of the job? To me, does it? So that's like having the cake and eating it too, right? Oh, you're an independent contractor, but I'm going to name the price like you're my employee. And then you go do the job. I'm giving you the job to do. I'm like, no, it doesn't make sense. So to me, that TOS is going to put him into trouble at some point because some lawyer is going to figure it out and say, oh, wait a minute. Well, this says you don't have anything to do with the passenger. The passenger is the driver's client. Why are you even naming the price for that? And that's when the antitrust suit is coming in now, because they didn't come in actually the way Uber thought they were going to come in. They came in with the antitrust suit, and that's going to be interesting. We'll see where that goes. But look, man, there are holes in the system, but a lot of people are making a living doing it. I think, I don't want to say it is what it is. You keep up the good fight kind of a thing, but then when you see BS, you got to call it. You can't just back off and accept what they say every single time. And then there are apps like Maximo that are going to come in and literally change the way they accept trips. Why wouldn't you have that app? I mean, I have it, and I hadn't used it because I'm in California. We come, all this freedom comes with restrictions. If I don't accept last 5 out of the 10, my upfront disappears. That's another thing. Why do I have restrictions and now the whole tree doesn't have restrictions? Why is that? Anybody can answer that? Like, because I'm in California? No, because there's
no. I can decline all day long and I still see all that same information.
Yep, I can't. If I decline 5 out of 10, bye-bye. There goes. And the math is so screwed up on that. I could be like 10 out of 10, or maybe I accepted last 15 trips in a row, right? But then if I decline 5, I go blind. So math is like really fuzzy on that one. So I'm like, yeah, so I guess we're in California. We have Prop 22 and we're paying the price for it.
Right.
That's the other thing I was going to ask Steve and you guys. Do you think with this new scheme, they're looking at the 220 million they spent on Prop 22 and saying, shit, we shouldn't have done this.
You talking about Prop 22?
Yeah,
shouldn't have done that.
They're saying it, not me. I
right.
know. I'm saying they shouldn't have done it, but then Sergio and I need to grab lunch. Yeah, John, are you the guy in Northridge, bro?
Yeah, he's in California too.
Yeah,
He said neighboring cities.
Neighboring cities, yeah. I mean, I think you were on our live cast a couple 3 weeks ago, I think. Yeah, shoot me an email.
Tuesday.
Can I mention my email to him? Is that okay?
Yeah. What is it? I can type it in the chat for you.
Sergio at therideshareguy.com. Shoot me an email. We'll do lunch.
The Rideshare guy?
Yeah, Sergio at therideshareguy.com. One word.
Okay, like that, right there.
Okay, see, you're in Northridge. There you go. Do you pick up at Saj Bakery? I probably saw you at Saj Bakery the other day.
For the 1 week that he did deliveries.
For the one whole week. I finished the week, and I was like, man, this is not as easy as it looks.
Oh, see, John, you have his number. You haven't even text him,
bro. Then why are you even asking?
See, look, even John has better connections than I do.
Now you have no. I mean, I'm gonna. Yeah, I need your. So email me, Gary. I need to pick your brain on something. Of an app that I'm thinking. So
now, since you
Steve, are you here?
Yeah, he's here. Steve, he wanted to know or I'll let him explain it again. Go ahead, Sergio.
Okay, so with the penalties and stuff that we have, right? We have to accept 5 out of the last 10 to see up front.
Yep.
Well, they just went nationwide with no penalties. Decline all you want. Here it is. Take it or leave it, kind of a thing, right?
And
So
you'll still
why
see
do
it.
yeah,
You don't have to do the
why
5 of 10. You'll still see it. Okay.
yeah, no penalties whatsoever. So you can decline 50 in a row. I can't. So why do you think that is? Do you think it's Prop 22, or the better question, or I asked Gary, would be, do you think Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, all these gig companies are sorry that they backed Prop 22 and passed it? Because
I 100% think that's the case, because and now they're facing all these other states where they're going to have to go to spend another 208 million in each one. You know, to get what? To get a crappy bill that doesn't even work for them anyway.
That's what I'm saying. Like I was looking
Prop 22 isn't a win. I mean, even for them, it's so weird. It's not a win. It's horrible.
Honestly, it's not, because I did the deliveries this week, right? I just finished my last trip and got the Quest and all that stuff. But then I looked at my numbers. I'm definitely gonna get some sort of subsidy for this week from Prop 22 for sure. Now, when I do rideshare, I don't get subsidies, obviously, because I do more than the minimum. But I mean, with delivery, no brainer, bro. I just sit there and collect the money. So you're agreeing that they're sorry that they spent a couple hundred million.
Absolutely, because now they're looking at these other states like, we're going to do it in all these states? No way.
Yeah.
We can't afford this. We'll end up subsidizing all of the states that do it with the other states, and then if other states do it, we just won't be able to do anything.
So Harry asked the guy the question, saying that because California is their largest market. I mean, literally like 25% or 20% of their business.
Right.
And he said, why are there restrictions in California? Well, he goes, because we're not pricing rides correctly. Then I'm texting Harry furiously. I go, why don't you ask him about the TOS then? Why are you even involved in my fucking business? Client, passenger is my customer. You shouldn't even be talking about this, right? Harry goes, no, not gonna do it. I'm like, fucking idiot, whatever. So to me, it was like, yeah, they spent 220 million. They got something that's garbage. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of AB5 either, but that's a different subject altogether.
It is, but while on it, real quickly, I always state it because it killed a lot of people's businesses that I know who had been 100%. In business for 40 years, 100%. Six-figure earners, had a great living, had developed their lifestyle over 30 years. It crushed them. It ended their businesses.
I interviewed Lorena Gonzalez, right? So I was like, gotta be cordial and whatever. But I knew AB5 was rushed and it was garbage, right? I mean, maybe
they did too. They had to make it AB 2257 because it was so ugly. It had so many carve outs and red lines that they had to remake it.
They should have named it like gig economy or something, Bill, as opposed to just AB. A lot of true independent contractors got screwed in that one. And but Prop 22 now, so I'm like going like, so the funny thing is, Tony is here, so he said it's going to take a month to get my Quest back. So after a week of doing delivery and taking the Quest money with it, Uber sent me saying that, oh, Serge, we see that you're doing deliveries now, so we're going to readjust your promotions. I'm like, why? Why am I not independent? Like, I could do deliveries today, do rideshare tomorrow, whatever, right? Where's my freedom here, bro?
I said that the other night. I said, I think you heard me. I guarantee they had like a red light blinking. Like Sergio's doing deliveries soon. What?
Yeah.
The world has gone backwards.
Because I'm doing the article. I ran a tape on it. Uber lost net money on me. Uber lost their ass.
Right. Well, also, as you coming from rideshare, you actually saw like, wait a minute, you actually saw Prop 22 be like the change in the week. Like, wait, I'm going to actually see some Prop 22 money here. This is weird.
I calculated it already, so I'm waiting until Tuesday to see my money, because without the tips and no Quest, man, I mean, I don't care what you're doing. The fares, the actual fares or base rates or whatever they are on DoorDash and Uber Eats is garbage. It's like $2, $3, $2. I'm like, what the hell, $2? How can I make money at $2?
So what is minimum wage where you are? $16?
It did well where I'm at, LA County. They raised it a little bit more. But I think the prop. See, I'm not sure if Prop 22 is going with LA County for LA County
It goes
drivers.
with whatever, wherever you are. So San Francisco's $20 an hour, so they have to pay 24 an hour to everybody.
Okay.
So it's 120%. So if you're at 16 and change, it's probably $20 an hour they have to pay you.
Well, the last Lyft one, because they send you these reports every 2 weeks, right? So they bundle the 2 weeks, the total miles you drove, and then they say if there's an adjustment, there's an adjustment. If there isn't, you don't qualify. I'm like, okay, fine. So last one, John says 15. Okay, 15. So 15 plus 20% is $18. Oh, I'm definitely getting money from them this week for sure.
Yeah. And you've never seen it on the rideshare side.
Ever. Never.
Ever.
Well, you don't want to see it on the rideshare side. You really
Right.
don't. I mean, because if you do, that means you suck. You should be doing something else.
Especially because it's based on active time. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. So,
but I mean, that's who. But it really should have been helping the rideshare drivers. It really only helps the delivery people, to be honest, and the Instacart shoppers and the.
Yeah, but I think there are some horrible rideshare drivers out there.
Yeah. You think there are some who? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure.
No,
but I mean, you have to be making some horrible decisions to not be pulling in $18 in an hour.
No, we did a survey. The range between the top 1% rideshare driver and bottom 10% was 5x. 5x. There were guys that were in the same city making $40 an hour, and there were guys that were making $8 an hour.
Right.
$8, 5x. I'm like, bro, you gotta be a moron to make $8. I mean, just go work somewhere else,
Right, but that's what. See, it only helps the bad rideshare drivers.
So bad, yeah, really bad ones.
Really bad.
Well, no,
if you're getting Prop 22 money as a rideshare driver, you suck.
You 100% suck. Yeah. You. There's no doubt you suck. I mean,
change careers, go to delivery or do something else.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I figured 18 hours poverty level when you're using your own car. Yeah, we know that, buddy. Come on now.
Yeah.
Don't make it the argument that nobody thinks about. That's the other thing, actually. I wanted to talk to you guys about. Okay. Actual profitability, because a lot of drivers have this idea of, oh, I made $100 today. I go like, nope, you did not make $100. What?
Are you kidding, Brandon? Are you kidding?
Yeah,
$725.
No, that's what it is in most states, actually.
What?
Yeah, you guys didn't know that?
No, I knew the federal minimum wage is there, but I didn't know statewide it was that low.
Well, most states are actually lower than the Fed.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God!
I just thought I guess I thought everybody kind of jumped minimum wage the last couple of years, though, a little bit anyway.
Yeah, from $7.25 to $7.75.
Yeah, I mean, that's, to be honest, I thought it was about. I thought nowhere left was under 10 or 9.
Yeah, right here, Lisa. My acceptance rate went from 90% to 8%. Why wouldn't it?
Yeah, Oklahoma's $7.25 an hour too.
Yeah, I don't know what my accept does. Hey, does anybody know where it shows the because it is bundled in a monthly acceptance rate, 30 days. I wonder what my acceptance rate was this week. I'll bet you it was not more than 12% probably.
Are you talking about for Uber
delivery?
Eats?
Yeah,
because he was doing delivery.
Yeah. What you do is open up your app, and at the top there where it says your name.
Oh, and then it says ride and versus delivery.
And ride and then deliveries. You tap on deliveries, and then it'll say acceptance rate. Like mine's 16 right now.
Okay, no, but I did that. And the count, first of all, the overall count has not changed after 50 deliveries. So either there's a glitch or something going on there. I did that, and it's still like I was at like 6107. I did 50 deliveries. It's still 6107. I'm going like, there's something wrong with that picture. And it says 53% acceptance rate. There is not a chance I accepted half of those delivery requests. There's no way. But I don't know whatever. But
I don't know how long it takes to update.
Oh, okay.
I never check mine, so I couldn't tell you. Well, it
But
looks
it
like
also might be weighing in.
Yeah.
Maybe it's no, that's just delivery.
well, mine was from if you tap on the acceptance rate, it tells you how long it's taken. So mine was from July 7th through August 6th.
Yeah, it's
Right.
30
See here,
days.
but
It's a
here's the
30-day
weird
clock.
thing. Well, the weird thing with Sergio though is every week he has ride shares. He's never had deliveries. Now he's got a
Right.
whole week of deliveries. And I know it's just supposed to be based on that. But they're probably confused too. Like, wait, why
Yeah,
is?
well, I called support. So for some reason, I don't know how I end up there. So last 4 times I called support, I ended up with a US Uber support, and I'm blue, like blue, no gold, no platinum, no priority, nothing, right? So I have a friend of mine who drives a Tesla. And he's killing it, but that's not the point. Every time he goes and he's platinum, he goes, "How come every time you call you get the U.S. support, and every time I call I get the Philippine support?" I'm hearing like, roosters in the background. What the heck is going on here, right? So I'm like, I don't know, bro. He goes, I bet you they coded your account like that. You only talk to U.S. support. I'm like, no, man. I'm like, it's like that's BS. So last time I called, I asked this to U.S. support. The guy was in Austin, Texas. I go, listen, how come you just got rid of my Quest now? He goes, well, because you only did rideshare. I go, where in the TOS says that? Where is that in writing? Show that to me in writing, that if I do ride delivery, I don't get rideshare quests. He goes, well, I don't know. I go, well, you show it to me. If you show it to me, I agree with you. Otherwise, keep sending me my rideshare quest, because what if Monday I wake up and decide to do only rideshare? So you're behind. So the reason they don't do it is because if you take your rideshare quest and use it on deliveries, let's say if you had like 20 trips on the weekend for $50, right? Because Uber's margins on Uber Eats is so thin that if you add that $50 in there, they lost money. They're guaranteed. They lost money on those 20 trips. So now they have to depend on the restaurant's commission. You know what I mean? So the guy goes, well, I don't know where that is on the TOS. I go, well, maybe you just talk to your supervisor, get back to me. He goes, hold on a second. And then he comes back. He goes, we don't know. The system, like whatever that is, the system decided that you're doing more deliveries than, okay. I go, what is the percentage then? See, Tony told me the other day, 50-50. I didn't know that. This idiot did not know that. So I go, who knows? Where is the rule written? He goes, the system recognized that you're doing deliveries now. I'm like, oh, okay. I go, I'm going to write about this shit with your flexibility and freedom. I was like, to see, these are the things that irk me, small things like this. If you're calling me an independent contractor, just let me be.
Yeah.
As opposed to have the cake, eat it too.
Yeah.
Let me be. Let me name my own price. Hey, man, I could go hungry for the whole week because my pricing is outrageously, ridiculously bad.
Right.
But it's on me. It's on me, right?
Yeah.
Not on your algorithm. So we got to get rid of these middlemen somehow at some point. I don't know.
Yeah. At least I think it's a bonus what's happening though. I think it's a bonus that that you said you show me everything up front, and then it's a bonus to me, because if I decide to turn them all down, that's on me. Then I know to move to a different platform, because you're just not going to show me good money.
Yeah.
If you just show me everything up front, let me make an informed decision. And then if I don't like the offers, that's one thing, but at least I can't complain about the company anymore, because if you're going to be honest and show me the offer like you should, I'm going to make an honest decision. And then if I take it and I'm like, that was crap, that's on me. I can't complain about Uber anymore. That's on me for taking a junk order.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but also, do you honestly now think, man, this is big change for drivers and delivery? Well, rideshare drivers all over the country. So, Steve, why do you think they did this?
Well, I told you the other night, I said maybe they're trying to stop these other states from forcing their hand with Prop 22 by having these AB5 type legislations that are coming about everywhere. And maybe they're just saying, okay, what is the loss in showing everybody everything? These, like Gary and I have said, the worst rides in the world are going to get taken. People are still going to take them. Even if you're up front with the junk offer it is, people are still going to do it.
Yeah.
So I think it might, I think it does tie into all because there's a bunch of states, even this year, either in November, that are going to be voting on it, or that, like Massachusetts, that took it off the ballot and is just going to be putting it into law in January. That sounds awfully like how AB5 happened, behind closed doors, and then it just happened, which forced Prop 22. They don't want to go spend $208 million in every state to fight for something like we were talking about earlier, to fight for Prop 22, which is actually just horrible for all of them. I mean,
Yeah, they are.
this is not a win for these companies at all. I actually don't know what it is, other than, like you said, California is the largest market, and it basically, Prop 22 allowed them to stay in California.
They would have never left California. I mean,
Right, but I mean, like,
California,
otherwise it would have been a franchise or employee type situation.
Yeah,
and
they would have done what they do in New York, like, or DoorDash does, schedules this, schedule 2 hours here, 3 hours there, that kind of a thing. But
Right.
that's the other thing that fascinates me, right? So Seattle, largest city in Washington, Tacoma, second largest city. Their mile and minute rates are
It's high.
outrageous. High? No, they're not high. They're like outrageously high. It's
Yeah.
buck 35 a mile and like close to 40 cents a minute,
Yep.
right? So I'm trying to find actually.
I think that they might be the highest paid market.
They are, yeah, higher than New
Okay.
York. So I'm trying to find a couple of Seattle drivers to see, because Uber's biggest complaint was, if we do this, passengers are not going to use the Uber, because it's going to be bad for the drivers, bad for the passenger, because we have to jack up rates. I'm like, it doesn't seem like Seattle gone anywhere. Everybody is happy, go lucky, doing their business. I guarantee it. If Uber did something like that in every city, major city, let's say, nobody would quit. Their turnover would go from 80% in less than 8 months to like nothing, because $1.35 a mile and 40 cents a minute were what the rates were in 2016. That's just, give me the money. Don't leave the surge alone. Take your quests away. Take all this carrot and stick BS away. Take all this garbage away. Let me know what I'm making up front. Let me make my own decision. Honestly, everybody would be happy. Nobody would complain about anything. So
yeah, you gotta question a system that always has games in it. Here, do 5 of these, do 9 of these, do 10 jumping jacks, get out of your car and do a somersault. Like, you got to question things like that. Like, okay, why am I having to do all this junk to get to the money?
Yep.
Because they've so carefully calculated, if they say do 8 of these to get this, that they know most people can't hit 8. They'll get to 6, 7, and they just won't hit it. So they know that. So they put it just out of range for the majority. But the hardcores and the veterans can make it. But
I mean, if everybody's going to get the quest, Uber would lose money on every week, every driver, right? So they put this out there. I don't have numbers because Uber won't release it, but I'll bet you anything, more than half of the people don't finish their quests. Because the other thing, I mean, you can say conspiracy, this and that, but the algorithm will send you to Timbuktu on the last 3. They'll put you in a quiet timeout, that there are no more trips. Look, man, not everybody's supposed to get the quest. That's why they're out there. I mean,
I can tell you, I never finished my quest ever.
Really?
They're such crappy quests. Like let me see my current quest.
Even if you pick the lowest one?
Yeah. Right now I gotta do 40 rides to make $85 at low paying what I get in my market here. It's
40
terrible.
what? 40 for 85?
Yeah.
Well, that's not bad, bro.
That's terrible.
No, that's not terrible. You want to see mine? Mine was like, it was like $1.50 a trip. I'm like, I'm not.
But most of my trips I get here pay probably around 60 cents or less per mile.
Well, is your city, can you like gun for shorties alone, like shorties, and just knock them out?
No, it's pretty big city.
Yeah, but I mean, you can still do your DF trick and knock out 40 shorties in like, I don't know, probably 3 days, man. But I'll teach you that. In an interview, which interview is that, Brandon? Is that our interview?
I think he's talking about Harry's.
Oh, Harry's interview? In an interview, he admits that they're like, okay, yeah, we know that. And meaning you want to actually know the line items for why you make what you make.
But see, that's the thing, Brandon. I don't need to know the line items. I don't care. Show me the amount and where I'm going. That's it.
Yeah.
Just show me the details. I can make my
By the way, it's not a coincidence that the receipt, the ride receipt, right after you finish the trip, is also gone now. There is no more ride receipt. Now you can, just like Lyft, has been doing it for 2 years. Now you have to log into actually the Uber.com to see what their take rate was. So psychologically, if you do a trip and you got paid 20 and passenger paid 80, you go F this and then turn the app off and then go to Lyft or something, right? So that's why they're doing it. So there's a new statement too, by the way. So you have to go do some math to see what their take rate was, because between their marketplace fee and service charge and all that is broken down in there. So they made it more convoluted now. You can't actually, after each trip, look at a receipt and get pissed off anymore. So, all these things that came together with this package, you noticed this, right, guys?
Yeah.
So you get upfront fare, upfront destination, but we take the receipt away. We take the miles and minutes away. And on top of that, I'm like, why are we changing? Okay. And then the key for me was with DK saying, this is going to be revenue neutral for the driver. Okay. If it ain't broke, why are you fixing it? Just give me the upfront shit and let's move on. Like, if it's not going to increase my earnings, why are you changing it?
Yeah.
You're just being a nice guy? I don't know. I'm kind of curious how this is all going to work out. But in California, we're not going to see it. I still have my miles and minutes. I still have my receipt. I'm like, I wish I didn't have any of it. I was like,
Now, when you say receipt, are you talking about what the customer pays?
Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely don't have that. I have my earnings, but I don't have what the customer pays.
Yeah. So after each trip, I can actually click on the trip and get a breakdown of how I got paid, surge, whatever, outside the quests and CRBs or whatever. And then if you open it up further, it shows what the passenger paid and what Uber kept out of the total fare.
Yeah. See, I don't get that. The only thing I get is my breakdown of what I made.
Yeah, but isn't it on the statement though? If you log on Uber.com, there is a statement. You take a look at it. Because now you're supposed to get a statement saying that that's where they're going to show in aggregate the total of what the passengers paid instead of ride by ride, and what they paid you, and then the difference is their take rate. That's what the new statement is about. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
So,
well, hopefully, I think that's getting into hopefully that's going into effect here soon.
Denver should be one of those markets. I'm pretty sure.
Right. I mean, for everybody though.
No, I don't know how they like Gary said they had it for a year and a half. Pedro said they had it for 2 years. I mean, I didn't know that they had those things before, because what Gary showed on the screen was exactly what I've been seeing for 2 years, 2.5 years. So, maybe they have been testing it.
I don't think it was a publicity stunt, but
the interview with Harry was a publicity stunt to get drivers back or get new drivers driving since 2012. Yeah, Brandon, on the next town hall, we'll have you on. No, it was not a publicity stunt. I can vouch for that. The first two that I was not involved in probably were. They are not short of drivers, Brandon. Trust me. Not even close. You're underestimating that part. That's why their earnings were so good. They have perfect utilization. That's why there's no more surge in your city and my city. Somebody's not driving since 2012. I can tell you this change is not good for drivers' bottom line. Nobody said it is good for the bottom line, but at least you have the information that you wanted for 10 years. Look, since 2016 that I've been a driver, nothing Uber has done has been good for the driver's bottom line. Personally, I've been through 6 fare cuts. 6. And you have to get it, Brandon. Uber is not your friend. They have to make money somehow. They have shareholders themselves. So you can't just say, oh, pay me more. I'm like, it doesn't work. It's like you going and asking for a raise every 6 months to your boss. They're going to show you the door.
Oh, wait. I wanted this.
I'll get to that one.
But transparency. See, I'm
Okay, what is the price for you're about to pay, Brandon, that you already paid since 2012? What more you think you're going to pay? Because to me,
Plus, I
that's
don't.
like,
Plus, to me, Brandon, I don't care about the line items. I really like. I actually that bothers me that I have to look at that stuff. Just show me again. Just keep it simple. Just show me where I'm going. Show me the miles. Show me how much. I can make an informed decision. I don't need. I don't need my handheld.
can you put up that real talk with Roy? Well, if he doesn't like it, this is the most common question I get, right?
Yep, I
So,
know.
we got to think a little deeper than that, Roy, if your name is Roy.
His name
Um,
is Roy. Yep.
yeah, okay. So, that is like a cop out kind of a question, meaning, oh, if you don't like it, don't do it.
Yep.
That's not what we're here for. We're here for trying to get the most out of it that we can. Number one. Number two, when you simplify it like that, right? And in the last part of your question, I don't have $1.5 billion laying around to create a better app, so I'm not going to do that anytime soon. But if you just say this, which is I think typical right wing kind of a thing, if you don't like it, don't do it. And this, I'm not trying to politicize this, Roy. That's bullshit. I'm not buying that whatsoever. So if I can help a driver or two or three, and if he's going to work 40 hours and make $5 more an hour by strategy, by doing certain things, that's $200 a week, $800 a month, 10 grand a year, doing the same damn thing he was going to do last week. That's why I'm here. So,
And it's fluctuated in how it works, and it seems to be coming to different positions all the time. So there is a lot of talk to be had. This is so fluent in how it changes that makes it very difficult for people too.
In fact, Roy, I urge you to go there. I mean, I don't want to plug RSG here, but everybody knows about RSG. Go watch our town hall meetings. We did 2 town halls with 12 amazing drivers. And there are people in there that cannot do anything else but this, and the apps are a lifesaver for them, right? So it's not the app's fault at all, actually. If it was the app's fault, I would be talking differently. So I call it the way I see it.
So Roy, on this too, like when you say that all these laws and props, the law AB5, the gig economy is like a small percentage of who it hurt and affected. It destroyed lives of many, way more than the gig economy even has. I mean, so this is way deeper than the gig economy. This is not about drivers. AB5 is not about drivers. AB5 is about you can't run your own business.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with rideshare, which was horrible. But on the other side, Roy, I think what you have to understand is that if you're happy with those apps, right, you're running, and I can say the same thing to you. If you're happy about it, just keep doing it. If you don't want to do it any better, if you don't want to have, because maybe it's because we knocked on the door for 10 years that finally they gave it up. I don't believe it. I don't think they just gave it up out of the goodness of their heart. But you can't complain now and say that, oh, well, now they're showing me everything I want to see. Now I like the app. No, I still don't like the app. What I don't like about it is that they play the game as have the cake and eat it too.
So I can shed a little perspective there on Roy has a view on and I think I'm wording this correctly because I have a good relationship with Roy. So he has a view on gig workers whining too much.
I agree.
So that's why I was saying it, because that's where I think you and Roy would very much agree.
100%.
He's different in his approach.
100%.
But he kind of is like his whole thing is I'm very over the whining kind of thing.
I 100% agree. I even said this, and I got a shitstorm coming my way. I did it like a month and a half ago. I go, listen, simplified it like Roy. I said, if you saw unhappy about this, why are you doing it still? There's 3 million of you out there, including me, doing rideshare and more for delivery. So I said, is it Stockholm syndrome? Is it like you guys are like taking hostage and you end up marrying your hostage taker after 6 months? I go, no. But that's simplifying it too much. To me, it's like fight for everything you can get. If you get it, great. If you don't get it, great, right? We have ways to form our opinions and express our opinions. And my opinion is, I truly think if we were true independent contractors, I think everybody would shut up. And then, I compete with Steve, I compete with Gary, I compete with Roy. I price my stuff. If I go hungry, I go hungry, but I have nobody else to blame. You know what I'm saying? To me,
So
it's like
this is
I
Roy,
100%.
Sergio.
Oh, there's Roy. All right.
Yeah.
All right, first of all, let me speak on that. First of all, it has nothing to do with politics, not no right-wing crap. It's nothing. Okay, first of all these laws and Prop 22 stuff that you guys continually complain about was brought upon by drivers themselves, constantly bitching and complaining that they don't make enough money. They can't do this. They can't do that. They need this. They need that. That's
Prop
what causes
22
this.
was. AB5 was not. AB5 was.
Oh, I know.
not.
I'm not talking about the
Okay,
AB5.
okay.
I'm talking about the Prop 22.
Okay.
Okay, that was all brought on by drivers themselves, getting in large groups, signatures, complaining to the legislators. So you guys are complaining about these states that are doing these things and trying to make the companies pay more money to these drivers. It's brought upon the drivers themselves, but yet nobody speaks on that. How many articles have been written that the main cause for most of these laws and these Prop 22 stuff, how many articles have been written that it's the fault of the drivers constantly complaining and whining about how much they're being paid, what's not being done for them? How many articles have been written about that? Because at the end of the day, that is this is the reason for these things.
No, there's plenty of that. But as a driver, a current driver, I don't know if you drive or do delivery, whatever you do. If you do things properly, right? Our main goal is the education of the driver, because I think that's the number one issue that's lacking in the community. If they were educated as far as how to maximize their earnings, nobody would complain. Now, I'm telling you that's a fact. When we did the survey in the same city, one guy earns 8, the other guy earns 40. The guy earns 8 is going to complain. The guy earns 12 is going to complain. The guy earns 25 is going to complain. After that, I don't think anybody is going to complain. You know what I mean? So to me, these companies in general don't do a good job educating, their drivers. I go, do this, do that. You'll make more money in the same 40 hours that you're out there. To me, that's the whole game. The complaining, I 100% agree with you.
But at the end of the day, if you expect yourself to be a business owner, you need to learn the ins and outs of this business that you're trying to do. Okay, I was a Lyft driver, 3 years, over 12,500 rides. So yes, and I worked less than 35 hours.
Roy's in the Vegas market too.
But Roy, look at yourself. The first 3 months, I bet, when you were a Lyft driver was completely different than the last 3 months that you were a Lyft driver.
Well, yeah, because I took it upon myself to learn my market, to learn everything about the apps.
There you go.
That is part of being a business owner. And I've used this example before. If Sergio wants to open up a donut shop, he's not going to go to the donut shop next door to teach him how to make donuts. Okay, so most of this falls on the drivers themselves. It's not the apps. I worked the apps. I went through all the changes like everybody else. 3 years. I started in 2016, so I saw all the changes, and I was still very successful. I made over 65 grand my last year, working less than 35 hours a week. So if these people want to be true business owners, they need to learn the apps for themselves. They need to learn how to do it properly themselves, and more people need to tell them this instead of just baby them, holding in their hands and trying to lead them to the promised road. Well, if they aren't willing to have the the gumption to learn how to do this for themselves, right. It doesn't matter what you teach anybody. You can teach people how to, hunt for food. That don't mean they're going to hunt for food if it's constantly being given to them. So that's my whole thing. Is
I completely agree with you. It's like don't teach a man how to eat a fish. Teach a man how to catch the fish, and then it'll be good. But my thing in this is that there is a reason there is a 70 to 80% turnover in this gig, in any gig. Okay. Mm-hmm. So the reason for that is, 6-8 months goes by, and, during those 6-8 months, they didn't figure out if they were profitable at all. So what they did was basically they took the remaining equity in their vehicles and paid short-term bills. And at the end of 6 months, they got shit. They had nothing left, right? They go, okay, I have a car that had 30,000 more miles on it, which has depreciated, and now what do I do? And I still don't have any money, right? What Roy is correctly saying is that if during those 6-8 months they're about to burn out and go away, if they learn the business, but I talked to hundreds of drivers, that's the number one fault. While they're doing the gig, they don't even know if they're profitable. I went to LAX, bro. This is 2 years ago. I spoke to 40 Uber drivers and 40 Lyft drivers. Okay, spent 3 days down there. They're all sitting on their asses in the queue, waiting for that miracle unicorn, as they call it. You know what I mean? I go, you bunch of fucking idiots. I mean, why are you sitting here in the heat, man? 4 hours. You don't even know what you're gonna get. We didn't have the upfront stuff then. So I go, how do you know it's going to be a unicorn? What if it sends you 2 miles after waiting 4 hours? Why don't you out there go hustle your butt and make some money? So in this one, I'm agreeing with Roy. But the other thing is, I talked to him. I go, the guy goes, listen, man, I can't think this deep about this. I go, why not? It's simple. Why can't you? I can't do spreadsheets that you do. I go, why not? It's simple. So I go, there's 4 profitability matrix. If you don't hit those, don't do it. Go do something else. Stop bitching and moaning. So in those 6 to 8 months, you have a steep learning curve. You got to learn your city. You got to learn when there is action. Not every city is the same. You got to learn all this stuff. If you're not going to do some work for your own good, don't bitch and moan. I'm with you on that one, right? Because you can't just, but I think companies don't.
And that's always been my biggest concern. And that's always been my biggest thing, because I see it's a constant blaming the apps for everything. The apps don't do this. No, but you very rarely, other than myself, maybe one other, do they ever come out and say, hey, you drivers are part of this problem, because they don't want to lose their subscriptions. They don't want to lose their clicks and views, because they're not willing to sit out here. I don't care about that. So I'll come out here and tell you you're lazy shit. You're the reason why Prop 22 is there, because you want to sit at the queue for 45 minutes hoping you're going to get a ride, and then you don't get nothing. And then, like you said, they're out there complaining, no, I can't do this, I can't do that. Well, sorry, if you want to be...
when it comes to that, I'm old world. I have no sympathy for millennials or anything else.
And that's my biggest thing. And that's why I said that comment, like, all these people bitching and complaining, about these apps and this and that. How many of these people have went out and tried to get the capital to make an app that suits what everybody wants? No, you know what I'm saying? That's why I said it. I wasn't trying to be a smart ass.
No. I'm used to any of that stuff. But to me, it's like, when I talk to these drivers and they go, listen, man, I have $100 more today than I didn't have yesterday. I go, what kind of fucking thought process is that? What do you mean you have $100 more today than you didn't? I go, first of all, you don't have $100. He goes, of course I do. Look at my account. It's in here. I go, no, you don't. How about your expenses? Did you figure any of this stuff out yet? He goes, no, I can't think that much. I'm like, well, then you're going to quit in 6 months, and Uber is going to put out a crazy bonus to get your brother into the system. I mean, that's all there is to it, right?
And when you said that, that simple mindset of, if you don't like it, don't do it, or if you're not successful at it, don't do it, I strongly believe in that, because that's the problem we have too, is you're not successful at it. You're not getting what you want out of it. So now you're bitching and complaining, causing stuff like the AB5 or the Prop 22 situation, which ends up hurting the people that actually put the time and money in it. So yes, I strongly believe that. You aren't successful. You don't put the time and effort into it. You can't do. Then get out of it. Do something else. Quit hurting it for everybody else.
That's the old mindset, though. I mean, that's the old world mindset, right? In this day and age, millennials, Gen Xers, all these people, they're all like, what can I get for free? Well, like, I'm gonna sit here, and because my mama told me that I'm the best for the first 25 years of my life. Now the app is doing this. I have to complain about something. I'm like, well, you know what it is. Yeah. To me,
and the apps, let's face it, the apps can only do so much. We can't rely on the apps to do everything. That's why I was That's why I was messing around with Gary. Can you make me an app to wipe my butt? Can you make me one that feeds myself? That's why I was making that, because everybody expects the apps to do anything, and they don't want to have to do nothing.
But I will make you that app. It's just going to be costly. I'm just saying, I'll do it. I mean, if that's what you want.
Well, but then we're going to make Steve. Then we're going to upset Steve, because then I'm going to have an autonomous robot wiping my butt or something.
Well, that's the part I'm worried about. How's the app going to do it?
Well, it's going to be a third. It's going to be a third-party app, because it's going to connect to a robot to do it.
How about, can you make an app for Roy to quit smoking, or what? What's happening?
Yeah, Roy smokes like a chimney.
I smoke too, so I'm like.
But yeah, I strongly believe in that. If you can't do it, get out of it, because all you're doing is hurting the rest of us that actually will go out and put the time and effort. Right. And I know a lot of people don't like that mindset. They're like, no, I shouldn't have to do that. The app should do this for me. No, the app doesn't have to do anything. The app opportunity gives you the opportunity to go out and make money for yourself. And So, and if you don't want to take the opportunity, I can go on any app and work that app no problem. It's like my DoorDash. I sat there for a week, ran through my whole DoorDash app before I even took my first orders. The same with Lyft. I went through, played with the app as much as I could before I even took my first ride, so I could be prepared and I knew what I needed to do should a certain situation come up. So it's your mindset as the worker that seems to be the problem here. It's not the apps, in my opinion. The apps can do better with some things, but we can't expect it to. If they don't want to do it, then you need to work. You need to figure out as a business owner how to work around it to make it work for you. And if you can't do that, move along to something else. That,
Right. Well, the thing that, you also have to understand that the apps come with certain half truths that they sell the game as it is, right? So when the app sells you, freedom, flexibility, I don't think there is any freedom or flexibility in this gig. Or like, I don't know what city you're in, but now you're going to
Roy's in Vegas.
Vegas? Okay, so I don't know if you guys have this upfront thing, or I don't know if you still do rideshare or not. But that's something that they're giving up in return for something else. There's nothing free in life. Just like for the driver, there is nothing. The Uber is not going to give you anything for free. The other thing is, this IC situation that, we had all these drivers, 12 drivers, right? There were like 3 or 4 Uber Kool-Aid drinkers in that group. And then some were against it and some were, it was like a good conversation. So to me, you can't just also lay down and say, well, I just follow the app. I'm not going to follow the app. Well, I don't want to follow the app because I think there are certain things that these companies do that are totally discriminatory and that I'm not going to take that. Now, I have 2 choices. I can make things better or try to make things better, or I can find some, people call it glitches or people call it hacks, whatever it is, and then take advantage of those things and then make more money than the next guy, because literally I'm competing with 8 drivers in every corner of LA. Why am I making $40 an hour and why is that guy making $20 an hour? There's a reason for that, right? So my thing has always been education. And that's why I'm kind of pissed at Uber and Lyft that they don't do any of it. They just had this business model going back 12 years, which is burn and churn. And now, after 12 years, now they're dealing with the bottom of the barrel because not everybody is going to do rideshare, okay? Service quality has gone down. Car quality has gone down. Driver quality has gone down because of this burn and churn. Instead of burning it, both companies, by the way, spend billions of dollars a year to onboard new drivers, right? Why don't you take that billions of dollars that you're spending for new, fresh blood and teach the drivers how to make a little bit more money? The bitching and complaining will stop and people will not quit on you. The reason people are quitting on you because they can't figure this thing on their own, like Roy has, or maybe I have. To me, it's
but really, at the end of the day, is that the app's responsibility to teach you how to do your business?
No, that's not the app's responsibility. But don't sell it to me as freedom and flexible. And then,
I got a T-shirt out there I'm making. I'm going to send you the first one. It says about my idea of freedom and flexibility when it comes to gig work.
I'll wear it on the next show. Yeah. I'll wear it on the next show. But
I'll send you that T-shirt when I have one made because it's a cool T-shirt. So, I'm the same way. I don't believe in that freedom and flexibility. To me that's bullshit, and we see it constantly. Yeah, where these guys are working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, and they're talking about I got freedom and flexibility. That's not freedom and flexibility to me. If you got to work that much to make a living, that's not freedom or flexibility. Yes, you can take whatever day off you want and go do. Yeah, you can do that, but at the end of the day, most of them sound like
I live in the suburbs of LA. I could be sitting on the shitter and turn my app on. I'm not going to get a ride request for the next 3 days. You know what I'm saying? So here, I'm free. I'm flexible. I turn my app on whenever I want it. I'm not going to get a chip. I'm not going to make any money. So to me, it's like that's BS. It doesn't belong in anything.
But I have a W-2. I get the same freedom and flexibility. If I want days off, I just ask for them. It's no different. I just say, okay, I'm taking these.
That's where you're wrong. You ask for them. We don't have to ask. We just do it.
Yeah, but it's not like. But see, it's not like I'm not being denied. I can go to my boss tomorrow and say, I need next weekend off because I'm going out of town, and he'll give him to me off.
But there's not that guarantee. He could say, no, I can't take you off.
And then that's something I'm willing to sacrifice. But then again, I'm not the one on here bitching and complaining all the time about the apps. I have a W-2.
I understand that. I'm just saying there's a difference when you say freedom and flexibility compared to your W-2. You completely different, because tomorrow if I want to get up, go to Vegas to see you, I don't have to ask anybody. I just go. And while I'm in Vegas, I can turn on my apps and work. If you want to come to Oklahoma and see me, you got to request time off. You can't work while you're here for Domino's.
I got my DoorDash.
No, I'm talking about your W-2 here. Let's not confuse everything, Roy. Come on. But you get what I'm saying. There is, I believe people look at the freedom and flexibility completely wrong. There's a fine line of, if you live in California, you're probably gonna have to work your butt off because the cost of living is very high. Oklahoma, you don't. So here, freedom and flexibility means something completely different than if I was to live in California.
Exactly.
Like Roy, there is one thing that they sold that I'm like, I math doesn't add up, right? So since 2016, they cut the rates in LA. LA is their biggest, one of the top 2 biggest markets. They cut the rates 5 times since 2016. 5. Now we're down to 60 cents a mile. So every time they cut, they came up with this bullshit, right? They go, well, we cut the rates. You'll be busier. You'll make more money that way. I'm like, no, that doesn't add up, because now if you cut the rates from $1.20 to 60 cents, automatically, as a thinking man, it says I have to work twice as many hours, because there is still only 24 hours in a day. Uber has not changed that yet. And to me, now if I was working $1.20 a mile and 30 cents a minute, and now, I have to work at 60 cents a mile and 21 cents a minute. So when they sell this to me, right, I complain, because it's not true. You can't make the same amount of money. You just can't.
Well,
now,
you're not taking,
you subsidize it with quests and other things. Maybe I can come close to it. And then the freedom and flexibility is, again, guided by you, meaning that you're gonna give me a quest that also works for you, meaning your busiest hours are bar hours between 12 and 3 a.m., right? You're going to tell me the most money you're going to make is between 12 and 3 and go out those hours. Well, that's not freedom and flexibility. I'm doing something that you're telling me to do, because those are the hours I can make the most amount of money. So to me, in theory, cutting rates and me making more money doesn't go together. So I bitch and complain, because that's a fact. That's the truth.
Well,
right?
you can't take more rides just because they cut the rate. You're still going to take the same amount of rides per hour.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, I can do 4, maybe 5 an hour. That's
right.
About it. So to me, there's a glass ceiling in this, right? But when you cut the rate 50% and come to me and say, oh, the reason we did it is you're going to be busier now. I'm like, well, asshole, I was already busy. I didn't need it, right? Maybe you can do it in Seattle. Maybe you can do it somewhere else, or DC or whatever. So to me, it's like those kind of things, when they come up with it and I talk about it, people go, oh, you're complaining. I'm like, no, I'm not complaining. It's just goddamn math, man. If you cut my rates 50%, I can't make 48 hours out of 24. I can't. That's it. So,
but there's always going to be some kind of trade-off. You have to be willing to do it. If you don't want to listen to a boss, you got to deal with them. They're your boss, technically, in my opinion. That's like I don't believe gig workers or independent contractors at all. You're just a glorified employee with a specific name. That is my opinion. I don't believe in that independent contractor. You're being told what to do, when to do it, and just because you can decline this one, you still are being told what to do and when to do it. And you have the ability to be fired like any other employee if you don't do something exactly the way they want it. So as far as the whole,
that's the last thing I was going to say before I leave you guys, is that you're one complaint away, literally one fake complaint away from disappearing. Right? Yeah. So I'm like, okay, if I'm a plumber, I go blow somebody's pipes up, man, I have insurance, but my livelihood is not going to come to an end. You know what I mean? But if a jackass gets in my car and says, oh, this guy smells alcohol, to get his $6 back, and Uber goes deactivated, I'm like, so, right? So that's not independent contractor. None of this is independence. But like my fight is always going to be, making more money is up to you. I agree with you on that 100%, Roy. There are drivers that make $10 an hour, and I make $50 an hour. What's the
Hey,
difference between me and you?
Sergio, by the way, this might be somebody who you were looking for somebody in the Seattle market.
Are you in Seattle?
Omer's in the Seattle market. So
are you in the Seattle? Okay, you need to email me. The email is right there.
And that's like me, for example. Like, I was deactivated from Lyft because I was going to be involved in a car accident with my customer, and because I took the method I needed to stop the accident from happening, I ended up getting deactivated from Lyft because I caught a criminal charge because I had to stop the accident, and that's the way I chose to do it. But if I was like a true independent contractor, yeah, they wouldn't have been able to deactivate me. I would have dealt with what I did, paid the price, and then continued on. But see, so I know that at the end of the day, yeah, you're not a true independent contractor. No, and when you can go out and accidentally spill a soda and not have a job the next day because somebody complained, you're not an independent contractor. I'm sorry.
Not at all.
Well, it's a simplified version is what it is. It's simplified because as a true independent contractor, you also have to go get out your own business insurance and, bonds, things like that. Nobody has to do that in this case.
Yeah.
So it's just a simplified form.
It's an undefined role is what.
Yeah. At the end of the day, if all these people that bitch and complain, I'm an independent, I should be able to do this and that. If they actually had to really go out and get everything you needed to be a true independent contractor, it wouldn't be worth doing DoorDash. It wouldn't be worth doing all that. So they're being given the opportunity due to the skirting of the laws. They're being given the opportunity, by them skirting the laws, these apps, to be able to make a good wage. Because if at the end of the day, if they were to really have to do like shit like Steve does to be a true independent contractor, you wouldn't make any money at it because it'd be costing you more. Just the insurance, like you said, the keeping yourself from being sued, all that stuff, man. They wouldn't now do it.
But that's the thing. That's when people complain about the rates, right? So like, to me, it's like, if you're a true independent contractor, you name your price for the job. That's it. Like I said before you joined the stream, is that I can name my price incorrectly. I mean, I have a bunch of friends, like my neighbor is a plumber, and I have a great friend who's an air conditioning contractor. He's not the only one in LA. There's thousands of them. If he bids wrong on a job, he ain't gonna get that job, right? So there you go. So to me, it's like, if you want to make me truly independent, right? And under your TOS, you are kind of saying that I am independent by the passenger being my client. Let me name my price. Let me take that chance to go hungry for a week. And then I will adjust my pricing the way I adjust my pricing to the client so I can catch a ride or two. Just because you have the marketing power and you have all the clients on one side. I mean, look, Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, Instacart, all these, right? This is a two-sided market, right? And then here you go, you have these guys in the middle trying to control both sides. And are they doing a good job? Of course, they're doing an amazing job because they have the smartest goddamn code writers on the planet sitting there. And when on a two-sided market, you have so much information advantage on a business traveler who's going to pay more for a ride and a guy who's about to finish his quest and who's willing to do anything to get that last trip. So you're playing this game constantly. And I don't blame the companies for doing it. Fuck, if I was Uber, I'd do the same damn thing, man. I wouldn't be changing a thing. I mean, I would change certain things. The most important thing to me, like that I'm going to keep fighting for going forward, besides rates are rates. Look, just like Roy said, you learn your market, you can make more money. That, by the way, is not a joke. There are certain basics applicable to every goddamn city that you can make more money. You can increase. I'm not telling you double your income, but you can increase your income by 20%, 30%, right? However, on the other side, what can Uber, Lyft do? We talked about this with Dara the other day, and he completely brushed it off. And on Tuesday, I'm gonna rip him, a new one. Safety, like you said, you were in an accident, right? Safety of the driver and safety of the passenger. He kicked the can down the road or killed the clock and said, well, if we had background checks on all the passengers, we wouldn't have any passengers. We wouldn't have no business. I go, nobody's asking you for a goddamn background check on passengers. That's unrealistic. We understand that. But there are certain things you can do with your existing technology that will make everybody's life a little bit easier. Because if it's 2 a.m. when I'm about to pick up in a dark alley a guy named Sperm, I'm just not going to do it, bro. Right? So to me, I'm going to keep fighting for safety, for sure, going forward, whatever it is. And the other thing is unjust deactivations. I don't want to be deactivated or fired from a job like Roy did because of some jackass wrote a line of code in an HR algorithm saying that if the passenger's complaint includes DUI, driver is drunk, driver is intoxicated, unsafe, because there are these keywords that are written into these algorithms that automatically kick you out. Automatic deactivation. There is no recourse on this. So I don't think it should be up to them. I think it should be, we're not complaining here, but we're in a country of laws. It shouldn't be that I have to prove my innocence to you. I'm innocent until proven guilty in this country. So let me go in front of a, group of
panel or something,
algorithm and put my case up there. And I know there are some asshole drivers who deserve to get deactivated. I'm not saying that whatsoever. But I don't want some algorithm to decide if my livelihood should come to an end tomorrow by a passenger or not. That's it. Those two things I'm going to keep fighting for. That's it.
But that's the problem. If they remove those words, let's say they remove those words. In my thing, I don't see, if a customer says, hey, he was drunk, and they deactivate you and investigate, I don't know how they're going. There's no way of investigating if you were actually drunk. There's no way of doing that. But at the same time, if you were drunk and you were to drive the next customer and cause a death, then then they're going to go after Uber for that. They're going to say, well, this is Uber's fault because they were warned that the driver was drunk from the previous passenger. They didn't deactivate him. They never investigated. So now, somebody lost a life. So it's kind of iffy on that. That's the whole problem I have with deactivations and this and that, is there's no real way to investigate whether it's the driver or the passenger. And so that's my biggest, and that's the thing that Uber and them pushes. Oh, you can go out and make money and do it this way, do it that way. Well, no, their safety is a huge thing with me. Me and Steve are probably some of the biggest when it comes to the safety shit. But at the same time, you can only do so. Yeah, well, Gary too. You can only do so much. At the end of the day, like it's like if you were to work. When you said you go pick up somebody in the back alley, that's no different than 3 o'clock in the morning. You working by yourself at a convenience store. You don't know who's walking through that door. Just like you don't know who's about to get in your car, and there's no way.
I agree with that, but I think they can do with existing stuff that they do for drivers. Do the same for passengers, except a background check. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking for a background check. There will be no business.
That would be fair.
There's no reason why they can't upload an actual state ID, whatever, driver's license, state ID. There's no reason why they can't do that. We do that. They should be able to do that. There's no reason why they can't take an actual picture. I've actually picked up SpongeBob.
Of course you have.
Like, come on now.
But you're dealing with the job.
But what
you're
I'm
dealing with the job that
you're more technologically adept than all of us. I think it takes less time for you to take a shot of your ID to upload than put type your actual name in there. You know what I mean?
It does. It takes a lot less time.
So to me, it's like, okay, what's so hard about that? Who's that going to stop from joining the 120 million passengers that you have, right?
Yeah, but you're dealing with you're dealing with generalized public service. Not everybody has an ID. There's plenty of people that get out of jail. They don't have IDs. There's a lot of younger other, like the millennials now. Shit, they're 25 years. They don't even have a fucking driver's license now because they take public transportation or they walk or ride a bike. So it's not like everybody has an ID to upload. Also, that means nothing. We've seen plenty of
call
people
a car for another person.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, you're dealing with the generalized public, and that just comes with an inherent amount of danger. And at the end of the day, you got to be willing to accept that and do like me and Steve preach and Gary. You got to take the steps to if you know you don't want to pick them up, don't pick them up. And I've always said this too. If you are that hurting for money that you're forced to go take that $5 trip through the back alley to pick up the killer on which is the name on the app. If you're that hard up for money that you feel you need to put yourself in that kind of risk to go get that back alley ride, it's time to get another job, in my opinion on that.
Yeah, but let's say you're desperate, you're trying to put food on the table, you got to take that one last trip to make your quest, and it's in a back alley with the name guy named Killer, right? So then if you do cancel that though, but if you do cancel that, right, And I mean, you were on Lyft, you know the deal. It, you know, that's when I start complaining, saying that now you want to treat me like an employee as opposed to an independent contractor. Because I'm telling you, I talked about this on our show, and I wrote the article about it with screenshots. I went to pick up this girl. I didn't know it was a girl, but it was like 5:30 in the morning. This woman is walking towards my car with like bags of stuff. Marina Del Rey, not a bad area of LA. Before I even put my window down halfway with locked doors to ask her name, she started cussing at me, right? You mother, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, this fucking thing is, guys, so high on something that I don't even want to deal with this shit, right? Then one of the bags break. And there's potatoes and tomatoes all over the floor. She's grabbing my back door to get in. I'm like, you're not getting in my car, buddy. Cancel tailpipes, right? Guess what? That algorithm, it's not a human. This did not go to a human. Within 6 minutes, Lyft sends me, and notice, this is in the blog. You guys gonna go see the screenshot. Within 6 minutes, Lyft sends me a note saying that your cancellation rate is too high. You're at the risk of deactivation. I'm like, you assholes. I canceled because one of your guidelines says if you feel unsafe as a driver, cancel and move on, right? But I exactly did what you asked me to do, what you told me to do. I felt unsafe before they even got in the car, let alone let him in the car to get stabbed in the neck. So I go tailpipes. And Lyft makes me do, okay, are you ready for this? It's literally, I call it cancellation rehab school. They're teaching me now as 6.5-year driver why not to cancel. And then they put this challenge in front of me saying you have to do 10 trips in a row without canceling one. So now you're deserving of the Lyft platform again. Now, when you do this and I complain and you go, well, if you don't like it, quit. I'm like, no, I'm not going to buy that one whatsoever, because you cannot tell me what to do when you want to do it. And then on the other side, when it fits you, you're an independent contractor. When it doesn't fit my bill, now you're an employee. You sending me to cancellation rehab school because I didn't put some crackhead in my car? I go suck it, right? So those are the things that I can complain about. And to me, it's like, there has to be.
Like I said, I did over 12,500 rides with Lyft. I never one time had my account threatened because I canceled or because I really didn't cancel that much. And that's another thing that at the end of the day falls on the driver. We were talking about that whole thing about, oh, he has to have he's in need. He has to get this quest filled. That just leads me to my point that if you are that much of a need that you have to take the ride, then rideshare isn't working for you. There should never be a time when you're doing rideshare, delivery app, or whatever that you are so desperate that you've got to put yourself in a situation. If you have to put your situation because you're so desperate, then it's not working for you. You need to move on. And as far as the cancellation, we have seen it many a times on YouTube. Some of these drivers, they cancel for some of the dumbest, most ignorant reasons, and they cause that on themselves. Now they're getting hit with, you said I can cancel if I'm safety. Well, you're canceled because the person looks scary to you. That was your reason for canceling, or, shit like that. So we see that. So how much of that really at the end of the day, I'm not saying it falls on you, but I don't know your situation. But how many of these drivers put themselves in that situation because they want to cancel for every stupid thing they feel,
I mean, ultimately, we all know we're defending ourselves out there. We're on our own. We got to look out for ourselves. Lyft is not going to look out for you. Uber is not going to.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not going to look out for you. By the time you call the cops, you're dead anyway. That's not the issue. The issue is, I am just really sick of it, of these companies treating me as an IC when they want it, and as an employee when they want it. You can't tell me I'm an IC and put me through an employee status or employee treatment. That's it. That's all I'm saying. And
that's what I see happening at the end of the day, that sooner or later, somebody's going to get in there and really dig into this. And next thing you know, you are going to be an employee and you're going to be forced to do whatever in Lyft and DoorDash want at the end of the day. That's what I see happening with the gig apps. Sooner or later, there's going to be enough bitching and complaining that somebody's going to jump in the mix, and at the end of the day, you're going to end up as an employee. Or because of the bitching and complaining, constantly whining, the companies themselves are going to say, okay, if you want to work for us now, we're going to treat you like an employee. We'll give you the benefits you keep bitching about, to just like an employee. But now you got to do whatever we tell you to do. That's going to end up happening sooner or later. unfortunately.
We'll see. I mean, that remains to be seen. I don't know. I think the best thing that could happen is that, because I honestly believe that there is these people, seriously, like all these guys. I'm not talking the YouTubers. I'm talking the execs all the way down. They're in this bubble. They have this mentality of us against them kind of a situation. And to me, it's like treat your drivers a little bit better, a little bit fair, right? I mean, money is money. You're in it for, look, we're all in it for the money. We're not in it to not make money doing rideshare. You know what I'm saying? I'm not picking up some fucking guy at 3 a.m. because I don't want to make money. Because I'm working at 3 a.m. I'm going to risk him throwing up in my car because there's a $20 surge happening right then and there. You know what I mean? That's why we're doing it. We're not doing it because it's, by the way, this is not public service. There are some drivers who are like that out there. They go like, oh, I love my passengers. I always tell them, I go, I'm in it for me. I'm not in it for Uber. I'm not in it for Lyft. I'm not in it for the passenger. I don't give a shit if the passenger is freezing in the cold. To me, I'm in it for me. Make the most amount of money. Get the heck out of Dodge. Go home safe. Next day, wash, rinse, repeat. That's all there is to it. But I got to jump, guys. But you know what? This was fun.
Well, nice talking to you, man. Nice talking to you.
Yeah, Omer, email Sergio.
Yeah,
Omer's in
posted
Seattle, so Omer, email Sergio.
But I really would like to. I would really like to see more people jumping on these drivers as being part of the problem instead of always being the app. I really would like to see that.
No, I mean, the guilt is mutual on both ends. I mean, there are certain things apps can do that can make things better, and there are certain things drivers. Number one, man, I keep telling this. I've been with RSG for 4.5 years. The first word I said was education. Harry, we got to sit down and educate these people because they don't know what the heck is going on out here. And then that automatically brings complaints in. Why complain? Don't complain. Make things better for yourself. But maybe that's my own old world mentality. I don't know. That probably has left the building long time.
You're also more stressed when you're complaining all the time, by the way.
Is it? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So,
If you're whining, complaining all the time about DoorDash's app won't show me the full tip, and you go out with that or Uber this or Uber that, and you go out with that mindset every day. First of all, it puts you in a bad mindset because now you're angry, so you're not providing good customer service because you're taking it out on the customers, which have nothing to do with it because you chose to do the job, and now you're stressing because I got to make this quest, so you're stressed out. Roy, you're putting yourself in.
Roy, that's our culture, man. Unfortunately, that's our culture these days, right? Everybody fucking complains about everything. Oh, the sun did not come out today. I'm like, yeah, it didn't, because there's clouds there, you idiot. That's why. I'm like, I don't know. Like, complain. The other thing is negative sells, right? I mean, I don't see any, honestly, there are guys that just on YouTube, I don't really care about it, but it is what it is. The whole thing is based on negativity. If you're negative enough, people like negative stuff. People like negative stuff on social media, and people like this stuff. I'm like, bro, there is good sides, there is bad sides. We talk about all of it. You like whatever side you're on. I don't care, but at least learn something and then, go on. And then with the Tony, hold on a second. Sergio, 20x surges when you turn on. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Tony, you're on my show, Tony.
Well, see, that's what I've always done. I've always pushed the negative side of it because there's a lot of people that won't push the negative side of it.
There's no Sergio 20x, bro. What are you talking about? I was like,
anyway. Sergio's about to go jump in his car.
and that's what
20x Sergio on Uber Eats. I'm taking every goddamn minimum fare order.
And that's the thing with my channel is I do push a lot of the negative because nobody else really wants to talk about the negative. So I will put the negative.
Why is it you? I mean, look, what you not?
Why is it useful? It's very useful because I ended up being I got deactivated from Lyft and ended up being homeless. So there is negatives to it.
I'm not telling you you're putting out. I didn't say that. I didn't say useful.
No, I'm saying I put out a lot of the negativity that is involved in gig work because a lot of people aren't willing to speak on it. I'm willing to do the safety videos and tell you, hey, yeah, you're putting your life at risk every time you go out there because other people don't want to talk about it. Well, there are others, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm not all about here. You can make this much money. Here's how you make more money. Here's how you make more money. No, I'm going to tell you the realities of it. Yeah, you can get stabbed in the back of the neck, or you can end up being homeless if it doesn't work out for you. I have no problem spreading that kind of negativity about gig work because it's happened and it's happened to a lot of people, and it's not all about making money. And It's not all about the positives. We got plenty of channels to talk about the positive, but there is a negative side to gig work that needs to be talked about, and people need to know before they just jump into it. You know,
you just complain now. You know that, right?
Say what?
He said you just now complained.
Oh, I always complain. Hey, I'm one of the best complainers there are. I complain about the other people complaining. We'll just put it that way.
I got your angle now. I got your angle now.
Roy's got that mindset of do as I say, not as I do.
Exactly.
He's a universal complainer. He complains about everything. He complains about the complainers, but he also complains about the gig companies anyway.
That's it.
All right, you smoke way too much, my man. What do you do? Like 6 packs a day or what?
5.
5?
How many packs a day? How many packs a day, Roy? 5? 4?
Oh, 2.
2.
I
Seems
smoke a lot when I'm talking. I just smoke a lot when I'm talking.
He puts one out, lights one up, puts one out, lights it
Yeah,
up.
it's because I'm talking, I'm interacting with people. Other than that, I won't smoke that much.
Hey, you know what? We need to get you some like celery sticks, and then you can just pretend it's a cigarette.
Maybe that's why he likes complaining, is because he knows it leads to allowing to smoke.
Oh,
so it's tricking his mind. It's like, I want to argue because then I can smoke.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Sergio, we do appreciate
and I like to come on it because I look at it from both views. I don't look at it from I look at it from the ass view, the company's view. They got to make money. They got to do this. So I love coming on here, and I love causing some controversy. And this is why I like talking to people like you, and I did it with the same thing with Stephen Parra. I'll ask the questions nobody else wants to ask. I'm willing to bust your balls.
Steve knows me. Well, he doesn't know me for too long, but I've done that for like 4.5 years, and that's
and I'm willing to bust your balls with the questions nobody else wants to ask you. I'm willing to.
Bring it on.
So,
we got to get Roy that interview with Dara.
Yeah,
that will never happen, bro. If it didn't happen with me, it will never happen with him.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because actually, thinking about it, it might be to Dara's benefit, because he'd be talking about the whining gig workers, and Dara would be like, "I love this guy."
Let me tell you. Okay, let me tell you this before I go. Let me tell you the email that I received from Uber. Okay, Uber said, I don't know who wrote this email to me, right? But Uber says, I don't think it was Dara, obviously, or it was probably an intern who was like fucking 22 years old. It says, Sergio, it seems like you hate Uber. I'm like, I don't hate Uber. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, and then it continues. It says, maybe, this is I'm quoting almost now, verbatim. Maybe you should spend your free time on doing something else. This is no joke. This is the email I got from Uber saying that why they will not allow an executive to come on my live stream. So when you get this, like, what do you think? Like, who am I dealing with here? Like, what I got your feelings hurt, or what's happening here, right? I mean, who would say that? That maybe you should spend the free time you have on other things or more constructive things.
That's not a very business-like response.
It sounds like somebody who watches the show and doesn't like it.
God, I will make a placard out of that and then hang it on my wall. So somebody from Uber saying to me, it's a PR department, saying that I hate Uber. Oh, they said we watched a couple of your episodes and we came to the conclusion that you hate Uber. I'm like, I don't hate Uber. I asked the questions that nobody's asking. And if you're butthurt, you're butthurt. I'm sorry. That's the way it's going to be. But I also say, when I talk to a driver from Chicago who's busting his ass for the last 6 years and brings in $2,500 a week still, and that's the only way he can make a living, I'm like, if it wasn't for Uber, that guy wouldn't exist. You know what I mean? So there are good things, there are bad things. And I'm like, I was shocked. So and Harry said, Sergio, they will not come within 10 miles of you without a restraining order. I go, why? Why? What am I going to do? Want to jump through the screen and choke his fucking neck? And what am I supposed to do? I'm like, no. But that's because they're going to come on and I'm going to ask him a question or two or three. And then you don't want to do it, just take the mic off and move on, right? But when I ask you some intelligent stuff, because not every Uber driver is a dumbass, man. We're smart guys out there, and that, like we talked with Pedro the other, when he was on our show, there is that stigma with the gig guys. Oh, you're just an Uber driver. I'm like, no, asshole, I'm more educated than you are, but that's okay. And then,
that's why.
You're just that. I'm like, no, man, I'm not just this. I'm a little deeper than that.
And that's why executives don't want to speak to people like us, because we've been through the trenches. We know exactly what we're talking about. We've dealt with everything. They don't know anything. They sit behind the desk all day. They never drove a passenger anywhere. They probably don't even drive themselves to go pick up their McDonald's. They probably have a driver or somebody go pick up their shit, or they order DoorDash themselves. They don't know how shit works. That's why they don't want to come on channels like yours, because you've been through the trenches. You've got the right and correct questions to ask, and you know how to ask them properly, and they don't have the answers. That's why they'll never come on your channel. So
it's a lose-lose if they come on this or Sergio's or whatever's channel. It's not gonna.
They're not gonna look.
We would try and get real answers to things we absolutely have to know, and they would just be like, "We're done with you."
Yeah, you hit them with a technical question about that. They'll be like, "I don't know. I don't." That'd be probably half the interview would be them saying, "I don't know." So yeah, it would serve their purpose.
That's why most of them like I remember when they first got the CEO interviews. Uberman did one, and who was the other guy?
The DoorDash guy?
No, not DoorDash guy. I forget his name, but he did one as well. But they got questions sent to them first, to ask. I'm like, that's not an interview. And of course, the only one was upfront about it was Uberman. He came back. He goes, after he did the video and published it and got paid, he came back and said, "Hey, that was all scripted. I didn't get to pick and choose what I wanted to ask. The simple driver. There you go. The simple driver did one. And that's how these interviews go.
Yeah, they are. They're the first two that we did was scripted. This one was not, to be honest with you. And but it sounded scripted anyway, so I'm sure it looked scripted. But this was not scripted, no. And
in my personal opinion, if you're doing scripted interviews like that, you're hurting people more than you're helping them. So you might as well not even do the fucking interview.
It's a PR.
Yeah, you might as well not even do the interview.
Yeah.
You're getting paid to pretty much let these fuckers, excuse my language, let these people gloat about how they screw you over as a driver. To me, I wouldn't even do an interview like that.
Just complain again, Roy.
Yeah, I wouldn't even do an interview like that, because that makes you. And when you do scripted interviews like that, to me, that makes you look like a paid shield for that company. You're being paid by that company to give their CEO the opportunity to gloat about how great Uber and Lyft are, or whatever it is you're doing an interview about. So I would never even do one of those interviews, because I don't want to be the one paid to listen to this guy spew a bunch of bullshit, and then the drivers be like, "Well, that was kind of worthless. He didn't even do this. Now he's getting paid by Uber to make these CEOs look good." So I would never even do that interview.
No, well, we don't get paid interviewing the CEO of Uber, for sure. But what we get paid is that you sell that content to the rest of the media, and then that's how you make money. Well, no, we don't. They don't pay us to do that. No. But I want to spend more time with you guys, but I gotta go.
We
understood. Hey, thank you for coming on, Sergio, for real.
All right. Thanks for having a conversation with me.
Okay. By the way, Roy, you just smoked like 9 cigarettes. I counted it. And then he goes, "How many packs do you smoke?" He goes, 2 packs. I'm like, "No, there's like
that's I have a pack.
There's 20 in a pack, bro." I know I smoke, so I don't know about that. He's literally smoked 9.
Don't let Roy fool you either. Roy
comes a complainer, and he showed up and complained about everything I'm complaining about. I'm not even sure what's
Roy's a big softy. Don't let him fool you. He's a big softy.
No, but yeah, maybe we'll have Roy on our show, and then our ratings will go through the roof.
There you go. And you'd help blow up Roy's channel too.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. I was like,
win-win.
All right, whatever. But all right, guys.
Hey,
you just gotta have your finger on that. You gotta have your finger on that bleep button a lot. You'll be bleep, bleep,
yeah.
bleep,
Oh,
bleep.
you haven't watched my live stream then? Okay. No, people actually quit. People quit watching it because I cuss too much. I'm an East Coaster, bro. I'm like, I don't give a rat's ass who's it flies. Whatever it flies, it flies. I don't know.
Sergio, just tell Chris, because he knows Roy. Just say, Chris, we got to get Roy on.
I know. We have a list. We have our list ready for August. tomorrow, not tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Tuesday. Tuesday we're doing Rip DK and new Butthole. And then I'm sure you guys hopefully will watch that one.
I'm gonna watch it. Yeah.
I'm gonna watch it too. Sergio, I did email you as well. I did email you my contact
please
information.
do, yeah. And you know, but you know, Harry said, go at it, don't pull punches. I'm like, yeah, all right. Let's go.
Hey, that's how you guys met, man. So it's gotta keep the way, right?
Yeah.
You gotta keep it honest.
Yeah, we gotta call it the way we see it. You know, there's no kissing ass here or there, but it is what it is. All right, guys.
All right, see you, Sergio.
See you guys. Oh, Gary, yeah, email me. I have an idea for an app.
Oh, I already did.
You already did? Okay.
Yep.
It's a simple app, Gary.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm like pre-negotiating with you already. So. All right. See you guys. Take care.
All right. Later.
See you guys. We'll see them.
Well, thanks for bringing me on so we can have a discussion.
Well, see, I think that like you guys were way more alike than I think you thought you were when you came out here.
Well, yeah, I mean, because like Roy, I mean, I'm just assuming Roy thinks that when we're pointing things out about these gig companies, that everybody's bitching about them, and that's not what we're doing. We're just pointing things out, Roy.
Yeah, I know, but you guys know I love coming in because when I come in here, I start busting balls. We start to have a real legit conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because then everybody's like, "Oh, Roy's here. We better take this shit serious." You know. So.
Well, that's why at the beginning, Gary was like, "Bring Roy," and I was like, "Well," I said no. I said, well, kind of like wait, because we had just brought Sergio on, but I knew like if it waited out, like bring him on because I know Sergio and I know you, and you guys aren't that far off in your views. So
yeah,
when he looked at your comment, was like, wait, and I knew that was just like, oh man, you're just misinterpreting that.
Yeah,
so
that's why I have to come on. So
yeah, because I was like, see, you guys are more alike than you know.
Like, so Brandon, Sunday's an open forum. Anybody can join. There's no reserved spots. Anybody can join on Sundays.
Who asked?
Brandon. He said Roy needs a reserved spot on Sundays. It's an open forum on Sunday.
Yeah, I just don't have it. Usually, it's we always have the link in there too, but I just didn't pin it to the top because I don't have another.
Well, I was spamming it there for a while until Sergio came on, and since it was so rare that we actually get Sergio to be here for that long, I didn't want 10 million people joining.
Exactly. Really? I mean, we had them for about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
For real, that was a. I don't know. I always like chatting with him because if you guys have like this bad taste in your mouth about the rideshare guy, you should love Sergio because him and Harry met because when Harry started the rideshare guy, Sergio would call out every article that he wrote. Nope, that's all wrong. Nope, that's all wrong. Harry went and did the right thing. I want to hire that guy. Because
you need that yin and yang situation.
Yeah.
You need that one guy who's gonna bust balls, and then you got your little softer guy on the side. Oh no, I gotta look at it. No, and then the straightforward bust your balls guy.
But that's their relationship too.
He's the softer one.
But that's how it works. That's their relationship.
Hey, if you want to fire up Rodeo, just start talking about autonomous vehicles. He'll lose his shit.
I know. I do it all the time. I'm like, yeah, I love autonomous. He's like looking at me like, shut up.
Yeah, I know the whole time he was driving back to Colorado. He's like, damn, I wish I had Gary's car. It self drives.
Yeah. See.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have been so fatigued, Steve.
Hey, thank you, Cruise. I enjoyed that one too. That was a fun one.
Yeah, Sergio's a great guy.
Yeah,
he seems like a straightforward, straight shooter. So that's plus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Harry's way smart. That's why he got me. I mean, Sergio said when he got him, he said, "That's fine." He goes, "But this is our relationship. I am never." He goes, "I don't." He said, "I've written." He used to be on Wall Street. He was a golf instructor. He's done a lot of things, but he said, but he's written a lot. And he said, I'm not going to use a rideshare guy editor. Or we're not going to, I write, I edit, I post. You don't see until it's posted kind of thing. Like that had to be their relationship. Because otherwise, if there was an RSG editor involved, it was like, well, then what's the point?
Right. Because all you're going to be doing is
and that kind of goes
the bad part.
Yeah. And that kind of goes back to those interviews I was talking about. They're pointless at the end of the day. You're not, to me, anything.
Go ahead.
Scripted
Go ahead.
To me, anything you're doing, any kind of interview scripted, you're not getting the truth. You're not getting that down to I don't know, the true meaning of what the interview is supposed to be about, because everything is scripted. You know, that gives them time to think about their answers, you know, and this and that. So to me, you should never do a scripted interview. If you want the truth and you want to be able to hit somebody properly, yeah, you should do scripted interviews. Because at the end of the day, it does look like to me you're being paid by that company to make their CEO look good, because you done sent him a list of what he's willing to talk about. And all he's going to talk about is shit that makes him look good. He's not going to talk about what, you know, the drivers really think or what the drivers know. So to me, it just makes you look like you're paid by that company to make their CEO look good. And I wouldn't accept those kind of interviews. You know,
At this point on this level, he'll never do an interview on anything but those channels, though. You know what I mean? Like, why would Dara ever go on a channel that might challenge him?
Yeah, exactly.
He won't.
No CEO of a major company.
Right, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, so if you see at that level, if you see a CEO going on somewhere, expect it to be a promotion.
Yeah.
Some kind of like, we're gonna launch this instead of
Yeah.
talking about the bigger problems.
Exactly.
And
That'd be like Logan Green trying to come on here on Roy's channel and have an interview about safety when he knows absolutely dick, because he's never been out there and done a ride, so he doesn't know the true safety concerns that we have. He wouldn't know. So, you know, yeah, they don't know, because like I said, they sit behind the desks. They don't live the day-to-day life and come across the issues that we come across. So they wouldn't even know. Like I said, half the interview will be, I don't know, because you don't know, because you sit behind the desk making decisions or life decisions for other people, and you don't even know what it's for. And when you get somebody that comes on here and says, hey, we need this for our safety, or we need this, you just sit back there and say, damn, does that look good on the numbers? Nope, fuck it, you don't need it. Well, the fuck? Like, who are you to tell me? Well, I'm out here in the trenches. I know what I need. But you're sitting behind the desk looking at some numbers or banging your secretary. You don't care at the end of the day. You don't. You're still getting your paycheck. Whether or not we get the safety features means dick at the end of the day, because they still get their paycheck. So, you know, our paycheck may be a stab in the neck one day. You know, they still get their paycheck. They don't care. So
no,
and that's why I don't go out of my way to tell people, go do DoorDash, go do Uber. I'm not that guy. Sorry.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, and another thing I will say about Harry, I know he gets a bad rap, you know, because of what he does.
Look who it is.
I know, I just posted it. He gets a bad rap because of what he does, and a lot of people don't understand that Harry is a businessman. That is what he is doing. He's building a business and a brand, and he does what's best for his business, just like any of you guys should be doing what's best for your business. If he posts something and you don't agree with it, the good thing is if you think he's wrong, you can email Harry, tell him why he's wrong on that article, and he will revise that article if he believes you are right. He's done it a couple times for me. I've emailed him, say, hey, this is not correct, blah, blah, blah. He did one for Para, for example. I emailed him. I told him, hey, that's not truly correct. And guess what? He wasn't the one who wrote the article, but then he went and looked at it. And he was like, okay, let's get some more facts on it. Let's rewrite it. And that's what they did.
Mm-hmm.
So where are you at? I dropped the link. You're taking too long. See? Yep.
Yeah, where's he at? I haven't seen him in forever.
I know. We was just talking about him earlier.
I know. See, I told you summoning him works. He was just late.
Wait, that's a terrible genie if you got to say his name 9 times and he shows up 4 hours later.
And then wait 4 hours.
Oh, look, here it is. Look who we got. Oh, no, I got it. Look. Oh, we got.
All right, people. So this is what happens when you say my name 3 times.
Hey, hold up. We got Steve and Roy going to ask you some questions.
All right. Now, that was you may have known me from the Harry interview, but that was a rehearsal. It's on now. Got you now, Roy.
But be honest with you, man.
Roy, before you say anything, I just guys.
I don't see the apps being able to do anything safer for drivers. I don't. I'm gonna be on Dara's side. I don't know what more the app can do to make you safer. To be honest with you, even with photo ID. Shit, it means nothing at the end of the day. If a customer wants to hurt you or attack you, they're going to attack you whether they have a real ID or not. Look at the Taco Bell guy. He beat the living shit, and he was a high executive with Taco Bell. So in my personal opinion, I really don't think that matters. So I'm going to take Dara's side and say, hey, it's an inherent risk you take when you do these apps, that there are safety concerns, and you just got to keep that in mind when you're out there. So I can't fault Uber and Lyft on that. You know?
Hey man, I support your smoking habit too. So I you get that out of the way too. So.
Yeah, we won't
two pack today.
Yeah, we won't tell him you sent me a $500 Amazon card.
That's how we used to pay.
Roy's a paid shill for Dara.
Yeah, I got my $500 Amazon card, so we're good.
Everybody thinks these gig tubers work for us. Like, let me tell you this secret, folks. I don't even work for Uber. I'm an independent contractor. I think it wasn't until like 2017 that Travis like pushed a button or something like that, and now everybody's autonomous. We have autonomous CEOs, executives,
autonomous CEOs.
It's all it's Armageddon here.
Those are not even real. Dara's a robot.
I see Gigaholic commenting put Roy's a paid shield for these gig ass, bro. If that was the case, I wouldn't be living in my mom's room right now. So yeah, I ain't paid by nobody to do shit.
But if they want to pay him, he's not above that.
Right behind that wall behind Roy is like a mansion.
Right,
that's
a fake
Scrooge McDuck dive thing into a pile of gold.
Who's right behind me? What's going on?
Yeah, that's why I got three.
Look at Harry there.
That's why I got 3 fans going right now, because my central air just happens to be out on the mansion right now.
Oh, okay.
Wait, why is he sniffing your neck?
I smell burned almonds. I don't know what's going on here. High pitched.
Yeah, he's giving a reach around right now. That's what he was doing. He's giving a reach around.
Oh yeah, light and sweet.
No. I'm not paid for it by these companies. My thing is, I look at it from the company. You got to be able to look at it from the company's point of view and the driver's point of view. If you really want to know the true thing about gig apps, you just can't look at it from your point of view, what you do. You got to look at it from them side, their side as well, and be realistic. Be fucking realistic,
I'm curious to Dara, how would you handle it if Harry asked you a very hard question?
Oh man,
like would you have just left, or would you have kind of like found a way to like just answer a different question, parlay the time a little bit, and then never deal with him again?
Okay, 2 things about that interview, people. Here it comes out now. No, it wasn't one. No, it was not scripted, and no, I was not wearing pants. So it was like, it's a good thing that I was like had that kind of medium shot over there. But that's how I do all my. So you do interviews you want to do. I mean, the way you do it, but it's just
I just do them the right way. I mean, you guys can do what you want.
We're not. How do we know any of us are wearing pants right now?
I'm not wearing pants.
I'm not wearing pants either.
That's right. See,
I'm at home.
There's some questions you don't want answered, and so it goes back to my interview. It's like, you brings up safety. Like maybe you don't want to hear the answer of safety. Maybe you don't want to hear the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Do you think that? I mean, honestly, though, Dara, I mean, really, your time is probably coming near an end, and you've made enough money. It doesn't matter. I mean, nobody can go, ha, your stay is over, but it is probably over.
Crypto, though.
It probably is close to over. I got to say, and all jokes aside, like that's a question I would have said is like, do you think you deserve this position? Do you think do you think you're doing a good job for the community, for the world? Do you think you're doing that much better of a job than was being done before when the drivers were paid better?
God, what is this, Oprah?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's like, man, you're cutting me deep, man. Well, I really got to go to the bathroom right now. Damn, I just got a Botox injection. I can't move my eyes. My cheekbones. I think they went a little too far. I said I don't want to take 10 years off, but anyways, what was the question?
Like, don't you think it's time for you to go? I mean, you're a worldwide company.
I do have to go right now.
That's. I mean, are you really doing anything to change the course of anything now, or are you just kind of collecting your check and calling it in?
All right. Upcoming plans. We are changing Uber to a nonprofit because we are nonprofit, not by choice. Now at least we'll get the tax deduction. So that's going to be a big. That's something to look forward to. Embrace the pain. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, 2 months ago I felt I had a golden parachute, and now it's more of a gold-plated parachute. But,
Are you going to put drivers? Are you going to put autonomous test dummies back in the vehicles?
Oh, that's.
I mean, by that I mean people.
Well, actually, we're developing self-riding
people.
bicycles instead of self-driving cars because they're safer. Might be.
All right, Dar. I got one of our scripted questions for you.
Oh, okay.
Do you think Uber could do anything to make these drivers happy?
Oh my God!
No matter what Uber do you think they'd ever be happy?
Oh, shoot. You know, that's a good question. And as far back, I heard stories from my predecessor, Mr. TK. They call me DK. But he said that there was a time when Uber drivers were happy, and it was coincidentally, it was right before Uber launched. So I guess what we're gonna have to do is to take this down. But yeah, no, that's a good question because everything, it does come down. Serious answer though, it's like it's all about, there was 2 years ago, rates in San Francisco were about $1.50 a mile, and then Uber was taking the 20% commission. So now it was about 5 years. Wait a minute, what year is it? I lost track of time with the pandemic, but so it was $1.50 a mile. And then there was plenty of drivers out there that were complaining about how they're getting screwed. And a year before that, it was $2 a mile or something. So how much is enough? So now, yeah, granted, it is 60 cents a mile. That's pretty low. But well, what is that? I don't think there is a perfect rate out there. So we could pay drivers $1 million. Well, maybe I might do it for $1 million a mile. But yeah, that's so it really comes down. It's finding about your inner self, your inner driver, and what is that? What satisfies? I don't know, man. It's the 60 minutes, but
60 minutes.
I know he's had 60 cigarettes right now.
No, it's 300 minutes.
300 minutes. Overtime. Golden time.
So we got enough time for you to answer anything you want, man.
Oh, Jesus. And when do we go live? That's what I want to know.
Pretty soon.
Okay. So we're not live now. So
don't worry. We would never not be transparent.
I know, man. You pulled that crap on me before. He said like, oh yeah, just come on. It's a safe space. Like, yeah, I know. That's so anyways, just between us. Yeah, that upfront fare thing, total scam. Yeah. Oh my God, we're gonna screw over the drivers. Oh, geez.
But at least the drivers will know up front that they're being screwed because
they're gonna be up front and behind, and it's gonna be like, it's gonna be messy. A lot of cleaning fees for that. But anyways, yeah. You brought up a good point. So I think Sergio brought up a good point. I'm still working on my restraining order against him. But, he's a good guy, but yeah, I don't think I'm not seeing a one-on-one interview with him anytime soon, unless he clicks the link in the StreamYards. Hope he doesn't click the link in the StreamYards and come back on this little powwow here.
I would text him, but I know he can't.
I know.
Actually, I would think he'd find this amusing. He'd probably trip out if he turned this on right now.
Like what?
That would be great.
I'd bet, because at first glance he might think it's real.
No, I have a legit question though.
Sunday. It's live. Dara versus Sergio. Come on,
I have a legit
you paid
question.
the whole seat. You're going to need the edge.
Did Amazon take over Grubhub?
No.
Amazon Grubhub.
Okay. So
No.
do you think they're going to take over Grubhub?
I think it's going to see how well their pilot program's going right now.
Yeah.
And
It's Just Eat anyway.
Yeah, well, Just Eat owns Grubhub, but
Right.
but yeah, right. All they did was they just kind of partnered up, and did some kind of deal so that way Amazon Prime members get free Grubhub Plus to try.
But do you
and
think that's
boost-
like a precursor to Amazon taking them over?
Well, but
Yes.
even at the end, they only have right now. They only have an option to buy 2 to 15%. I think
2 to
after the year.
15% of shares? Yes,
Oh,
and that the 2 to 15% depends on the performance.
Right. Which really means depends on if they
Yeah.
want to buy.
But I mean that doesn't stop Amazon from going, you know what? We don't want to buy the 15%. We just want to buy all of Grubhub. Nothing stops that.
That's what we did to Postmates. Actually, yeah, that worked out well. Jeez. Amazon, don't just read the fine print before you get into those deals. It's one CEO to another. So,
Well, do you think, let's say Amazon did buy out Grubhub completely to run it, like, do you think that would be good for drivers? And these are legit questions. I'm asking. I don't do Grubhub.
Well, Grubhub already is pretty transparent. The only thing they don't show you on the request is the customer's address. That's the only thing they don't show you. What they show you is what you get paid for one. So especially if you're like Grubhub driver and you take a low paying order and you complain because you didn't get no tip afterwards, well, there's nothing to complain about.
But do you think with the backing of Amazon, if Amazon bottom out the backing, do you think they would actually give DoorDash a run for their money as far as taking away some of the market?
I do because Amazon's great at business. If anything, that's one thing Amazon is good at doing is business. I mean, look at it. They went from being a bookstore in a garage to competing with UPS, FedEx, and USPS. You know, I mean, they went from being no server hosting to the largest server hosting platform in the world.
That's true. You know, and point out facts is that, you know, everybody criticizes Uber as we're all losing money for the last 12 years. Yeah, that's true. But Amazon lost money for 10 years. Okay.
10 years.
We beat Amazon.
But Amazon's very good at business. That's one thing they are. It might take them a while, but eventually they will. I mean, like, you know, Amazon's more than just packages. I mean, they actually create video games that people don't know. They have a whole gaming industry that they do. They have, you know, of course they got the Whole Foods. They got the routes. They got AWS server hostings. They got all kinds of
thing.
stuff.
Taking the not Sprouts, but what is it? The Whole Foods part of it, and merging that with Grubhub could put them in the grocery space.
Well, I mean, right now though, like they're a Whole Foods part of it.
Yeah.
Like I don't think, like, I love doing Whole Foods. I don't know about any other flex drivers out there, but I love doing it because they guarantee me $15 an hour. I know people say, oh, $15 an hour. I very rarely make less than $25 an hour whenever I do a Whole Foods. The only way I don't do it is if I have one delivery in that whole 2 hours, which then I'm just sitting. I ain't burning no gas, no nothing. You know, but I'm pretty smart too. So if I'm sitting and I'm not getting orders, I'll turn on one of my other apps and I'll do food delivery within that 2 mile range of the store and make more money, you know?
That's a good point.
Yeah. They got Ralph's, but no, they don't. I
don't think they have Sprouts.
They don't have Sprouts because
they got Whole Foods.
Sprouts is on the other apps. You
Right.
can find Sprouts on all the Instacart or whatever.
How's Spark doing these days?
Good in my market anyways.
Yeah.
But
That's Walmart's,
I'm very picky though on Spark though. Like I don't go more than 4 miles. So
Start doing the pee-pee dance next to Dara there for a minute.
we don't have bathrooms anymore at this place.
Well, I mean, he's got like 12 of them in his mansion, so that's why it was so quick. He just right outside the door there.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
He just took a Scrooge McDuck dive into his gold and came back.
It's all Bitcoin now, so it's kind of
Bitcoin.
So, yeah.
I've never heard of Ralph's.
Ralph's.
What is Ralph's?
Yeah. It's just mainly West Coast. I don't think you would have heard of it.
Yeah, I've never
Like
heard
Vaughn's. How about Vaughn's? Anybody go to Vaughn's?
I don't know. Are they just California? We don't
Southern
have them in
California.
Colorado either. I don't know if they're in Arizona, maybe.
Yeah. They use Southern California.
But yeah, Roy, to answer your question though, I think if Amazon plays any active part in Grubhub, that they'll compete both with Uber and DoorDash. because they're just so good at making money. I don't see how they can't.
Hey, Chris, were you listening for the last hour and a half when we had Sergio on?
Chris, I got your boss right here. If you ever want to see him again, you PayPal me. You finish.
Hey, he just said you have a boss, Chris.
Yeah, he did.
You're not independent anymore.
You thought the interview was over, bitch? No, just kidding. Just kidding. It's all fun and games till someone gets deactivated. Actually, Alex Jones just got sued for $40 million. I should probably cut this stuff out.
All right. Well, I'll let you guys go so somebody else can come in here and have some fun.
No, that's all right. It's all right. We're cool, Roy. We're cool, Roy.
All right, cool. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, later, Roy.
Take care, Roy. God bless that guy. I mean, seriously though, he is the cure for cancel culture. That guy, he is not afraid to say whatever he thinks on it. So that's a rare talent these days out there. So
yeah, we had Sergio in here for like an hour and a half, and for I'd say about the last 40 minutes of it, we had Roy and him. Gary and I were just making sure that everything was cool. We were just both bouncers on our clicks, like getting ready to kick people out and things.
Well, I wouldn't kick them out. I'd just mute their mic.
Right, exactly.
A Thunderdome in here.
That's all I figured I was doing. I'm like, oh my God. Okay.
2 men enter, 1 man leave.
No, but then they ended up getting along great, as I knew they would. So.
That's true. How many passengers have canceled on Sergio thinking that they got surge prices?
Sergio.
Oh crap, we're getting surged again. No, it's Sergio.
Right, it's in Spanish. Just cancel it.
We got to fix that. Not just even showing drivers' names anymore. We're showing what year your Prius is. That's all we need to know.
Yeah.
Did you notice?
I mean, if the passengers can do whatever they want, drivers should just be able to show a left or a right ass cheek, and
that's true.
And that's sorry.
My
right
driver
butt cheek will be picking you up in 15 minutes.
My profile pic just looks like a Jackson Pollock. It's just lines everywhere.
Yeah, but then they do those stupid like, hey, make sure it's you. Why? Your technology can't do that. We know that. You mean just make sure it's a person? Okay. I mean, I've got I've got duct tape over my mouth.
Well, I mean, first off, their picture thing doesn't work,
right?
Because if like whenever I take pictures with my beard
why
grown
have
out, it always flags me as miss person. Like I don't get
but
it.
why have it if it doesn't work?
I don't know, because they want it. I don't know.
Because it's good. It makes people feel good.
No, it annoys me.
Right, pisses me off.
Like I just drop off and I'm pulling off, and they want me to take a picture. Like seriously?
I'm looking. I had a whole collection of these things because I couldn't believe what was being allowed. Like I got one where I bulged my eyes out, and I've got duct tape the whole way around. I did it lightly, but I did it enough where it looks like I'm hostage.
Oh, jeez.
And they're like, "You're good, but you're verified to drive." I'm like, "Really? Like enough."
You have a special set of skills.
Well,
we'll find you. I will pick you up, and I will drop you off.
Wait, who has a Suprius? Flex says, "What year is your Suprius? Who has a Suprius?"
Joe has a Prius.
Joe has a Suprius?
Joe has a Prius.
A holy grail of cars. Should have bought one of those.
So it's not a Suprius. His is just a Prius. It's generic.
Yeah, a lot of changes coming. A lot of changes, but I'm still employed as far as August 7th.
As far as you know. Look at that. How's that?
There you go.
They probably think that's a mask.
Thanks for verifying.
Yeah, thanks for wearing a mask.
Thanks for wearing a mask.
We can just see it in your eyes. That's all we need these days. Our
Help!
algorithm is that good.
Help.
You look into your soul.
Go ahead, drive. No, I need help.
Steve's got that 1,000 ride stare.
See, Roy, I'm wondering when Pedro is going to start working on the next gig conference.
I almost went to that.
You should have came. All right, it was great. We could have put you in front of the bean bags, and Steve could have just chunked them all day.
That's right.
I just did it once, dude.
Yeah, just once. I'm only going to shoot you with a bean bag gun once.
All right, that's fair.
I heard someone got really drunk.
Who, Bud Soda?
who-
Did you see him?
was it
I think
Bud
it's
Soda?
5 o'clock somewhere.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say really drunk. I mean, I've seen drunker people.
No, he wasn't like obnoxious drunk
Yeah.
or like the kind of people I had to like kick out of the bar drunk, but I think he got drunk quickly too once he realized it was in Mountain Dew.
Oh,
He's like, you gotta be kidding me. The caffeine's gotta keep up with the booze. Like, I don't think so. Just because it's in a Mountain Dew can, don't let that
do the do.
Throw you.
Blame Pedro for that one.
So Joe, I don't even know if I said hello, but I saw you in Tremaine's stream.
Oh yeah, Tremaine Hayho. Here's a special Dara shout out for Hayho Studios. He's going 30 days of nonstop live streaming. Amazing.
Yeah.
You guys know what that's like, though. It's after 18 hours, the walls start melting. Everything looks like a play button. But,
No,
It's
we
a 30
do not know what that looks
You
like.
haven't I haven't done the
no.
24 hours yet.
What's the longest we've streamed, Steve? 6?
6.
6
Yeah, 6. Yeah.
But I mean, but that's constant talk stuff too. It's not like any downtime. Like some of it for
Right.
Tremaine is like we were pointing out earlier, he's just working.
That's
It's
true.
like 6
Cameras
hours of just watching him work.
Yeah.
So
Flex knows what that's like. No, Flex is a stream master out there. That
yeah, he's almost 20. He's on minus his sleep. He's 24/7.
Oh shoot, yeah. The
Yeah, because he gets up in the morning, starts his stream, works
Right.
all day on his stream, goes home, starts the lounge.
Right, but he does his W2 first.
Right,
Then he does his DoorDash. Then he does the
Right.
lounge, and then he goes to bed.
right.
that's-
The only part we don't see is him going to bed.
So we truly don't know if he's ever slept. Although we've heard him snore before. Actually, he's fallen asleep.
Yeah, he's falling asleep on the stream. Yeah.
We've heard him snore before.
But yeah, I miss those stream marathons. Those are fun.
So what's up with Lightroom?
Lightroom is a great app by Adobe. So yeah, if you're referring to
All right, I won't ask you.
a dark road run, that guy, we finally sued him into out of existence out there. So he finally took a class action lawsuit. But yeah, he's gone.
Well, I know that guy. I have a good feeling he'll come back at you.
I think so. You never know.
You got to watch out your front door for a chicken attacking.
That's
Flex,
right.
he meant your payroll. He didn't mean W2. He meant payroll.
Right. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, but
No,
no,
I did not
sorry.
mean
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Hey, Flex, if you want to join, here's the link.
See, everybody, like, as soon as they hear their name, they jump in the conversation.
I know.
But I think what it is, they're lurking to see if anybody's talking shit. That's what it is. Like we don't have 20 active listeners. We got 20 people waiting for us.
Worried
to say
that
their
people are
name.
talking shit about them.
Where are you
They're
going
like,
here?
that's why they're committed to. They're like, I can't even turn it off because as soon as I do, that's when they're going to do it.
Yeah,
I know it.
that's how it always works.
We got to get this stream going viral. It's,
Yeah. I mean, come on, guys.
at least
Well,
let it-
we got to get Steve to 1,000 because he was telling me the other day that you can't have more than 30 people.
We had it
watching.
up there
Oh,
today,
yeah.
though. No,
Oh,
25.
Hey, Mr.
But
Flex.
we had it up there today.
What up,
But
what
I
up?
think it's that they get pulled from the feed and stuff
Oh, I should have looked.
at that
Where?
point.
Well, Steve was
30
telling me that if you
It's
have
what it
less
came
than
in the last
1,000
changes,
subs-
like when they did some of the other things that they just recently did too. For
Who?
the
StreamYard?
YouTube for getting to
YouTube.
subscribers. Like you can't have more than if you're under 1,000 subs, you're not supposed to be able to have more than 25 in a live now. No, we had
Watching.
29, 30 in here tonight, but I mean, like we used to get 35, 40 in here a lot.
maybe
Now,
there's a sub
what is it?
limit.
What is it gonna say? Stream unavailable?
Yeah,
We
I don't know. I think it removes it from the feed because, like I said, it went over it. Think of it like throttling. I think it throttles it,
that's
like when
interesting.
your bandwidth is being throttled.
It's messed up.
I hope everybody in this chat is subscribed though to Steve's Rideshare Rodeo.
I hope so too because I know all these people.
So that's why this number is not changing. That's why I was staying at 25.
Well, it did go up there. I don't know if Gary noticed too. There was a point it was up there.
It was like
It got-
29.
Yeah, 29 ish or something.
Yeah.
But I think it's like, again, like I think if I texted out a link and we're at 25, I think all those people can join in. I think it just means it throttles it. We're going to remove any promotion of this.
Oh, so it just won't show it to people?
Yeah,
basically?
but if you had the link, you could still come on. I think that it's
I
more
gotcha.
like, you know, like
If you were
so I think-
subscribed and you happen to be flopping
Yeah.
through the thing and seeing the live on,
yeah.
It's
I
saving
mean, I'm
their
just
bandwidth
guessing, but I just
for the-
since that change, I've seen that change. I've seen us sit right at 25, and it's like it just
That
barely
would be,
moves around there. It
that would
doesn't
be
go up.
interesting though. If Google is saving their bandwidth for the channels that are monetized, because they'll make money with the ads on those live streams.
Right.
So they limit the ones that are like, oh, this isn't a monetized channel, so we don't promote it as much. It's not as profitable.
Right,
But
but then
that-
there's monetized channels that have like 2,000 subscribers, and
Yeah.
they're monetized, and they have like 5 watch hours. Well, I got a bunch of watch hours. Wouldn't you want people on here?
Well, because they still show ads on here, just not during the lives. Like when you do replays.
Right.
Just Steve didn't get no money. Well, before
not during
before
the
it starts,
stream.
before it starts
Right,
is what I'm
not
saying.
during the stream.
Before
No,
it starts, you still get that.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I don't because I got premium, but
right. But yeah,
How's the driving today, Flex? Oh, he's on mute.
not bad.
Oh, there he is.
same as every other day.
Yeah, because I'm like at $130. Maybe I'll
Nice.
be like 150 now, hopefully.
same here, Chris. Like I used to get way more, and this is something this was a change that happened a couple months ago. There were some other changes done in the YouTube stuff too, that some of them were for the better. I'm trying to remember. There were like 2 little ones that I was like, oh, that's cool or whatever. But
Yeah, I was trying to look up what you said, Steve. I can't find anything on it.
It makes no sense. Why would they cut the viewer?
Well, I don't think that they cut their viewership. I don't think Steve's saying people can't join. I think
right,
what
no,
he's
you
saying,
absolutely can. If we all texted the link out and I'm at 25,
or
text
you come to his channel
Right.
already because you wanted to, you can still see the stream. What he's saying is it's not being pushed up on the feed above monetized channels.
Right. Once you're at 25, like it's not saying, okay, show it in the home. Like it should be showing it more because, okay, there's 25 in there. There's likes. Okay, we should be showing this. Like with a monetized channel.
Yeah,
but,
like right now we got 27 likes.
yeah. So, I mean, that should.
Yeah.
I don't know. YouTube's weird. There's like,
But I have noticed right at that 25 level, and that didn't used to be the case. We used to see it get, and then, and I'm not saying it would stay there, but it would go 35, 40, and then it would drop back down to 29, 28. But it would get up higher. I haven't seen that happen in a long time. So,
I mean, here we got some great participants in this. We got the freaking CEO of Uber, and we only got 25 people in this. Come on, people. There's
maybe
and at
that's
the
why.
same time, there's probably like
maybe you're the reason. Let's get Harry or somebody
I
in here.
wasn't watching it in the beginning. So Roy and the other gentleman were arguing.
No. They weren't arguing. They were discussing.
Well,
and
no.
Yeah,
I think he's talking about before he was on. And yes, that's why I brought him on, because if you saw Roy's comment was something and he's like, what are you, some right winger? He's like, and I immediately knew Roy's headset's going to go, "Arr!" And he was like, give me the link. And I'm like, okay, here's the link. Cause I'm like, you guys are going to get along better than you know. So.
They both have an edge to it. They're like a Martin Scorsese film. It's great.
Well, we always say though that text doesn't come out how you mean it.
Alonzo, what's up, buddy?
Yeah. I mean, not at all.
Not bad, not bad.
And knowing both of them like I do, I was like, whatever, dude. These guys are they're gonna realize they're on the same page. So,
Let me see.
Hey, I don't know what happened, but this is now available on my phone too. I don't have some premium subscription, but I'm able to just throw the screen down on my iPhone and go to all my different apps and have a little.
What about Android though?
Oh, they've been doing that for Android for a while on it, but
what do you mean?
Where if you push the home button, or you can do picture in picture.
Well, but it's supposed to be a premium only feature.
Right. I don't have premium,
Oh.
and I can throw it down and go off the app.
Yeah, it's only supposed to be a premium only feature, is what it's supposed to be.
Interesting.
I mean, it basically allows me to run all my apps and have YouTube on.
That's another like reason to get a Google phone, Google Pixel. Have those features.
Yeah, I mean, I've had Android forever, but I mean, I've also had YouTube Premium, so I didn't know that it didn't work for other non-people.
Oh, yeah.
See, okay, yeah.
For other non-people. Yeah.
See, like
Your
Chris,
Android
I'm
bionic.
not paying for it. I don't have the premium, but I have the
iPhone
premium.
followers.
Like I don't have the premium, but I have premium because of this.
So I wonder if they're just testing it.
No, because he's saying they did it. Well, maybe, but in the early
and then
part
they're
of
gonna be
the
like,
year.
"Psych, pay us now, suckers."
Well,
it used to be years ago. The only way you could do mobile live streaming was on an Android phone, and so like Google was because Google, YouTube.
Yeah,
is Google,
because you couldn't put it in the background.
That's
I think that was another thing that maybe changed too. Did it used to be you had to have 1,000 people before you could
That's right.
stream without being
10,000. I think it was 10. Might have been 10,000 or no. Wait, no,
just stream without being on
1,000,
wireless.
I think.
Yeah.
No, but without being on wireless, being on just data.
Just data. Yeah, just our mobile live streaming of
right.
Yeah.
Because now I can do that. I did that driving back from St. Louis.
Oh, now so they unlocked. You can mobile live stream without 1,000 subs.
Right through YouTube. That's how I was doing it.
That's changed. Yep. I'm looking at it right now.
So that's a perk to me. That was a huge bonus when I noticed I could do that. I was like, awesome.
Yeah. I'm deleting Prism right now.
Yeah. See, you don't need more though. You needed 1,000 for mobile live streaming, but you don't know. I was doing it on the way home.
Huh.
I don't know if there is a new cutoff number. Maybe it's 500 or maybe there's 750. I don't know, but whatever it was, I passed the criteria.
Flex is I think
frozen.
At least he's not like some weird position. It's like a picture.
Oh, there you go. No, it was the thing minimized. Once you minimize, like after like 5 seconds, it freezes.
Oh, are you using iPhone?
Come on, bro.
I know. Then why does it freeze it? Does it do that on Android
when
too?
When you minimize the browser, after a few seconds, it freezes up.
He's gonna reach your phone and Will Smith slap the shit out of me.
Virtually.
I didn't know it did on mobile too. I didn't know it did on Android as well for StreamYard.
Huh.
That's weird. But I mean, like it is website based, so I could see that. I mean, StreamYard really needs to come out with a damn app.
Yeah,
like they really do. I wonder if they have an API. If they have an API, I might be able to make us an app.
Yeah.
Boots and cats and boots and cats.
Well, I'm gonna have dinner with my son here soon. If anybody wants to join and has anything last to say, I'm gonna try and do what Flex does and hit an even time. We'll go for 5 hours 30 minutes. So I got 13 minutes and 5 seconds left.
But yeah,
what are you guys doing? Practicing long hour streaming?
We're gonna take over your stream now, buddy.
Practicing.
We're gonna cure polio.
We're just going through the motions. No, Sunday always can go long.
That's true. Yeah. Sunday doesn't have a deadline. It's as long as we have topics to talk about or people joining, whatever. It's like there's never been a time limit for Sundays, unless we got something else going on.
I bet I had like music fucking playing.
Huh.
What the fuck?
So,
but the upfront fares,
yes,
it is that there is the possibility that you might make less. Actually, that's a probably guarantee.
But you'll know it up front.
Yeah, that's do the math. We're gonna make that. Yeah, we don't.
I mean, this time at least you'll be going, this sucks. I'm gonna take it. That's on you. That's on you, bro.
That's true.
That's on the driver. If you take that and it sucks and you know it, that's on you. So, I don't trust Dara, but if he's going to make it up front, at least, that's what I'm going to make to do this. So.
That But yeah, if you're like 5 trips away from your quest bonus, there's a good chance you're probably gonna we could just reel back. Like you're gonna make. We don't have to pay you 60 cents a mile anymore. We could pay you 35 cents a mile on those last 5 trips if we know you really need it on it. So
yeah.
But I know on the interview, I happened to mention to Harry that we're thinking oh, okay, well, strategic pricing, we're gonna in the favor of the drivers, and what if you get we can now fix the problem if you get a ride, not all rides are equal, because if you get a ride that takes you in the middle of nowhere, you have to all the dead miles going back to a good area. Now we can pay those drivers more. Well, we could have already. It's called surge. There's a bonus because we know you're going to be going out in the middle of nowhere. But now it's
but you left out. You got to deadhead those miles back if you survive.
That's true.
I mean, you could be killed out there too.
Well, we're introducing a assault bonus. So
assault bonus.
Yeah. So you can, there's an extra $50 there.
If what?
If you
assault the driver, or if you
need a police report, though, we do need a police report. We're not falling for that fake cleanup fee kind of thing. But
what about dash cam footage of the driver beating the crap out of the passenger? Is that good?
I don't know. With OBS these days, you could edit pretty much anything. It's but it's okay. Actually, what we're going to do, we have the cleaning fee, and then we have an emotional cleaning fee that we're launching too. So if you were emotionally damaged, and that includes the crazy passenger experience, then there's a $25 gift card for you. And if you need more, we have to show a receipt for a therapist, but we'll reimburse that. But,
you should just have Uber therapist.
That's that.
You just
pick up therapy.
Do you just need a phone therapist, or do you need one to come on site?
Route you to the nearest therapist.
No.
I think we would they would get some antitrust laws. We're creating the trauma for our own industry.
But then you could through the app if people wanted to do the in-app therapist.
In-app therapy.
See, then it would happen right through the app, and you'd record it all, and you'd learn all of the details about the driver, and you could sell those off for huge amounts of money.
You're preaching to the quiet. Therapy pool. You could share your problems with strangers. That's great. All right,
instead of Uber pool, therapy pool.
I'm starting a new app, people. Screw you. I quit.
For the mentally confused.
Yeah.
No.
God, I miss.
You think you got problems? Listen to his.
Yeah.
What? Shut up. Listen. You talk.
Who gets the surge? And you get a fear filter. You get 2 fear filters a day, so you can filter out all the traumas that you don't want. Anyways, oh man! All right, people, this is Dara strikes again. So,
Dark Road Run. It's always good seeing you. Maybe I'll see you. I was part of me is I need to go eat with my son, and then I'm gonna just try and for a bit get on Tremaine's, but I've been live so long today.
I miss you guys.
But yeah, man.
Well, every Sunday we're here.
We'll keep watching the Lightroom, see if anything changes. But otherwise, we know it's when it's you now.
In between channels.
You are the generic YouTube channel guy.
I'm in between channels out there. So, but I will rise again. Hallelujah! I've been to the mountain. Woo! Mountain Dew. But all right, everybody, be safe. Wish you the best, and don't do this job full time. Take care.
All right, later, Joe.
Yeah.
Burn in hell, Darren.
Burn in hell.
I said later, Joe. Burn in hell, Darren.
So what all you got going this week, Steve? You said
Um,
something tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Nova. You said Nova is tomorrow.
Oh no! Oh yeah. I mean, I got a lot of things going on. I was trying to think of my whole damn week.
Right.
Yeah. Tomorrow I got the podcast going with Nova Dasher. I'm looking at it at 8 Eastern. And then on Thursday we have Zach Drives Fast. Hopefully,
Zach drives fast.
If he doesn't reschedule again.
If he does, man. Wow. No, he won't.
Got some funny names out there.
You haven't checked out his
You haven't checked out his channel yet?
He's been around for a little bit, but he's grown pretty good. It's a good channel, man. Get some good content up there. He's
Yeah,
up. He's
Gary,
up. In,
you're lucky if I
Northeast
click on
Minnesota.
your channel.
I don't have a channel.
You do.
Yeah.
Yes, you do. He needs a Gary Zapps channel, is what he needs.
No, I don't do that.
Well, you need it because somebody else might get it. Don't anybody else get it.
What are they gonna do? Promote my apps for me?
I don't know, man. Like,
That's a win-win for me. I don't have to do the promotion or anything.
if it's good though, what if they're jerks and they just want to be jerks?
Well, then that's why I type in the comments, not affiliated with Middleton Technology.
All you got to do is grab the email.
No, I already got. I could get it like Gary. Or I could get a
That's what I
Gary's
mean.
apps email, but I don't need Gary's apps at like Gmail or anything. There's too
You
many.
do just so somebody else doesn't.
No, because you can
No
use
booty
Outlook
need.
and all kinds of.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, you can use any email. Like for example, my
Yeah,
email.
I guess you can make your name
for-
whatever you want.
Yeah,
so,
for YouTube, my email's my Outlook. It's not even Gmail.
right.
Damn, this app is messing up.
Which app?
Doors
The
crashing
Android
out.
camera app.
Don't
obviously.
complain. We'll get Roy back on here.
Yo, Roy, get in here. Tell these momos to fucking make this right.
They got 5 minutes, 20 seconds. There's no time for
Yeah,
Roy to come
dude.
in here and snap at you. Like, damn it, quit complaining. I mean, Roy needs a whip. Then he can just do
whip?
it for the side, for the noise factor. Just do it to the side. Be a good prop.
Hey, maybe you should get an audio board and you can just put it in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Later, Joe. What's up? Later. Have a good rest of your evening.
Oh, I wonder if he was here when you played the video of him.
That was hours ago.
I know.
Yeah, we did promote your video in here today. I did take a cut out of Thursday's.
Oh shit! $39
Okay.
Acme. Holy fucking shit! 41 items. Jesus, that's all right.
So
Going to
and
do.
then I did upload a couple unlisteds too. So like Faith, if you're still in here, I got your video uploaded, unlisted. I got Bud Soda's. I got Bud Soda and the cookie. That's a good one. That's one I don't know.
Cookie.
Maybe I'll share it next Sunday.
The cookie.
I got to get his permission first.
What cookie?
It's a long story, but it's a funny video. Dude.
Just called a $39 shopping order.
Nice. How many items?
41.
Hope they're all cases of water.
Nah.
Steve's Big Mike.
What's that fetish thing or the
Pedro, see, all we're doing
That
is we're
everybody
just wasting time waiting on you to go live. That's all.
what is this thing though that people do now? Like the AMR or whatever it is, or
I don't know.
you haven't seen this? Oh, dude, it's a horrible trend. You got girls like with fluffy microphones just touching them for the noise, and thousands of people watching this crap.
Why?
I don't know. It's called something. It's
ASMR.
Yes, maybe.
That's what Pedro posted. ASMR and Tony.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
that's it.
did you see my text I told you to send to Lisa?
That's ASMR. The girls do that.
Why?
Or I don't know. Why do people watch it, dude? It's like a foot fetish, Gary. You could have a OnlyFans where you do that.
Okay.
There
Anyways,
are only no, that is an OnlyFans fetish.
watching somebody just tap a mic. Subscribe to my OnlyFans.
Yo, I'm gonna hop out of here. This thing's overheating on me, bro.
All right. See you later, Flex.
Later.
Join my OnlyFans. $9.99 a month.
Right.
Yeah, that's Steve will give you a blowjob.
I'm outsourcing that crap, dude. I ain't doing that.
You just did it.
That's a blowjob?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. That's very annoying.
Dude, I'm
Like, what the hell?
You
What's
gotta
wrong
see
with
these
people?
people that do it. They do it for hours. hours. And they have different mics. They have the fluffy mics
Wait,
for the wind and stuff.
I want somebody. I wish somebody'd come on that pays for that.
There's no way somebody would come on here and admit to paying for that.
I know that's the problem, but I really wish somebody would, because I got questions. Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah,
like,
I think it's more about who's doing it. I don't know. I've actually watched it a few times just to try and understand, and I literally can't watch for more than just seconds before I'm like, what? Why would anybody do this?
Look, you're gonna put him to sleep, Steve. Jeez.
What?
It's like ocean sounds. Man, that sounded like somebody erasing something with an eraser.
Like mad.
Yeah.
See, listen. Oh, see?
Nightmares come from
I know, that's what I think too, man. Every time I have not heard like one where I'm like, oh, that's different. That's so they're all horrible. They're all like, oh my god, this is weird.
You got 30 seconds, Steve. Don't get off our ramble.
All right, guys. Thank you. Make sure that you like and subscribe to this. And thank you for joining us. Thank Gary. Thank Sergio. Thank Driven Mom came by earlier. Thank Roy. Thank everybody in chat. Thank Flex. You got everybody that stopped by. Right? Yeah. All right, guys. We're out. See you next week.
Bye.
Peace.